Awesome. Welcome to opnext. This is our second one. We did the last one with Fidelity. We're doing this one at Strategy, not MicroStrategy, Strategy now. So shout out to them. Shout out to our live stream and headline sponsor, Tapper Wizards. And again, as Will said, we want you to tag Strategy in any like content that you post, whether you newt it or you X it or you do LinkedIn. I hear that's popular these days. This is a conversation which we are forward about proposals for Bitcoin scaling. There's a lot of conversation that happens online, and frankly, watching it, it's like we all get snippety and it can be fraught and frictioned. But the in-person conferences I've seen empirically when we've done it and the stuff I've been to, those are the best because you guys actually talk to one another. I think some of the most productive conversations. Try to be open-minded, try to be kind, and we invite good, productive criticism. For the folks who do Q&A, who have time in Q&A, think about good questions you can ask. This is live streamed, so it will be available for watch later. It also means that if you walk in front of the camera, you'll be broadcasting to a lot of people. I'm not sure what else. I'm kind of spitballing things, hoping I'm not forgetting anything. Yeah, we have a pretty aggressive programming schedule, so while we do have booze at night, try not to overdo it tonight because we have kind of back-to-back content. Friday night dinner tonight at Barrel and Bushel. Again, look at our website and the schedule for that info. And what's up? There's a Telegram channel if you haven't joined already for our quick, timely announcements. You can get Will or I or anyone on the Telegram to invite you. Otherwise, if I can have the man of the hour, Suresh. Welcome.
Hello, everyone, and good morning. Welcome to the opnext conference. I am Shirish Jajodia. I am the corporate treasurer and head of investor relations at Strategy. And we are so excited to have the brightest minds in the Bitcoin development community right here at the Strategy headquarters, where our original strategy to incorporate Bitcoin into our corporate DNA began. And this isn't just any other conference. This is a conference which is at the intersection of code and capital. And what you build matters a lot. And then you build the rails and the treasurers like me build on top of them. Strategy was the first company to adopt Bitcoin as a part of its corporate treasury, making it as a treasury reserve asset back in August of 2020. Since then, we have accumulated over 528,000 Bitcoins worth over $45 billion today. And yeah, we just not only continue to accumulate more Bitcoin, but we are also aligned with the ecosystem. And that's why we want to see the whole ecosystem thrive. And code, I see code as the catalyst for new capital. And any technological development that you make on top of Bitcoin makes it more secure, usable, and scalable. And with new technological developments on top of Bitcoin, it also opens up new pools of capital and the new type of institutions that can participate in the Bitcoin ecosystem. So then what excites me today most is that there's a clear alignment between long-term capital and code. Today, we are not just debating if Bitcoin has the staying power, but how much more adoption we can get and where is it going from here on. So there's very clear alignment, and we are seeing many institutions at a very big scale participate in the Bitcoin ecosystem. And Strategy is very proud to open the doors to this conference and open our doors and have you guys here. So with that, I would like to welcome you all. I'm so thrilled to have you all here. And yeah, let's make this a conference that doesn't just talk about the future of Bitcoin, but actually builds it. So thank you all. Welcome.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And on behalf of the opnext team, we just want to give you this poster signed by most of the people here. So thank you for joining us, and thank you for hosting with Strategy.
Great. Thank you.
Awesome. And with that, we're going to kick it off. Jeremy, if you can come to stage, we'll get going in about 2 or 3 minutes here. Again, there's coffee, bagels in the back. We're going to kick it off with Jeremy on. Yeah, you can plug it in. CTV and CSFS.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jeremy Rubin. I'm the author of Check Template Verify, and then also maybe through accident, like an author of the CSFS BIP as well, even though I didn't really write the text. So, I have a difficult choice of building my company or getting covenants active. My company doesn't really use covenants, which might be a misconception. But I'm here today because I actually do want to get covenants active, so I'm here to push the button. Might be a little bit dark, but I think what we really don't want is to be, sitting here like a couple decades from now, like still like waiting and like talking about the same thing. I've already spent like half a decade talking about the same thing or more, and I don't think it's an enviable position. So, although we want to go slow and not break things, I think we also want to see some action. To start off, I'm going to give a technical summary, and that's because there's a lot of people who aren't in this room watching on the live stream. There's also people who are here maybe joining into this community for the first time. I think for the most part, if you're attending this conference, you already know what Check Template Verify is. You already know what CheckSig from Stack is. So I'm not going to bore you too much, but I'll give a high-level overview and try and keep it tight. So CTV is basically just a replacement for pre-signed transactions with a transaction locking script. It commits to almost everything in the transaction. It's had a stable specification since like 2019. And it has like use cases by itself for ARC, BitVM, vaults, payment pools, discrete log contracts, channels, federation deposits, staking, and more. Later on, it has a nice pathway for being upgraded, and it's easy to compute, so high performance. We have CheckSig from Stack. This allows you to check a signature against data on the stack instead of the whole transaction digest. Very old idea. It's been deployed almost everywhere except for Bitcoin. There's a couple of small things that we could discuss and maybe do a little bit of bike shedding on of how it actually gets brought into Bitcoin. Not all those things really like matter that much. They can always be followed up with like later work if we want that specific feature. So any version of this is acceptable, I think, to most people who are working on CheckSig from Stack. Alone, it has use cases for like BitVM, DLCs, and staking kind of things. Together, there's not like that much more that you get, except for one thing that we really care about, which is LN symmetry. But largely, these are independent changes. Together, they do one really important type of feature, which we'll talk about a little bit later. So now I'm going to just do, and I'm flying through because I've got a lot of content, but capabilities of CTV and CheckSig from Stack. You're going to hear a bunch of other talks that will give more detail on specific capabilities, but I wanted to give you a high level of like what the things are so that you'll know them when you see them again later. And the big picture is that like almost every protocol that's being used today or being proposed to be used today benefits from both of these opcodes in some way, shape, or form. So these are pretty good across the board. And you'll see I did in red ones that are probably going to say pretty like nice things about CTV and CheckSig from Stack. In blue, I'm not really sure what he's going to say, but it'll probably have some good things, some bad things. So just for the maybe nothing at all. But I think for the sake of avoiding redundancy, I'm not going to try and explain everybody's talk. I'm going to leave them to explain their talk. If you're watching in a stream or in a record later, the reason I put the slide is like, go look at these. People have said interesting things about this topic, and there's a lot of other things. And if you look at this, you go, oh well, he didn't say this or that in his talk. It's because I didn't want to step on the toes of other people giving talks. All right, so the most basic thing for CTV is non-interactive protocol setups. So if you're doing something like a Lightning channel, you can use CTV to set it up without needing to exchange signatures in advance. If you're doing a timeout tree, arc, a vault, all of these things, no more interactivity, no more pre-signing. You just set up the address and then you can send funds to it and it works. Protocols can have many alternative paths. It's not just like one CTV. It can be, a whole tree of different outcomes, and you can combine that with other conditions as well, like signatures. Another thing that has kind of gotten popular lately, but has always been, there in the materials, is you can do a kind of check input gadget. This lets you do any sort of CTV spend that has multiple inputs if you're using specifically, and by the way, can I get a water up here? If you're doing any like legacy P2SH or P2SH SegWit, it allows you to commit to different pieces of the executing program. This lets you, in some contexts, commit to spending with a specific other output, and then that is a useful power to have. Thank you. All right, so another trick that you can use with CTV is you can have a CTV with multiple inputs, and you can underpay in the main output of how much funds you're expecting to show up there. This lets you set up like an option contract kind of thing. So an example where that might be useful is, let's say you wanted to non-interactively set up a channel, but you wanted your peer to also contribute funds into that channel. You could set it up as an underfunded CTV, and somebody could show up with funds later to fully fund the construction of that channel. Checksig from Stack enables a basic form of delegation. So you can have a script that is signed by Alice, but instead it could become Alice signs a key, and then that key then signs the transaction. So it would enable you to maybe have a cold wallet that is just authorizing a key in your hot wallet to do something later, lets you template scripts out. You can take that trick and you can do something called key laddering that allows you to not just sign one element of data, but allow you to sign multiple elements of data together. So you could sign like a whole argument pack, and through key or signature laddering, it allows you to sign multiple different packs of arguments. If you didn't use this technique, just use Checksig from Stack by itself, then you would sort of always be signing the power set of all the arguments that you signed. So this lets you do it in a way that you commit to individual bits, which is important for a lot of protocols like LN symmetry, where you might want to commit to the next transaction and then some other metadata that you want always bound with that as well, or maybe a sequence that's not in unlock time. Checksig from Stack lets you do lookup sets, so you can kind of implement a Merkle tree that with a trusted setup, but it's much more efficient. So for some applications, if you have a trusted setup, that might be a good use of Checksig from Stack. It also lets you do that using key laddering as like a function table. So you could implement using Checksig from Stack and a trusted setup, like an arbitrary function of two 16-bit numbers with a big precompile time. That might be useful in certain applications. You can also do cross-leaf data passing. This is the trick that's used in BitVM. You have some leaf 0 that is a function of some input data and checks as a fraud proof that the computation was not correct, enabling some punishment if you didn't do the correct computation. And then when you commit to the result of that function in leaf 0, you can then have leaf 1, which reads that output as an input and then does some other function. So it lets you do some sort of functional chaining across leafs. Also across different outputs, you can do entirely different. UTXOs can use the same as like a global lookup space, and then compute a function in between an argument in and an argument out. CTV and Checksig from Stack let you do ratchets. Ratchets are the core of how LN symmetry works. So if you like LN symmetry, you can implement a ratchet-like protocol. You can also do anti-equivocation contracts, aka sign once. So you can say, if this Checksig from Stack key ever signs 2 values, allow punishing a bond somewhere. You can also make transactions that once you've seen a transaction in the mempool, any second transaction that you see signed anywhere allows that transaction to be canceled or punished, or maybe you to claim some funds. This would allow you to maybe set up like an authenticated reuse or zero conf safe address with a peer. So there's some interesting contracts you can build out of that. You can also detect sig hash flags. So you can look at a signature, and there's a certain subset of cases that you can detect which sig hash flags have been used. This is also useful with CTV. You can detect if particular. Actually, you don't need a CSF from that, but something that you can do anyways. So actually, you can use checkstick from stack for that. It can let you detect if you're using any script sigs, so any like legacy inputs that have input data. This one's also something you can do is you can have some CTV tree of things that are happening, and then you can have like a terminal node that loops back either to itself or to an earlier thing in the tree. That requires a trusted setup, but there's no dynamic state in it either. So it's just a simple state machine that can play itself exactly over and over again with a trusted setup, which is maybe interesting in some contexts. There's a more powerful version that you can do with any prev out. That is not really possible. It's just CTV and checkstick from stack. So that's a lot to say, but I wanted to give that overview because you're probably going to hear about these various techniques later on. And now you have these slides you can reference to sort of learn more about the techniques people will be using for the protocols they're building with check template verify and checkstick from stack. In terms of how we got here, that's the talk I gave last opnext. So if you want that content, you should go watch the talk that's already been recorded in this venue of Minds. But instead of going over how we got here, I'm just going to leave you some key observations about like where we are now. And now maybe Greg will not be mad at me. So then basically we have in this moment protocol theorists who historically haven't liked CTV. It's been 6 years and there's really not something that's like concretely, tangibly better. There's been a lot of attempts to make something better, and then that something better maybe ends up looping around and requiring CTV. It's a very fundamental primitive. So, we haven't really made something different. Same with checkstick from stack. There's also been a number of cases where there's something that's better that's been defined, but then it still ends up requiring CTV, or it ends up being broken somehow. So if it ends up being broken somehow, it's no good and it's not really a replacement. There's a lot of application devs who, at first glance don't really love CTV, but then they try it and then it ends up working well for them. They also might say, oh, well, what we really want is X. And then they don't do the work to actually try using X. And then once they go through the work of trying to use X, they realize that maybe X, whatever it is, doesn't actually really fully work for the thing that they're doing. And maybe CTV does work, or at least works as well as X would have worked. And then there's another case of people have tried something else and it works fully, but it ends up being cheaper to do it with CTV and checkstick from stack instead. And one of the really big things that happened that sort of I think has driven this set of realizations is really the work around ephemeral anchors, where earlier on there's a view that CTV was really bad because of how you have to pay fees with it. It's so ugly, it's so awful. And then people have tried every other combination of paying fees, and it's also been bad and awful. And instead, we've seen the development of ephemeral dust and ephemeral anchors, and it works really well with CTV. It works really well for lots of other protocols people want to do, and people have tested it, tried it. It seems to be okay. And so that's taken a lot of the wind out of the sails of something else that paid fees differently would be better than CTV. So L-enhance is a proposal that is sort of what's necessary to make L symmetry happen. At its core, it really is CTV and checkstick from stack. There's a couple other optimizations that would be nice to have, but they're just that. They're optimizations, and if they're going to require more conversation from the community, we could spend a long time doing optimizations, and maybe people have run out of steam on that. And if we want to just advance the conversation, the simplest thing is CTV and checkstick from stack. But in this venue, maybe we can discuss and come to agreement that we really do want to include those if we're doing a soft fork. They're really simple. But maybe we don't. If we just do the two, then we're still going to get the core functionality that builders need to make these new protocols. So for CAT, and I probably could have spent a lot more time here discussing the trade-offs. I think a summary of where a lot of the engineering community is that if people want opmul, if people want op M31, TX hash, probably just give it to them. It takes time to design, but maybe just give it to them. But don't give it to them by giving them opcat, because if the thing that people are going to do with opcat is use it immediately to implement a bunch of other things that really seem to be opcodes, we should probably just design those opcodes. Because as a part of reviewing CAT, we also need to review the designs of how you'd implement those opcodes, and implementing like op M31, which is like modular arithmetic over a 32-bit Mersenne prime, is probably not a very like fun experience and might not be like the best security approach rather than just like designing it right from the get-go. Obviously, you can make that argument, you know, ad reductum of like, well, what do you want M31 for? What do you want this for? And then, you know, we obviously don't want, you know, Swiss Army knife or something. But I do think that, you know, for cat, it is that Swiss Army knife, and people are much more likely to, you know, slice their thumbs with it than they are to, you know, to make something useful. And then, you know, further, the community at large is very concerned with like how much MEV might this introduce. And for CTV and checksig from stack, I think that concern is relatively low. We have Nadav Shesek, who's a very good protocol researcher in Bitcoin. He's kind of like, you know, these aren't enabling the kind of things that are harmful. For cat, it's clear that it does enable the things that people are saying might be harmful. It's a question of, well, is it economic? Is it what users will do? Is it actually really a problem if people are doing those things? And I think that when I've spoken to people, they really just want more research on those particular questions before we proceed. But you know, in this venue, we can maybe, you know, reach some different viewpoints. But that's why I think, at least for now, it's kind of CTV and checksig from stack can proceed. Cat is maybe a little bit you know, delayed until people have more time to research. And then where did APO go? I think that basically it's just dead. It's replaced fully by CTV and checksig from stack. And if you wanted something that was a little bit more efficient, there's some other opcodes that are really nice. APO is also like strangely a bit more powerful than CTV and checksig from stack when used for LN symmetry, in that it enables something called spook chains, which are similar to that looping thing I showed you, but with the ability to combine transactions in a way that lets you have dynamic state over amounts. So there's maybe some weird things you can do with it. And it turns out that it's like, you know, less efficient. The BitVM trick that you'll probably hear about more later also doesn't really work with APO. So for a wide variety of reasons, I don't think anyone's really like advancing that, even though at a certain point APO was, you know, sort of slated to become the thing that gets into Bitcoin, and maybe even would have been a part of Taproot originally. So why am I giving this talk at all? I really just, you know, was opted out of a lot of the soft fork conversations. Mostly, you know, I have a company to build. I have other things I'm doing with my life. And then some people started saying that I'm kind of being a gatekeeper, which I don't take kindly to. I think that, you know, I've experienced being gate kept in the past, and it really sucks when you just want to know what somebody thinks and they say, I don't really want to, you know, get involved. It's too much, you know, work or whatever. It's like, well, I want to know what you think just for advice. I also want to know what you think because other people are saying, when I ask them, what should I do? They say, well, what does this person think? So I didn't want to be in that position. So I said, you know, after getting requested, you know, please say something. I said, you know, like, I don't think anyone really cares, but I'm willing to do something if you think people care. And so the thing that I decided to do was to post on Twitter. So the biggest nothing burger someone can do. And I posted that on February 28th, I'm going to endorse a covenant upgrade plan. And you know, that I'll provide mentorship and guidance as I can. And I had my own, you know, favorite approach. There's a number of good submissions to that. And then I sort of reviewed what everyone had said. And you know, as a part of that, you know, we have maybe a little inspiration from Gloria, is like, you know, first decide what to build and then how to build it, and involve everyone. You know, what does the community want, like actually? And so let's look and see, sort of just as a state of affairs right now, what does the community say? So we have the people from you know, there's definitely some like negative, you know, I haven't really been, you know, convinced yet of this stuff. And then just if you look at the timestamps, I think I maybe cropped some out that would have been nice to have, but you know, early February, sort of when I'm navigating this process of figuring out, you know, like, oh, I think you're underestimating it. And then Ekram, who I think is here somewhere and speaking later, you know, it's like, oh, like, you know, let me know if I can help. This sounds exciting. And now a couple months later, we have like, oh, actually, it turns out like BitVM is entirely improved by CTV. So like, the whole BitVM community went from being a lot of like, no's, we don't really want it, to being strongly in support. We have Steven, who made a post of saying, what his ideal roadmap is. And it's pretty good. It's not originally what I had in mind that people would propose, but I think it gets something that like naturally slots this community here into two tracks of like trying to do the just rote engineering work to prepare CTV and checksum stack, and doing the more experimental work to consider a great script restoration of like what are the tools we actually want to give people to work with, and then later on some specific introspection that can make those things really ergonomic. And his posts around that plan have had a lot of great discussion across the board. And then also some other exciting things that he'll tell you more about today. We have people from Blockstream, so Sanka and Andrew, saying that it's going to help them with Liquid in some way, shape, or form if it were to be available, by making the federated deposits a little bit more secure and solving their rollover issue. We have people from the Lightning Network who've looked at it, and it's not universally loved. Some people don't want to implement LN symmetry, but for the most part, people are saying that they would be really happy to have it at least as an option or a tool, and to be able to build it if they want it. We have some, and I think a lot of this is focused on CTV because it's a little bit more controversial, but like there's literally no one who's like, check from stack, I don't want that. Everybody just kind of accepts that is a thing that we've had proposed for a long time. It's never been like bundled with something. I think if somebody wants to really make the impassioned case that checks from stack shouldn't happen, today would be like a really good day to do that. Otherwise, I think everyone basically is just like, all right, whatever is happening, that's going to happen. We have people who do vaults research, and not universally, but a lot of people who do vaults research, like CTV and checks from stack. It's maybe not the end all be all of what they would want, but it's usually an ingredient in a long-term plan, or at least it makes some immediate improvements that could be used by like everyday hodlers, which I think is great. We have people who run mining pools who would use it right away for mining payouts, optimizing mining payouts, and who also believe that it should be on the activation path, and that these activation paths for CTV and checksum stack can kind of happen in parallel. They're happening at the same time. At the same time is also one invocation of in parallel. There's not really a reason for either of these things to hold each other up. And I think that this is also somebody who has a lot of experience with soft forks, which is helpful as we move things forward. The Taproot wizards, who maybe are notoriously memed as being like only wanting cat and doing whatever for cat, are actually like probably fine with this if it seems like it's actually going to happen. And many more. So it seems like across the builders, this is something that is universally people will adopt it if it's there. And I think that there are other dissenters who are here today as well, who you'll hear from later. And I don't really know how to assess. I agree that Twitter is not the only space. We're in another space right now. So, talk to people, gather feedback and stuff, figure out what the bubble is and what the bubble isn't. Whenever I speak to people who are building, they're pretty happy with having more tools to build with, especially if those tools are easy to work with and secure. So I think that, probably more people who are building want it than not. There might be some more like philosophical reasons that people might argue about, well, how should Bitcoin development work entirely? And I think we'll hear a little bit more about that later from some other speakers. I put together a signal group. If you want to join it, I'll have this QR code up later again, so you don't need to like rush to your phones right now. I don't know, we can, if you want to discuss these things, there should be a place to discuss. So there's now a place to discuss if you're interested in sort of supporting some of these efforts. You can join up there. If you're not interested, you can also join there and you can tell us that we suck. So following the post of like, I'm going to endorse something, I did decide, Steven's proposal seemed like the most reasonable path that people would agree on. And my role, I'm not really trying to do the specific work of doing it, but I want to help other people fulfill that work. And to the extent that I can run a signal group, that's my involvement, and review a PR, I guess. So this is sort of like the first item of getting this project done. And it's also really helpful if you are supportive to just like say something publicly about like why you support it and what it would do for what you're working on. I think everyone's busy with actually doing work that they can get done fully today, but it is meaningful to share like what you're excited about. I also know that some of the like wallet ecosystem is getting excited about being able to have like more user engagement. So there's a tool which I don't know if it's fully launched yet, but I think you can use it end to end right now, which is called whatthefork.wtf. And so if you're a wallet user, you can sign saying you're supportive of one proposal or another, which is kind of fun. These are all things in this audience. Like, let's just have these discussions. Like, this is the whole point of this event, is to have these discussions, to talk about this, and maybe we can develop more. I think that as Bitcoin developers, we're very careful to not make decisions in an environment like this, because the tent is always larger than we can fit into a conference room. And we want to be sensitive to people who couldn't be here today. But I think that there's at least a coordinating function of having people in the same place that we can at least agree of, hey, we're going to show up in an IRC room in 2 weeks from now and discuss some of this stuff, and try and move things along. There's code in BIPs to review. James O'Byrne has been doing a nice job of preparing some pull requests. Other people have been also contributing to that code review in prepping process as well. He's just leading the charge at the moment. I'm going to hold him to not entangling in internet debate. So debate him IRL, but don't debate him online. He's busy working on the code. There's code review and testing. That's an important step. One thing that I've heard from a lot of protocol developers, so not like application developers, but maybe core protocol developers, is that they just want to be able to try out more demo apps. So I think if you have something that you've been toying with, if you can just get like a little README that's, here's how I can run the thing end to end, and you can see a transaction on a reg test or on Signet, I think that would go a really long way at moving things along. They don't want kind of the hand wave, they want some running code. And as Stephen points out, it takes a special kind of person to ponder on protocols using unavailable primitives. Most people are more pragmatic and work with the tools they have. So keep in mind that somebody who's putting this out, if you sort of like start harassing them and saying this isn't production grade, well, like, yeah, it can never be production grade until the product is on market. And then I think at that point, I think that would be where we'd see sufficient community buy-in. And if the code is ready, without doing any sort of activation logic, we could see a merge into core of the code unreleased. So it doesn't really impact consensus, but it's at least there so that we can then have the discussion. This is historically how Softworks has happened. They get merged in an unactivated, undeployed way, and then later on the deployment is sort of discussed and formalized. But that's an important step if we're going to have these opcodes, is to get them integrated into core. And then schedule some release meetings to actually discuss, okay, when can we coordinate if there's going to be an upgrade, and then sort of select those parameters and timelines. I know people always want to know like what the roadmap is. I would say, at least from today, like seeing something in 2025 is like, it's possible. But in a couple months from now, it's probably like almost impossible, just very unlikely, with when releases are, with how long process takes to review things. So 2025 maybe still possible. If we delay too long, then it'll be 2026. And I think part of what's nice with this process is if you're interested in like the GSR like stuff, there's no reason not to pursue that full throttle as well. Maybe that'll be ready at a certain point in the future. Or CAT or whatever. So all that other research will still happen. This is really about something that is in more or less like a research done phase, how we could move it forward. And so, hopefully we'll see that, consolidation effort around GSR, study the MEV, reduce the tooling burden. So that's something with CAT. If you have something you're excited about with CAT, showing what it looks like with CAT and showing what it looks like with like one other opcode is a pretty good thing for justifying that other opcode. And then I guess the last thing is somebody's got to make hats. I think every other fork has had hats, so I don't think I'm going to make them. Maybe I will, but if you want to, that's the Signal group. I don't think I have any time for questions, but I'll be here, and just want to thank everyone for coming and participating in what I think is a pretty important moment for Bitcoin.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Up next, we have Anton Ponset. We have a few minutes for questions, though. Before we do that, again, coffee, bagels in the back.
Do have a few minutes.
Jeremy, could you repeat the question for the recorded stream?
Oh, yeah, sure. So the question is more or less also, I think one thing I'll just add maybe procedurally, like if you're in the audience and you don't want your name said, you should say that. So Shore's asked that one, he likes that there's a lot of like application code being written, but that can show the contrast between with CTV or without CTV. And that some of it's a little bit abstract, but what he'd really like to see is like these like really simple use cases like payouts to miners using CTV shown on like testnet or regtest or signet, where you can see, how does it actually work in practice. And I think that that's a great suggestion. He also pointed out that it might be difficult on testnet because everything confirms. You can maybe simulate non-confirming immediately by putting lock times in the payout tree, such that transactions can't be broadcast for some delay or something.
Hi. On Optech, it says that CFSS enables transaction introspection. Is that true? Is that something that, how would that not enable recursive covenants?
I would need to think about the exact math. If you can, I don't think you can use check sig from stack for that. I'm trying to think if you have a check sig from stack clause and then you have a signature that gets passed in off the stack and the key is like 1 or something, like there might be something. Yeah. That would be my guess as well. I think that if it did enable something, it would be very similar to CTV. But I don't think it does. I think that there's some reasons that doesn't quite work out. Got it. Okay. Yeah. So I think it doesn't introduce kind of a new introspection vector just by itself.
Awesome. If you have any more questions, Jeremy will be available in the back. We also have some seating areas over there just for like small groups. If you go through those doors, just have a quiet conversation on that. Jeremy, thank you so much. And everyone put your hands together for him. Thank you for opening up Opnext. Second time he's open for us. Up next, we have Anton Ponset, who's going to be talking about the Great Consensus Cleanup. And I think a pretty nice follow-up on what Jeremy was just talking about.
I'm enjoying covenants too, right? All right. My name is Antoine Poinceux. I work at Chain Code Labs, and today I'm going to talk about the consensus cleanup. The consensus cleanup is a soft fork proposal to fix bugs in the Bitcoin protocol. What I want to do today is to go over the main items in the proposal and explain their impact, the mitigations that I'm proposing, but leaving some time for questions afterward, because I don't think it's very interesting to go into the nitty-gritty details. If you want the details, I'm happy to discuss it in person, or you can find the BIP online. So most of the issues fixed by the cleanup have been known for a long time, most of them for over a decade. It's also not a new idea. The Great Consensus Cleanup proposal was initially proposed by Matt Corallo in January of 2019, so more than 6 years ago. It was later abandoned at the same time that Matt stopped working on Bitcoin Core. At the end of 2023, I was looking in this proposal and not reviving it yet. I was trying to convince myself that it was worth spending more time on and looking more in depth. Well, it turns out that what I found was that it was worth it. Later, at the beginning of 2024, I published some research on the various items in Matt's proposal. So looking into each bug, its impact, the proposed mitigation, and whether we could think about alternative mitigation and why this specific mitigation and not another. And also why we are at it if we want to include any other fix as part of the soft work. So I published this in March of 2024. At the same time, I published research into the very worst block possible to be created according to today's consensus rules. So it's the worst case in terms of validation time. So in this thread, I studied the very worst case, but also the worst case in terms of an economically incentivized attacker, which is basically validation time over preparation cost to the attacker. These two threads sparked some discussions with a number of people, some of them in the room. Shores participated in these discussions. And yeah, it went steadily for 1 year, after which I think most people were on the same page, not every single one, but most people were on the same page and agreeing on a set of mitigation, which I went on and formally proposed as part of a BIP. So last month, I proposed a BIP to change the Bitcoin protocol to include fixes to these bugs. So I'll now go over the issues that I intend to fix. Well, me and Matt, because Matt is a co-author. The first one is time warp. Then there is these blocks that are slow to validate. I like to refer to the first two as vulnerabilities and the last two as more like weaknesses. And then, so time warp, expensive blocks, malleability in the transactions, and then duplicate transactions. All right, so I'll start with time warp. Time warp is a bug in the difficulty adjustment in Bitcoin, which enables a 51% attacker, a majority hash rate attacker, to significantly increase the block rate of in Bitcoin. So exploited to its full potential, it allows to bring down the difficulty to that of the Genesis block in 38 days, which is, at this point, the network would be severely harmed, because at this point you have just a gazillion chain at difficulty 1, gazillion blocks on every single chain, no more time locks because there's just so many blocks, no more resource constraints because resources are constrained by block space, which is restrained by block size, time, block frequency. That's pretty bad, but you might say, well, it's only exploitable by a 51% attacker. Isn't that already an assumption that we make? Well, not so fast. The threat model for 51% attacker in Bitcoin is a 51% attacker, as long as they maintain 51% of the hash rate, which is as long as they keep spending energy, they can censor transaction. Not more. It's not ideal, but not more. And they need to keep spending energy to keep censoring. What this bug turned this into is that a majority attacker that just maintains its hash rate for 38 days can just break the network. That said, I don't think it's very likely to happen because existing miners are obviously not incentivized to break the network. And so it means that it would have to be an externally motivated attacker to perform this attack. So most likely bringing up as much a hash rate as there is expense today on the network. I think what's more likely to happen is that given the current concentration of mining, miners might coordinate to exploit it to a small extent. For instance, to have twice as much blocks than today, for a block every 5 minutes on average. And it would let them claim more block subsidy, effectively stealing the block subsidy from future miners, and it would let users have more block space. So it could be in the interest of short-sighted miners and short-sighted users who want lower fees to exploit this bug at the expense of the long-term health of the system. So I think that's more likely scenario. So how does it work? I won't go into the details, but just give the intuition. It stems from an off-by-one bug in the difficulty adjustment algorithm. You might think that on average, block must take 10 minutes in the Bitcoin protocol. Well, not exactly. It's because, well, and then every 2016 blocks, all nodes consider how long it took to mine 2016 blocks and adjust the difficulty depending on this. Well, actually, they consider how long it took to mine 2015 blocks. This is because they only consider 2016 blocks, which is 2015 intervals. Like if you have 4 blocks from 0 to 3, that's 4 blocks, and there is 3 intervals, 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. So it's off by 1. And it makes it so that the difficulty adjustment period do not overlap. The last block of a period is not the first one of the next, which means that they can have different timestamps, which means that an attacker can try to get the last block of a period to be as far in the future as possible, and the first block of each period to be as far back as possible, which means faking that it took a long time to validate to decrease the difficulty. And it turns out that with the current timestamp rules, an attacker can do so, which means basically the attacker is jumping back into the past every first block of a period. The fix to the time warp attack is basically what you want is removing the off by one, but that would be a hard fork. So what you're going to do is to tie together the difficulty adjustment periods. And so you do so by restricting the time stamp of the first block of a period to not be before the last block of the previous period, modulo some grace period, which we introduce for safety. That's it. It's just one tiny additional rule on the timestamp of the first block of a period. Next on the list, expensive blocks. All right, so those, my thread on the very worst block is private. It exploits bugs that at this point, a lot of protocol developers are aware of, but still I didn't want to make it public because it explains exactly how to craft such blocks, and I have scripts to craft them. And so I won't go into the details of how it's crafted, but I can say that the very worst block I could come up with takes 1.5 hours to validate on a Raspberry Pi and a few minutes still on high-end hardware. That's an issue just for the sake of making full validation accessible to people with lower-end hardware, but also and especially for miners' incentive, because it can create perverse incentive for miners to attack their competition, because while they're validating a block, the competition would be mining on a stale tip. And yeah, and given that even on very high-end hardware, it still takes minutes. Even if it takes like 10 seconds, that's still huge loss for a miner to just not mine for, or waste hash rate for 10 seconds. So not ideal. I think the discussion was really focused on this point the last time Matt proposed the great consensus cleanup, because there's just so large a design space to try to restrain this, what comes down to basically a negative externality, right? You have transactions, and some users can impose a very high cost on all the rest of the network by their usage of Bitcoin. What Matt proposed was to disable some script functionalities. He proposed to disable a code separator, find and delete, making scripts sig push only, a few other things, technicalities. But basically, one of the pushbacks he got from this was notably from Russell O'Connor, but I'm sure others were in agreement as well. What if someone 10 years ago had created a pre-signed transaction that created an output that itself used this disabled script functionality, but this pre-signed transaction is time-locked, so this person cannot confirm it right now, and they deleted the private key. I mean, it's completely far-fetched. Nobody has done that. But I think philosophically, we should go as far as we can to try to avoid invalidating or confiscating coins. So I looked into alternative mitigation that did not involve disabling script functionalities, and that's the mitigation I'm proposing for this bug. I'm trying to pinpoint, basically, I'm trying to pinpoint exactly the harmful behavior, really exactly the negative externality, which is such as if a user gets his transaction made invalid, it's because they were trying to increase the validation cost in the first place. So that's exactly what we want, but nothing else. So, but as much as possible, because there's significant cost that you can impose on a full node. So you need to make some things invalid. I'm just trying to pinpoint it clearly. All right, next vulnerability, well, weakness. The molecule tree. The molecule tree construction in Bitcoin is completely broken. It was broken since the beginning. It was fixed somewhat in 2012 when it was found that it was already possible due to duplication of leaf nodes to create multiple blocks, different blocks with the same block hash. Not ideal. Turns out you can do exactly the same with 64 bytes transactions. You can have multiple blocks with different transactions. They have the same Merkle root. They have the same block hash. Not ideal. It has been an issue for full nodes. It was a network split bug in Bitcoin Core in 0.13 because the way it worked, it's implementation specific, but the way it worked in Bitcoin Core was that we would receive the first block with the transaction set malleated, be able to deserialize transaction, see, oh, that's garbage, it's invalid transaction, cache the result, this block with this block hash is invalid, don't try to validate it again. Later, an honest participant in the network would share the valid block with us with a different set of transactions, but the same block hash. And we'll say, ah, no, I already seen this block. It's invalid. Network split. So it was fixed. It did not require a soft fork to be fixed. I'm trying to not overstate my case, but there's another issue, which is that you can go the other way around. Instead of hiding some transactions that were in the block, you can fake that some transactions were included in the block, but actually they were not. So you can fake Merkle proofs for transactions. That's an issue for SPV verifiers. For instance, wallets like Electrum validates SPV proofs. And then now you have all these new side systems like sidechains validate SPV proof, rollups validates SPV proof for pagans. So I had recently a discussion with someone working on a rollup that was not on mainnet yet, but they were vulnerable. Basically, you could create a fake Mocha proof for a transaction that was sending money to the rollup, and this transaction was never included in Bitcoin, but you could still claim the money on the rollup. So you could basically empty all the funds from the rollup. And it's just a massive footkin. It's just, yeah, well, because someone else using a 64 byte transaction, you don't have to use 64 bytes in transaction in your protocol to be vulnerable, right? You just have to implement additional checks when you validate a Mocha proof. So there is mitigations available without a soft fork today, but you need to be aware of them and you need to actually perform them, which might be inconvenient if you do them, I don't know, in a smart contract or whatnot. So my proposition is just make 64 byte transaction invalid. This transaction, which shows 64 bytes, cannot have an output that is not unspendable or spendable by anybody. So any 64 byte transactions create an output that is either can be stolen by anybody or it's just burning money. So it's not going to break any use case. It's just unclean because you have 61 bytes transaction, 62 bytes transaction, 63 byte transaction, they're all valid, useless, but valid. 64 byte transactions, useless, harmful. 65 bytes, useless, harmless. And it just creates this discontinuity, which is not great, but also we cannot change the Mercury. So it's the least bad solution in my opinion. All right, last on the list, also the least, I think, because it's not really something that can be exploited today. It's just, if we're going to clean up, I think it makes a lot of sense to try to get transactions on Bitcoin finally unique. Early on in Bitcoin, it was possible to have duplicate Coinbase transactions, and since any transaction in the system spends Coinbase transactions, it was possible to have duplicate transactions. Not ideal. You have a UTXO, and then you have another. They have the CMTX ID. Well, the first one was erased. To fix this in 2012, well, Russell O'Connor found the bug in a very funny blog post called Midas Money. You can look it up. And Peter Waller fixed it with BIP30. But what BIP30 entails is for a full node, when they receive a block, to go through all the transactions and validate that there is no such transaction with the same TX ID already present in the UTXO set. It's not an insane amount of computation, but it's unnecessary. And also some more modern clients cannot perform this validation nowadays. For instance, U3XO would be, well, Taj told me might be able to do it, but that would be very, very, very ugly. So basically, yeah, U3XO cannot do it. So what we want, so later after BIP30, BIP34 was introduced to make transaction actually unique by forcing Coinbase transaction to commit to the block height, such as, since there is only one Coinbase transaction per block height, the block height is different for every single one of them. Every single one of them has different TX IDs. Therefore, it's not possible anymore to have duplicate transaction. So we were able to disable BIP30 validation until some point in the future, because BIP34 was imperfect and still left some room for duplicates. I won't go into the details, except if there is question afterward. I'm 20 minutes in. I think I've got a 30-minute slot, so we'll have good time for question. But basically, what I'm proposing is to commit to the block height -1 in the log time of Coinbase transaction, and this will fix. This will complement the BIP34 hack, basically. All right, so you can find all the details about this on my BIP. I opened a pull request to the BIP repository. This is this one. I should probably update my slides. I'll post my slide online and share them so you can click on the links. The delving threads I mentioned at the beginning, that's the general thread where we discuss all these issues. That's the thread where we discuss the details of the very expensive blocks, which is private. And yeah, I'm probably going to be talking a lot about this on Twitter for the next month, hopefully not years. So you can follow me there as well for updates. And that's it. I guess ask questions, because I booked 10 minutes for these questions.
Thanks so much. I was just curious. I saw the 64-byte transaction stuff. Does that have anything to do with big int calculations, or is it just strictly the transaction size?
It's strictly the transaction size. The issue is that in the Merkle tree constructions, you have the tree. If you have leaves that are exactly 64 bytes, they may be confused for nodes of the tree, because nodes in the tree are just the catenation of two TXIDs that is itself hashed. So you can basically you could have the same block that has one row less, that is all 64 bytes transactions. Yeah.
My question would be specifically regarding the time warp attack. Could that be used long-term to scale Bitcoin in any way to increase block throughput?
Yeah.
Like, do we want to actually patch that just in case hardware in the future, just you can validate much easier, relay times?
Yeah, it can be exploited by miners to shove more blocks on full nodes without their consent. I don't think we should want to keep that.
I don't think so either. I just was asking.
Yeah,
You can
yeah.
do this on testnet actually, right? They have 3 million blocks in what, 9 years?
But sorry, I didn't catch the last bit again.
Doesn't testnet currently have an issue with being time warped attacked frequently?
Testnet has its proof of work intentionally broken, but time warp was fixed for testnet 4, but the proof of work is still broken because reasons. It can also, it can also be exploited by a majority of coordinated miners, which we probably don't want to incentivize to be created.
Thank you for taking up this work. I think it's very important, and I think it should be merged into Bitcoin Core. I also think covenants are important and should be merged. So if a covenant proposal did achieve rough consensus, would you be open to combining these bug fixes and doing a single soft fork?
I don't think there is a reason to combine them. Only maybe to try. I think combining them would be trying to sneak one into the other, at the mine or the covenant one. And I think any proposal should stand on its own merit. And there is probably a path to enable covenants as well, but it should be on their own with their proposal. And there is also no technical reason why we cannot have two soft forks to be activated, either one after the other, or also just at the same time. We can have multiple soft forks to be activated on the network that can be in parallel.
Thank you. So my question is actually related to the one just being asked. And so far we've had two talks, and I think we have two great soft fork candidates already. And I'm just curious if you have any thoughts on like how to deploy this. What sort of mechanism would you prefer for maybe deploying this? Do you have any thoughts on a potential timeline? Those sort of things.
Yeah, I've not given it much thought, but my preference would be to use BIP9 with large. Basically, a bunch of time ago, Matt Corallo proposed modern soft fork activation for Taproot, which involved having going through the happy path of enabling through BIP9, having all full nodes, master full nodes, activate the soft fork, having miner signal for coordination of the activation without forced signaling, but still have this escape hatch to coordinate around a forced activation, if necessary, a long time in the future. I think it's reasonable. I think if you were trying to refer to forced signaling, I think we should avoid this at all cost. Well, unless miners are trying to prevent us from fixing their possible exploits, where at this point we should probably force them and avoid.
Fix that you proposed. So I guess 4 years ago, there was a block that took more than 2 hours to get mined. I guess probabilistically, over centuries, like you could have a block that takes 5 hours to fix the time warp attack while handling random chance events.
Factor is for the other way around, actually. This is backward looking. It can take 1 day to mine the first block. It would just be a future timestamp. Future timestamp is what we want.
Sorry to jump back to another issue. I had a rebuttal to my question, and I think the bottleneck is on the social layer. So the reason I asked you about merging proposals is that it's got a very high coordination cost to get the entire network or nearly the entire network to agree to something. So if we can get the entire network to agree to 2 proposals, I think it makes sense to merge them, but that's not my proposal. So
Yeah. I understand the argument. The argument for the opposite direction is, well, now you created a dependency on something else, so you need twice as much agreement. So there might be agreement to activate the cleanup without agreement on the covenants, and there might be agreement on the covenants without agreement on the cleanup. So I would be in favor to not bundle them.
So this is more of a thought, and I strongly agree with you about doing them separately. And I think, in a way, the Bitcoin soft fork machine is it's a very rusty machine. It's a machine that, in my opinion, lacks maintenance and lacks oil and lacks maybe even some parts. And I think perhaps a non-controversial soft fork like this, it's pretty minor stuff and it's strictly positive things. It shouldn't really be controversial in any way. I think this could be a great exercise in not only fixing these bugs, but also as a way of re-oiling our machinery, trying to actually get back into the ring and trying to do good soft forks a bit more quickly than we have done in the past.
Okay, I'll be a bit harsher on this one. I think if this reduces the bar to change Bitcoin, this is a good reason not to do it. Yeah, Charles asked and Rob.
This is more of a hint. What you can, since there might be some miners listening, do you want to remind them about doing the end lock time? Because the difference between this soft fork and a lot of other ones is that miners really have to run this not just on their node, but also on whatever other infrastructure they're using. Because otherwise, even if they signal for it, they might produce invalid blocks because they forget to set the end lock time.
Yeah. Well, if you're a miner, come talk to me. There is a bit more to it to make sure that, I guess it can be seen as hedging as well. It's not only miners getting ready to activate it. It's just in case users activate it, you might want to create blocks that are valid in this case. So they're just valid, either it activates or it doesn't. But yeah, miners, come talk to me. I would be glad to have a discussion.
And just an observation with the time warp attack. Definitely, if you're using time locks, right, block height time locks, you have this assumption that 140 blocks a day, right, 144 blocks per day is this a case for, I guess, an epoch timestamp time lock if this attack were to be done because you're kind of anchoring in the past? So if you do an epoch timestamp, it may just take longer, but you're not going to have it happen sooner. So is it kind of like trading off between what risk you're more comfortable with if you're using time locks today before this gets patched?
Yeah. If you're using timestamp, your time lock wouldn't run out, which is interesting because this is due to the 2 hours rule for block validation, which is not exactly a consensus rule. So and without this rule, the network isn't secure. This rule says, well, there's 2 rules restricting timestamps on Bitcoin. The first one is median time passed. Take the past 11 blocks, the timestamp of the next block must be strictly higher than the median of the past 11 blocks. And that's a consensus rule because all nodes have the same timestamp. It's just based on the blockchain data that everyone shares. The 2 hours rule is just do not accept any block that have a timestamp that are 2 hours in the future compared to, and also it means that one block that was invalid at some point might become valid as your system clock moves forward. The system is broken. That's interesting.
Hi. It seems that a few of your changes could actually already be like soft enforced by Bitcoin Core itself without being a consensus rule. For example, it could not relay transactions that are 64 bytes. It could not relay blocks with timestamps that don't adhere to these rules. Or it could itself already put the height of the block height in the block time field and stuff like that. Are there already changes like that being proposed, or did you think about them?
Yes. Let me get a slide. For time warp, it's the case since version 29, which should be out Monday or Tuesday, soon, TM. For expensive blocks, turns out, sorry. Oh, no, yeah. No consensus rule. You don't discourage blocks. It's just that miners using get block template from Bitcoin Core will set the timestamp such as it obeys the time warp rule. It actually obeys a stricter rule even. Expensive blocks, I really wanted to have a rule that was already covered by standardness, such as you can never create a standard transaction that would invalidate these rules because it makes it much safer to roll out a soft fork. It turns out my rule can be triggered with very pathologically crafted P2SH redeem script with like just checksig drop. For any other type of transaction, especially normal transaction that people actually use, you would run into the standard maximum standard transaction size before anything. So it's really not a usage thing. It's more like if an attacker, after we put these rules, can relay a transaction with padded checksig drop, all the miners might mine a block with this inside. So we want to make those non-standard first, which is going to delay any potential activation. So I've got a patch. I don't know how to play this. I've got patched for this for a bunch of time now, and I'm not sure how it's strategic to open the pull request. For Merkle-Tree malleability, 64 byte transactions have been non-standard for 7 years, 8 years, something like that. Not used on the network. For duplicate transaction, miners need to set the block height -1 in the unlock time of their Coinbase transactions. However, well, I've got an open pull request to do that in Bitcoin Core, but miners do not use the Coinbase. Well, Bitcoin Core does not provide the Coinbase in the get block template reply. Miners crafted themselves with their own fucking closed source software. So yeah, that's going to be the tough part. That's probably why shows shut out as well, because we really need to get into in contact with them. I've talked to a bunch of them, but there is some that are less reachable than others. Yeah, I'll just use Stratum v2, say it's short. And yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Put your hands together for Antoine. Thank you so much. And shout out to the New York Bit Devs, which Antoine is at quite a bit, and shout out to the DC Bit Devs for last night. Before we move on to our next panel, which is going to be on vaults for custodians, kind of following along with this whole BIP track, we had Jeremy, and then we had Antoine with great consensus cleanup, and now over to OpVault and other things for custodians. Do note that there are some whiteboards on that side and then in the hallway. If you want to have a side conversation with someone, we do encourage that. There's a little bit of coffee and bagels, still, well, a lot of coffee, a few bagels left if you guys need that. And of course, restrooms are that way. Wi-Fi is on the pillar over here. Without further ado, Sean, thank you for jumping up on stage with us.
All right. Really excited to talk to everyone. My name is Sean. I work at Anchorage Digital, which is a Bitcoin custodian and federally chartered bank. These views are all my own, though. I'm talking today about vaults, and it's not going to be as technical of a presentation as the previous two, but I think that there is right now a pretty big gap in between the protocol developments and people's sort of understanding of end use cases for them. So with part of this presentation, one thing I want to get across is just looking at vaults as a concrete example of something that would really improve Bitcoin for lots of people. So in this presentation, I'm going to give an overview of vaults and some of the technical details. And then after that, I'm going to connect that to some of the narratives that is going around in Bitcoin right now. I think it's really important to address the narratives that are shaping a very, very broad group of people's opinions on why should we change Bitcoin, and all of those things. So my presentation is scaling base layer security, and it's the economic case for vaults, because right now one of the biggest trends in Bitcoin is a rapid financialization, and I think it's important to sort of square Bitcoin's development goals with the reality of what's happening to it in the market. All right, so briefly, vaults are a type of covenant that require two transactions to appear in two different blocks in order for a user to spend money from their wallet. This is a pretty broad definition, and although there is an op vault proposal, the idea of vaults is much broader, and it's more than just that one proposal. The first transaction signals that someone's attempting to spend money and gives the user a chance to block the second transaction that completes the spend. So here we have a graph that just shows a user spending a UTXO into a vault, and then they have to attempt to unvault. That would be a trigger transaction. And then after a delay, they can spend it anywhere, or in that intervening time, it can be swept to a predefined address. So this is the most popular sort of understanding of vaults. There can be many sort of variations on this, but I think this is kind of a good one to focus on because it's a concrete user flow that people can think about using themselves. And then to talk about the history of vaults, like many other Bitcoin proposals, vaults are not a new idea. The first paper that formally proposed this was in 2016 by researchers from Munster, and Cornell University. So the sort of first paper involved using two keys, which are a vault key and a recovery key. Later, Brian Bishop released a vault prototype in 2019 and that's the sort of tough to see but very large graph on the left. And his vault proposal used sharding UTXOs into gradual increments that could be released over time. So one sort of thought experiment was, even back then, like exchanges or custodians could set up a transaction pattern that would only release, say, 1% of a UTXO every week, or they could really get granular with how they released it. So then one other piece on the history is that the furthest back piece of information I could find was a 2013 Bitcoin Talk forum post by Greg Maxwell. So like all other things in Bitcoin, they sort of originate from a blog post from 2013. So that post was a little bit critical of vaults, but I think the discussion has really sort of switched in a more positive direction for it. So the most important feature that I think is tangible to people when they talk about why they want vaults is the idea of velocity control. So this is a broad design pattern, but the basic idea is that right now in Bitcoin, if someone steals your keys, you're pretty much completely screwed. You have 10 minutes roughly to outbid your attacker before they get into the next block. And this is pretty obvious. Everyone in this room, I think, understands that well. But when you're talking about getting new people interested in Bitcoin, and when people are going through their first time trying to do self-custody, I think this is something that really scares a lot of people. And I think we have to be a little bit more realistic about why people aren't self-custodying and at the sort of rate of adoption that we expect. So the difference here would be, right now, if someone steals your key, they have your money immediately. But in a vaulted setup, if they steal your key, they have to wait potentially weeks before they have your money. And then during that time, that's when you could make the sweep transaction. That time can be configurable. It doesn't have to be a specific amount of time. But I think the two sort of best terms that I've found to describe the things that vaults enable are velocity control and reactive security. So this basically allows you to recover from a private key compromise without losing funds. And I think that really bears repeating, because that would be basically a superpower to have in Bitcoin right now. And I think it's pretty easy to sort of sell that to people and kind of convince them that allowing them to have a setup where they could recover from private key loss is so clearly beneficial to them that it's very concrete. And I think it's something that should be talked about more in the overall scaling discussion. Okay, so one thing that I've seen when I've just been following the sort of discourse online about the whole vaults topic is that you need to run a watchtower to make vaults work. So an effective vault setup requires a watchtower to alert the owner of a vault if there's an unexpected unvaulting transaction. So there was, I think a couple weeks ago now, there was some arguments on Twitter basically saying that needing this watchtower makes vaults inaccessible, but I don't think that's entirely true. The watchtower basically is something that doesn't need to be online 24/7, like a Lightning watchtower. It only needs to be online once during the delay period. So I think that's a very important point in terms of how easy it would be to run one of these. Anyone here who runs a Lightning node out of like a Start9 or an Umbrel in their house can know how difficult that is to always keep it online, try to find watchtowers, try to manage all of that yourself. I think that's a sort of a barrier to people adopting this stuff. But something like a watchtower for a vault, I think is actually very well suited to run in that kind of home server environment. So I think it's a lot easier, at least in theory, to run a watchtower for a vault than it is to run a Lightning watchtower, because it doesn't have to be online 24/7. And I think with this in mind, it's something that can help the individual as much as it can help institutions and custodians. So I think that's another important thing to keep in mind. All right, so now the actual opcodes that enable this, like I mentioned earlier, vaults are a broad design pattern, and there's room for lots of varying implementations. I think James Oberon is somewhere in here, but nice. So OpVault is the most mature proposal. It's the one that people have sort of talked about the most, but it's by no means the only way to get vaults. There's lots and lots of different ways to achieve it, but it's just the most concrete right now. I think a really important part of this is that OpVault uses CTV, and CTV is a really, really key ingredient to get this vaulting pattern. That's something that I'm surprised people haven't been talking about more, and is really, I think, an easy narrative to tell people when the sort of general public, when you see crazy Twitter debates and people think that, hey, how is this going to benefit me? Pointing them to vaults is, I think, a really concrete sort of step to take. Yeah, and another just a note, there was a CTV only vaults implementation that James did 3 years ago now. So these ideas have been around for a bit. All right, so we won't spend too much time, but this is the just sort of graph about how the transaction flow for OpVault works. The main reason that I wanted to show it was to sort of show CTV's role in it and why, how it really, in my opinion at least, is the key unlock. So at the top you have the initial vault. So you can have a trigger path or a recovery path. So the recovery authorization piece is that sweep. OpVault has two opcodes, OpVault and OpVault recover. But then the vaulting path, where you have a script spend, basically the trigger when you want to withdraw, having the templating there is really unlocked by CTV. And so I just wanted to briefly highlight that. And all right, and now back to the scaling narratives. I think one thing right now that is sort of holding people back from agreeing roughly that we just need to improve Bitcoin and scale it is the fact that we've had really low fee rates. So that's been a common retort I've seen among people who are a little bit more on the ossifier camp. It's, hey, fee rates are low right now, so I'm not really feeling the pain. I think a good way to sort of address that criticism is that scaling doesn't necessarily just mean increasing throughput, which is the most sort of obvious example when you're talking about scaling. Framing the next soft fork as a way to really increase people's ability to self-custody and also increase the use cases and sort of market sizes that people can go after, I think is potentially a better way to frame scaling right now, because ultimately there's not a really large group of users who just want to increase the throughput of transactions they can do. There's a lot of very good proposals about how to improve Lightning, things like Arc, and I'm a big fan of those, to be honest. But without high fee rate environments, it's just, I think, a difficult sell. I want to talk a little bit as well about the various stakeholder groups. At last year's opnext, Steve Lee and a couple others presented their Bitcoin consensus analysis project. That was a kind of a rough attempt to identify the different stakeholders in a soft fork process and talk about their relative influence and powers. So one of them that they identified is large economic nodes. I think that a soft fork is basically going to have to appeal to nodes that have lots of economic weight to them and process a high volume of transactions. So that would be exchanges, custodians. This is probably a topic that's going to carry over into the next discussion. But the sort of economic nodes like exchanges and custodians are always looking to improve their security. So I think vaults are like a very tangible example for them. And then just below we have sort of a breakdown of like what sort of an economic node consists of. During a fork choice, they can choose which version of the software to run and set ticker symbols. They can reject blocks. So I think this is an important part of the scaling and soft fork discussion process to keep in mind, because right now, if we're able to make it easier for people to custody and have more people join the Bitcoin network, then I think that would, in the long term, be a lot healthier for this portion of consensus. If we have more people able to custody, more companies, more individuals, then there will be a more diverse set of people and companies who can essentially affect this process. I think it would be pretty bad to end up in a situation where only a small handful sort of are exerting influence on this. And I think it also limits the ability for Bitcoin to be meaningfully adopted as money, which is the next piece we're going to get into. Oh, and sort of to that scaling narrative part, this is just a graph of the mempool by the fee rate. And so I took out the 1 to 2 sats per vbyte, and as you can see on the 2-year, it's been really down. So this is kind of just highlighting the fact that the scaling might need a different narrative than increasing transaction throughput. All right, so this is a chart that people have probably seen before. Jesse Myers made it, but basically the point is to show that Bitcoin is still very small. I think that there's kind of a mistaken belief that Bitcoin has already taken over and it's already won and it doesn't need to do anything else. I think that's a pretty bad way to look at it. And one thing that I'm going to get into a bit later is that as Bitcoin continues to grow, the digital gold narrative that people have applied to it is no longer productive, in my opinion, when thinking about what a monetary network is going to end up looking like. And to kind of highlight that fact, these aren't exactly up-to-date numbers, by the way, but the kind of rough magnitude is accurate. Gold is still pretty small today compared to other store value assets. So I think when people are thinking about Bitcoin just as digital gold, that's really sort of capping the ceiling of what it can become. And ultimately, I think talking about it as digital gold is sort of detracts from the overall discussion of scaling and isn't very useful. So to that point, I think that the digital gold narrative is very helpful to understand the history of money. And I say this as someone who is, you know, basically got into Bitcoin and got conviction and learned about it through that way, like many other people. But I think right now there's kind of a cognitive dissonance right now among people throughout the Bitcoin community, at least on the sort of ossifier side, who think that Bitcoin's perfect money. And I think they consider digital gold to be the end all be all, but without considering that it's not a very practical model for the future of what a sound money looks like. So I think this is a really good counter argument to people who say that, hey, we don't need to change it. Bitcoin is going to take over the world and monetize just how it is right now. I don't think that's necessarily true. And going back to that last graph, there's such an order of magnitude size difference between Bitcoin, gold, and then the other markets that people hope it will get into, that it's going to take some really meaningful adoption to get there. And it's the success is not predestined, which I think there is kind of an undercurrent of people believing that we're just on a glide path to, you know, hundreds of trillions of dollars or something crazy like that. And then I think if you take the gold analogy very, very literally and take it to like maybe its logical conclusion, then we would end up with Bitcoin essentially in warehouses where paper markets trade instead of the physical. And that's not a good place to be. And I think it's something that broader Bitcoin should be, everyone should be very cautious of ending up in that state. So the digital gold narrative is basically, in my opinion, detracting from Bitcoin's network effects and the kind of vision for Bitcoin being truly used as base money. Okay, as Bitcoin continues to monetize, it's going to be used by companies. We're seeing this. You know, this venue is the perfect example of that. And the terms of those agreements right now could either be strictly defined in legal contracts and enforced by courts, or they could be trustlessly enforced on Bitcoin in addition to legal contracts. So I have this little two roads here to kind of show that. And I think features like velocity control, granular spending policies, and layered security will really improve Bitcoin's utility as base money, which is something that's very important to keep in mind. I'll try to finish through here. And this is we won't spend time on this, but this is just an amusing graph that I found of the like treasury repo market, just to show that it's very complicated. And essentially, if Bitcoin doesn't have expressive script and never upgrades again, then it'll probably end up in a similar situation to this, but just by put there, it'll be just there with intermediaries, and it won't be used to its full potential. So to end it off, I just wanted to say that if Bitcoin does become the global reserve currency, it'll have to be used like the current global reserve asset, which is currently government bonds. People talk about this a lot on the kind of like finance side, but I think that improving base layer security with something like vaults would meaningfully improve Bitcoin's chances of actually reaching this sort of goal. I have that fiat products have no custody risk, which is kind of amusing. But when you look at what it takes to really get adopted as a global monetary network, the alternative that people are using has no custody risk. So anything that we can do to improve base layer security, I think will be really useful. I have a couple charts down there just showing that the payment volume that Bitcoin processes is still roughly like 1,000x smaller, so has a long way to go. All right, to sort of wrap this up, I think the biggest takeaway is just that vaults as a design pattern truly increase Bitcoin's utility as base money. And I think that that is something that people don't like to talk about a lot. I think a lot of the sort of number go up crowd is talking past a lot of the technical community. But I think these two topics are incredibly related, and that people should think about Bitcoin scaling as in a couple different ways. So I'll leave it there, and the next panel with custodians will probably touch on similar topics. But yeah, thank you for all coming here.
So we have time for about one, maybe two questions.
Hi. So to go back a little bit to your slide about opcodes to make vault constructions, right? You mentioned opvault. I agree, opvault is probably a very practical and efficient way to build a vault, but generally I don't like too much to have application-specific opcodes, right? Like this opcode is made for vaults. I generally like to have more general like building block opcodes that then can be used in various ways. Have you thought about constructions for vaults using other opcodes? I'm pretty sure there's people who built or talked about vaults using opcat. And I know that Salvatore Ingala has designed a vault using his opccv, opcontract verify opcodes. Have you compared them at all? Looked at them?
I would roughly agree that having application-specific opcodes is tougher to get in. I have looked at the perfect vault, which I think is the perfect vault, right? So I have looked at that one. I haven't looked at check contract verify too closely, but I think one of the things that just stuck out to me is that CTV is, at least from what I've seen, a really good sort of ingredient to get that kind of functionality. And based on that roadmap that Jeremy was showing earlier, I think it makes sense to kind of take the foundational steps first. I think that roadmap had 3 parts. Having like an application-specific opcode, something like Vault, I think makes more sense at like the end of that roadmap. So hopefully that answers it. But I think that taking CTV first makes sense and builds towards it.
We got to wrap, but please put your hands together for Sean, and he'll be available outside for questions. Thank you for that presentation. Okay, if we can get our panelists to stage, we have Pete Rizzo bringing a custodian panel. We're joined by
Pete Rizzo. You might know me as the Bitcoin historian on X. Also doing a new Bitcoin podcast called Supply Shock over with the Blockworks folks. Bit of a crypto general media, but you may recognize me from Bitcoin Magazine, CoinDesk, and some other places. Obviously, this panel is very interesting in light of this conference because what we're talking about here is making changes to Bitcoin, upgrading Bitcoin, and really this idea that at the base of Bitcoin, there's this ability to have a fork, right? People are making different software versions, they're running different software versions, and we have some interesting folks who I'm hoping can bring a different perspective to that about their responsibilities and how they think through that. So I guess over to the panel, if you could each introduce yourselves and then maybe give, you know, both your personal and, you know, kind of institutional view on just this idea. How do you think about this idea that Bitcoin has forks, could fork, is forking? Maybe we'll start with, let's see, Rob, Ryan, Rick.
I'm Ryan Rasmussen, the head of research at Bitwise, asset manager, been around since 2017. I think, you know, we're not really on the development side of Bitcoin per se, but what we have been trying to do, especially with the launch of the Bitcoin ETFs, is take some of the profit that those products are generating and donate them back to open source developers and continue to support the ongoing development of Bitcoin. And so I'm here today. Oh, that's the easy work, in my opinion, just funneling the money and the capital. But, you know, we're just here to help the ongoing longevity of the ecosystem. And so it's exciting to learn about everything on the roadmap and kind of try to be plugged in.
Cool. Rob, over to you. The question is, you know, what do you do? And then what's your feelings on forks? How does it affect your company?
Yeah, my name is Rob Hamilton. I'm co-founder and CEO of AnchorWatch. We offer one-to-one insurance backed by Lloyd's of London. We're a Lloyd's of London cover holder for your Bitcoin held in cold storage. And we pair that insurance with our own custody technology infrastructure, leveraging more advanced Bitcoin native smart contracts. Miniscript, for those in the room, probably know a lot about it. And for us as an earlier stage company, it's this tough duality because there are a lot of features and things I would like to have, but I raised money to build a business on how Bitcoin exists today, right? And so there's a balance of I have aspirations and cool things I want to build, but I, you know, as a small team, we're 6 full-time employees, I can't take a bunch of my dev time into going off on things that may never activate, right? So on that earlier side stage, it's just hard to just balance and juggling resources compared to active features of paying customers and new features we can do within Bitcoin consensus today. And that's kind of what we've built is within Bitcoin consensus, how far can we take the custody model? And in the world of forks, though, I think it's just an interesting place. My thesis, at least, is as these things start getting clarity and getting ready to activate, as a small, nimble team, we'll be able to leverage those primitives very quickly and being able to kind of offer that better end customer security and service. Because I think a lot of the conversation around today, the last talk, especially, but just in general, having better security and being able to add functionality to Bitcoin abstracts a lot of human operations and you put them into a couple bytes on chain and you're able to offer orders of magnitude better security with you know, less risk and trade-offs. And since we're in the insurance business on our side, like that's meaningful for being able to make it more affordable.
Rick, over to you. A question, you know, how do you think through the forks? And tell us a little bit about your work over at Coinbase.
Sure. Hi, again, Rick Schoenberg. I help run Coinbase Custody. It's, you know, again, very interesting to be here and sort of hear what's going on at the lower level. On our side, we obviously, as a large custodian, have to look at our clients and see what they're doing, see what this community is doing, and be prepared. And sort of, you know, Darwin at this point will take charge. Whatever you all do to grow the network is success. So we need to be there to support it. So if the industry says fork and they go a direction, we have to be there to support it. But for us, just the one thing to draw out, being a large custodian, being regulated, having SOC audits and everything else like that, moving thoughtfully, deterministically, and obviously securely is paramount. So, you know, we are very plugged in, whether it's, you know, Ethereum and Pectra, you know, not to get booed here, but just like things like that happen, you know, we engage with very thoughtfully. It does take time to do it right. It takes time to drag all our clients along. And some of our clients are on the forefront and hyper responsive. some are kind of hiding. They sort of quiet and they're slower to move. So as things fork and we do need clients to engage, it does take us time to sort of fully reach out to all our clients. So there's that speed of evolution and agility versus that trade-off of bringing everyone along.
Well, there are risks. It is a thorny part of the Bitcoin system, right? This idea that it is a software system. It's living. We're shipping new software updates. Ryan, I want to talk to you about this idea of security. Your clients are looking to you, or or in some ways for some measure of security. What is the discussion like with this idea that Bitcoin can adapt, evolve, upgrade, change? How do you have that conversation with clients?
Yeah, so majority of our clients are financial advisors, RIAs, family offices, large institutional investors who want exposure to Bitcoin or are starting to learn that they should have exposure to Bitcoin, but they don't want to custody it themselves. And so they rely on an asset manager like Bitwise to safely custody the crypto assets. We don't do that ourselves. We outsource to custodians like Coinbase and rely on them and work with them to manage our risk from that perspective. But one thing that may not surprise the people here is that most of the investors that we're facing off with don't think about the long-term roadmap of the Bitcoin ecosystem. Most of them, they just realize this is a new technology. This is going to have a huge impact on the world. And we should, for the ones that understand it, we should have some exposure to that in our portfolios. But what I have seen over the past 4 or 5 years at Bitwise is that there used to be maybe one person in each of these offices we would go to who was deep down the Bitcoin rabbit hole, and they were generally younger, trying to convince the older shot callers to explore Bitcoin. And now, fast forward to today, what I find really exciting is that now you go into those meetings, there's probably 3 or 4 people that are deep down into Bitcoin. They go to conferences and events like these. They go to the bigger Bitcoin conferences, and it's less of a battle to have a discussion about Bitcoin in the room. And I think we'll continue to see movement along the spectrum of investors to start caring more about the long-term roadmap of Bitcoin and understanding of its evolution as a software and technology platform.
Rob, over to you, the same question, this idea. How do you talk to clients, and are clients aware of this? Obviously, your product is a bit more technical, so maybe there is more awareness there?
Yeah, I would say our user base, our customers are definitely more technically aware, but it still comes up in conversation for, I'm speaking at this conference. I kind of talk about like the art of the future of how Bitcoin could change, and they want to understand and know that, okay, so if a fork does happen, what happens to my coins, right? And that's always a little bit of an interesting conversation. If the beauty of Bitcoin as a software system is one of the implications of how Bitcoin's blockchain works is if a fork happens, you own both sides of the fork if you hold your keys and you're managing it before the fork happens, right? So you almost get like a free option call on what path do you want to pursue down the line, right? And I think that gives a lot of people peace of mind in understanding that if I'm working with someone, that it's not like you have to make a decision right away, right? Some people may want to exercise a decision right away, and the way that our stuff works, I've talked to customers about if a fork were to be coming, I'd be able to add front end facing on. Do you want to just sit and wait? Do you want to pick a fork? Like, being able to relay on both chains. A little technical probably for the discussion now is, but making sure there's relay protection so you can't get spent on both chains. We saw that with Bitcoin Cash in 2017, but those customers are definitely aware, and at least they know that if they're holding keys and they're managing this stuff or working with a partner who's working with them, they can exercise both sides.
Well, Rick, I know you have some clients and customers who are amongst the largest governments in the world, largest financial institutions. What's that conversation like in your position?
It's sort of unexpected. Sort of, if we go back 2 years, 1 year to suddenly be in DC here and having conversations about a strategic Bitcoin reserve, did not see that one coming. So
it's here.
It's the conversation's here. So seeing that level of engagement, we've always had engagements, public knowledge about various government agencies that do trade through us or custody through us. And so we've had that engagement. They're slow moving. To go through an RFP for a government agency, it's 1,000 pages. It's a very long, protracted process. It's not fun. No. We have a 20-odd person team that just does RFPs.
Oh, wow.
But that's what it takes. And a lot of the business deals that we close, our head of sales is always like, oh, we've been working on this one for 4 or 5 years and we finally got it through. So they're very slow moving. And now we're trying to do what I sort of said earlier is awkward for us is things that normally move slowly are now trying to move very quickly. So how does a government sort of move at the speed of crypto? That's cognitive dissonance there, that doesn't happen. So we have to overcome that. And, as we hear, there are a lot of people on Congress who, some of them could easily be here today that are either themselves or through people on their staff are very forward thinking, very deep in the weeds. And so it's sort of remarkable, at least in my limited experience, working with them, just how knowledgeable they are. So it's been sort of surprising to the upside.
Ryan, I want to go over to you and also talk about past experiences. Rob alluded to this idea that Bitcoin has forked in the past. This isn't something that is new. Maybe we haven't seen it so recently. Maybe it's been a while since Taproot. We've seen contentious forks and things like that. How do you look to this past experience of what has happened in Bitcoin with forks, and how does that inform the thinking over at Bitwise?
Yeah, so luckily we've been around since 2017, and our team has gone through this before. Our clients just look to us to follow the path that we think's best. Typically, we've had success doing that, and part of what I'm trying to do in building out our research team is have more boots on the ground when it comes to hard fork, soft fork, so that we can begin.
Is that something you're actively preparing for, or is that part of the conversation, the culture? Or?
It's not part of the conversation we're having with clients because most of the people that we speak to don't know what a hard fork or what that term even means.
Right.
But it's something we think about as we operate the business, and we want to be prepared for, and why we work with partners like Coinbase and other custodians who, we tend to outsource the technical side of those things for. And focus more on spreading Bitcoin adoption from an investment perspective.
Rob, I guess the topic here is, risks, learnings, as you apply and think about your business. You mentioned replay protection, this idea that we'll have an event of fork, potentially different assets. Obviously that's maybe a fringe scenario, but how do you look at the past history of Bitcoin and what you're building with an insurance product that is securing people's coins?
Yeah, I guess it's also just important to caveat that, more often than not when Bitcoin upgrades, there isn't a fork, right? We only had that in 2017 where there was a long sustained fork. So there's a very much a happy path where you have something like in Taproot, which was in November of 2021, where everything went the happy path, right? So you don't necessarily always have to go through that. But I think it's important when you're thinking about helping manage other people's Bitcoin is having those disasters and contingencies in place, right? It's something I've put a decent amount of thought into on the technical architecture from just the software side of how do we offer that best kind of quality of life to customers. Having personally in 2017, making sure I was moving my own personal coins correctly, so I wasn't going to, do anything wrong. Definitely is a lived experience of going through that. I think at the best part, though, you're able to kind of automate and curate that. You have subject matter experts who are able to make it a white glove, seamless thing so that the end customer doesn't need to worry about these things, because that's part of the service that they're paying for, right? Is they're
Right.
trusting
you to know.
They're trusting us to understand how to technically execute and architect it correctly. And I think that just goes a long way in just the user experience and the fundamental security, making sure it's being done correctly.
Rick, obviously Coinbase, one of the oldest institutions in the space, kind of has lived through some of these formative forks and network upgrades, disruptions, however you want to look at it. How do you think through this past experience as you approach custody problems today?
Yeah, so from our perspective, us as an institutional custodian, we have lots of clients who are sort of very, crypto forward, and they're sort of the easy ones. I mean, they're hard in other levels, but in this context, they know what's going on. They don't need education. They don't need outreach. They don't need handholding. They just need us to do our job and do it well, have the proper security and proper technology. And that's sort of the more complex bits, but it's the easier part. The issue we have is we have a lot of clients who are less sophisticated that need a lot of handholding. So they need all the complications obfuscated. They don't want to look at wallets. They just want to look at balances. There's some wonky things where if there's a fork and an asset is generated and I'm an SEC regulated entity and I'm only allowed to hold asset A and suddenly there's asset B in my account, that's a problem. So we need a solution for that. So we're tackling these esoteric, non-technical workflow commercial problems. At least I said on my end where I'm working, we have other people in the firm that sort of are more in the technical weeds. But like that's a strange problem to have. Like most of us be like, oh, cool, I got a new asset.
Free coin.
But like if you're an ETF, like you're not allowed to have that new asset. That's suddenly, it's like an automatic dust attack. It's like that's a problem.
Well, I did want to talk about the ETFs because this is something new in the space, right? They're, I think, a year old. They're coming up on a year, maybe, in terms of, the development. But this adds a layer of complication, right? We now have, or I guess, how does it change the complexity of these types of situations?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So they're just over a year old, launched in January 2024. I think one of the things that we saw happen in the first days of launching these ETFs, because Bitwise published our address that we hold the Bitcoin on behalf of investors in, is we were getting dusted with a bunch of Bitcoin, and it was not something that we had gone through before, and that the ETF world had gone through before. It's a completely new concept for ETFs, and so it was interesting to try to navigate that, come up with protocols and guidance in place for what to do with those assets. Can we distribute it? Can we liquidate them?
What was done? Where did you net out on that?
I believe what we ended up doing is working with Coinbase, who's the custodian for that ETF, and could restrict assets that were coming in from certain addresses, or whitelist certain addresses, so that only Bitcoin coming from those addresses was put into the fund's holdings, and then kind of block other ones, because you have bad actors as well trying to send sanctioned or crypto through sanctioned addresses to try to mess with us or Larry Fink and BlackRock or whoever it is. So it just created an entirely new world to navigate. And I think it's great that we're pushing the bounds of what traditional finance can do, what ETFs can do. They're one of the biggest ways that investors get exposure to any type of asset class. And so, my view, the transparency of the Bitcoin ETFs is really fascinating, and will push the envelope and push traditional finance to a more transparent ecosystem in the long run.
Rob, I guess the question here is ETFs. We now have these solutions that allow us to scale custody in some ways by removing custody. How do you think through how that has impacted maybe what we can do with Bitcoin on the technical side?
On the technical side, for the ETFs, you definitely have this sense now of the stakeholders you would traditionally view in Bitcoin are people who are running nodes and holding keys, but now you have this layer of abstraction on top of it, right? I mean, I sometimes glibly say custodians are layer 2, right? If I move from one, it's not a technical layer 2 in the sense that it's actually atomically and trustlessly executing something, but it's a way of aggregating activity off chain. Right. And I think just to tie it back to a little bit, there's also a philosophical discussion. When a fork happens and you're only allowed to hold asset A, whatever it is, each side of the fork is going to say they are the real asset A. Right. So there's a funny like philosophical discussion that even exists outside of the technical side of it. But I think it definitely causes like different camps of people who don't, they bought Bitcoin for this digital store gold narrative. They hold it in their, their brokerage account as an ETF. And now you have multiple counterparties, right? You have Bitwise, which is maybe holding a Coinbase, right? So you have like multiple layers removed from the end user with the economic exposure to Bitcoin versus we traditionally call those like economic nodes, businesses that are processing transactions and running the code, validating blocks that are coming in. And you almost like, those coalitions get bigger. And I think it's just an interesting time in thinking about as Bitcoin changes. Like one of my personal missions is making it more accessible for people in general to be able to safely store their Bitcoin. And I think that's an open discussion around if you add vaulting and you add these other functionalities, does that lower the friction so someone can actually hold it themselves or have greater mitigations, or maybe even having custodians being co-participants in that, right? That's kind of how our model works, where the customer has to sign and we have to sign. So it kind of like, it's leveraging this Bitcoin as this programmable money to kind of shift that paradigm of this is not just a bar of gold sitting in a vault somewhere, that you can actually kind of leverage the best of all worlds in a way that maybe can distribute that economic power a bit more.
Well, Rick, we're talking about ETF issuers here, obviously a lot of experience. I guess, how do you think through that element of this? Is it really that different, these kind of risk or edge case scenarios in the world of ETFs? This idea that some of these edge cases can happen where there are custody concerns. Is it really that different from what these ETF providers are used to?
I think so. I mean,
I guess you can't fork gold, right? You're not gonna.
Yeah, no, and like even so, the words we use. I mean,
But
we're all-
stocks can split, maybe, right?
stocks can split. There can be corporate actions. There could be a spinoff. Like the
Right.
things like there are analogies we use, which are great because it helps take the imagination of people that are sort of way deep in TradFi or not really deep in anything, but it can help bridge them. And we like to serve as a bridge from TradFi to NewFi, and we do that. And we say things like custody. And I was having a conversation earlier with some folks. Like we say custody, and people think of like old school custody. You drop a silver or gold bar off at a bank, and they put it in the vault. And the bank now has 100% accountability for that. They are the sole custodian of that bar. Something happens to it, the bank screwed up. Whereas in our world of digital custody, the client it's not quite joint custody, but like the client has some co-responsibilities here. There's hygiene, maintenance of passwords, maintenance of employees, and you're not the only layer of security, but you're one of many that protects things. So so we say the same words, but we use them slightly differently. And just along the ETF space, there are things that are changing. One of the fun conversations we had early on, perhaps 2 years ago, with one of the large ETF providers, and we were sort of showing them like what it's like in the systems, and things were familiar. And they're like, well, end of day reports. Like, what do you give us end of day? And we're like, end of day? They're like, was it 4 o'clock like equities, or is it at 5 o'clock like FX? Or
You're like, we're up all night.
There
Yeah,
is no end of
24/7.
day. They're like, but you stop trading on weekends. Literally, verbatim conversation. They're like, no. And like they started melting and crying, like it's not gonna be horrible. And then we talked them off the ledge, and then we don't have to trade on weekends. Like, oh, okay, good. And then they're like, we got to a page that looked familiar, like PDF downloads, exports, CSV, the usual boring technology that people come to work with. Like, oh, great. You mean our fund administrator can get a read-only API and download all our stuff? They're like, oh yeah. They're like, oh, that's great. That I get. That's like, so that gave them comfort. But then I said, well, but you can fire your fund administrator because you can do it in real time because it's on like a blockchain. And then they melted again. So so there are things that bridge and are similar, but some of those bridges are sort of faux. They sort of take people to the wrong mental place. But it's still a journey. But there's some nuances that haven't quite sort of bled into sort of everyone. Some yes, but some not quite there.
Well, in the spirit of our sponsors here, we've got this lovely OpCat Taproot Wizard back here. I do want to discuss some of the aspects of custodianship, and you could have changes to Bitcoin without forks, right? So we saw this with ordinals and the sort of Bitcoin assets like runes and token protocols, right? There was no fork that created these. These were just technical meta protocols that were launched on top of Bitcoin and found some success. But now there's additional custody implications where exchanges maybe not used to custodying single UTXOs or thinking through that. So Ryan, I guess, how do you look at these changes that happen on Bitcoin, are not even related to upgrades or forks, but then maybe impact what you do or not? How do you look at that?
Yeah, I think a lot of it goes back to, as was mentioned earlier, there's so many elements of how these funds and products are regulated, and there's so much restriction on what it can and can't do that, I mean, these RFP documents, they're 1,000 pages long. If you look at one of the fund prospectuses for any of these ETFs, it's hundreds of pages long, and it's a lot of legal talk. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that on the one hand, we are taking the right approach as it relates to the Bitcoin network and as it relates to investors, but also on the other hand, making sure we're not getting into hot water with regulators, which ultimately impacts our long-term business and impacts the view of Bitcoin for investors that aren't as boots on the ground. So it's tough. It's a balance that you have to manage. It does stifle a bit of innovation on the fund administration side or the issuer side because you are beholden to some kind of legal requirements or regulatory framework. But I think what we want to do at Bitwise is just continue to be as far on the as much on the forefront of being able to experiment and adopt new technologies and these kinds of changes. But it's tough. It's often you feel like you're being held back from what would be more fun and more exciting to look into.
Well, Rob, I'll just maybe say it a little differently. Casey Rodemark gets the idea one day that he just wants to number all the sats, right? He just wants to number them numerically. He releases a protocol that numbers them, and all of a sudden you're holding maybe a different asset for your clients or a rare sat that you didn't have before, and that just happens, right? That just happens spontaneously. That would occur. So how do you think through that as a custodian?
So I mean, thinking through it process-wise, like there's many tech adoption cycles. At first, it's like really niche and power users, like being around when Ordinals launched, the amount of people who reached out to me who I knew were in Bitcoin for a very long time, but were asking me, how do I set up my Bitcoin conf file so I can actually index everything so I can do all this? And I was like, interesting, right? I have a bunch of people who are in the Bitcoin ecosystem and now they're concerned about their conf file. Never seen that before. And then like you have this like staggering stage of, it was very initially janky. Casey just kind of, as he would say, ripped it and shipped it. And the tooling around supporting that infrastructure was really lacking. And I think there's a bit of a time where more application devs, the first movers come in, they build products and services, and they get success, and then they usually give back to open source code to make it more usable. And you have a bit of a flywheel till you get to a point where us as a business, where it's no longer a bunch of like paper clips and bubble gum trying to support ordinals. Like you have better infrastructure for that. For us, I mean, the basic primitives of, we already support things like coin control, UTXO selection, which directionally supports all of the ordinal theory. We don't support all of the bespoke like individual labeling and numbering and kind of visualizing that. But I think it's listening to what customers demand and their interest in it, and letting them be able to have the access of fidelity that they want, so that if they want to go off on their own as a power user, they're still empowered to do that without encumbering our team to have to, you know, offer this full feature suite for some customers that maybe want it and some others don't even care about it, right? So, and as a small team, just trying to rank order, prioritize what's going to help us get new customers, make our existing customers happy, it just gets slotted in there.
Rick, I know that the exchange model is, you know, it's based on this kind of idea of omnibus accounts, right? You're just kind of keeping enough balance in the exchange to satisfy client demand. How do you think through this idea that, you know, the nature of the asset in custody could change in some of these cases? And, you know, all of a sudden you are holding some sort of rare SAT or some sort of, you know, NFT linked Bitcoin that might be something that a client wants. Is that something you think about?
So I'll tell an odd anecdote to sort of give a sense of it. So in general, you know, omnibus structure is very different. People buy Bitcoin, they don't select the UTXOs when they buy them traditionally. However, with our institutional offering, we do have an omnibus. And we found people, because we're nice and generous, we pay for gas for a lot of our clients' transactions. It's just part of the facilitation, obviously. You know, it's part of the larger service. We found clients abusing us savagely, not in a nice way. A little UTXO, rare Satoshi mining, with us paying the gas.
Right, yeah.
And they were surprised when suddenly we gave them the bill for their gas or turned them off and exited them. So it opens us up to interesting. So we have to like have a bit of a shrewder game, like more of our A game, because of these things come up. We do a lot of things to enable our clients. We view this as it's our job. These are people, our partners. They're not all in the partnership mindset. Some of them are very mercenary and opportunistic. And if we take our eye off things, they will take all the money we let them take. So but as these things do evolve, we do need to be aware, stay on top, and just make sure that we're happy to enable people to do things. But like, you know, if you want to go for rare sats in our omnibus, go for it, but you're paying your own gas.
Well, speaking of keeping things secure and safe, you know, Sean was here earlier talking about some of the vaulting kind of proposals that really directly relate to custody. Some of them are a few years old. Some of them are active, and we're discussing activation paths for things like opctv, which potentially could encumber UTXOs and kind of maybe provide custody models. How are you engaging with these specific proposals? Are you engaging with these specific proposals as things that could help your business? Ryan, over to you.
I think we do view it as part of our responsibility to at least be educated on what's going on. We are probably, if the custodians are, you know, a layer 2, we're probably a layer 3 away from all of that. And so we like try to do that through just supporting open source developers and Bitcoin developers through our, you know, donation of the profits from the ETF. And you know, Hong Kim, who's our CTO and co-founder, is very deep in the technical weeds of Bitcoin and leads those efforts for us. And it's something that as our team grows, we're dedicating more and more resources to it. So I, you know, see 5 years from now, we're much more involved in those conversations than we are today. And I think part of those first steps is coming to events like this and, you know, having boots on the ground and digesting what's going on and then eventually hopefully having a voice in that.
Rob, the question is, opctv and OpVault, are these proposals you're actively looking at? Could they help your business if they weren't enacted?
Definitely yes, in the sense that being able to have pre-signed transactions with CTV and reactive security with OpVault, just empirically, it's a tool of risk mitigation, right? So when we're dealing with insurance, it's in the bucket of risk management. We do risk transferring, right? You buy an insurance contract, but then also a lot of how we offer our services is doing many kinds of different risk mitigation. I mentioned earlier, we do this with our kind of a bespoke, like on-chain smart contracts that actually distribute keys using time locks and many ways to recover the funds. That empirically lowers risk. If you had an ability to reactively say, wait, I didn't authorize that withdrawal, and it has to sit there on chain for everyone to look at, being able to claw that back provides a feedback loop. I think that honestly, it's less so the technical elements at this point, and it's the user experience, which is actually the hardest part. We found that when we integrated a lot of the stuff with Miniscript, technically, like I'd be on my command line, I'm like, hey, technically works. And my co-founder, Becca, would be like, okay, but normal people are going to use this, Rob, so we need to make this look really pretty, right? And I think that's an important balance when you're thinking through, like, you're enabling these new features. It definitely lowers the risk. I've messed around a little bit with the high-level tooling of it, and I think things that one, socially just signaling like I'm interested in these things, they would help my business run better. It would lower risk. It would make it cheaper for customers because you're lowering risk, is like the first bucket of that. And then on our own team, technically, we have devs that have tinkered around a little bit. And I think messing around with Sapio Miniscript, which uses CTV, James O'Byrne has done a lot of like open source code for the OpVault stuff. Probably focusing more on the CTV stuff just because that's what's more in the activation circle right now. But there's a CTV only implementation of doing basic vaults. So it's all things that are just incrementally some tooling out there. We may have to open up some tools ourselves to show how we're doing this as a good steward, because once it's out in consensus, anyone can do it. And so you really can't have like, this is my secret sauce on how to keep the money safe. So I think maybe like putting your time and effort where your mouth is and showing like, hey, this is how you could actually construct and do this is a great way to kind of like increase interest in the ecosystem.
Well, the historical analog here, obviously, too, is that custody on Bitcoin natively has improved, right? We have multi-sig now. That was something that originally in the early Bitcoin protocols was difficult. That was kind of unlocked by a technical innovation. But Rick, bringing you to the conversation here about OpCTV, OpVault, this idea that Bitcoin can improve the native custody at the protocol level, is that something that is interesting to your business? Are you following these proposals?
So me personally, this is technically beyond my depth, if I'm just candid. I'm sort of in a sort of different level of weeds trying to activate the ETFs for things like staking and such. But we do have protocol specialists, obviously, Coinbase. We have lots of degens that are heavily involved in the protocols themselves. But just to give an example of sort of how I get engaged and sort of where this hits me, my first interaction with Hong was almost exactly a year ago when the call came in. It's like, you don't support Taproot? And I'm just like, and so then I went to my folks, I'm like, guys, like, how do we miss this? And they're like, we didn't. But I'm like, it's 3 months of work. Like, how do we, like, we started 3 months ago. Like, oh, so it's like, it'll come out in 3 weeks. Just, pretend like we did magic and 3 months of work in 3 weeks. So to my earlier point, things do take us time because you want us to be methodical and test freaking everything. And so we do. So we had that on tap. That was because we had outreach to clients. We have the people in-house that do that. In terms of, again, I was taking notes during the presentation. So I have some homework to go ahead and Google some things. I already had some of my colleagues make fun of me on Slack because I was asking them what CTV was. So you can do it too. It's fine. But like, so we do engage. Anything that makes the network more secure so that it can scale is a winning outcome. There's no universe where Coinbase does well and Bitwise doesn't, or Anchorage doesn't. Like, we are a community instead of, there is anything that grows the user base, that gives great use cases, secure use cases is great. Anything that introduces drag, frictions, or, a large hack, bad press. You think the folks in Washington we were referencing earlier, like, had a good day when Bybit had their bad moment? That was bad for all of us. So no, we're very much inclined, very incentivized to see successful security enhancements, things that will reduce friction and democratize access.
Well, as we're winding down, I want to zoom out. Obviously, I think this is a conference about Bitcoin consensus, software upgrades, and just this idea that we all have responsibility. There's different actors in the ecosystem that are seeking to coordinate around software changes. There's a lot of incumbents that are now coming into the space. There's different players who weren't here before. There's governments, there's large banks, there's Mr. Larry Fink and BlackRock who are here now. So I'm curious just for thoughts on the consensus process, right? We've upgraded Bitcoin before. Now we're doing it with some new players at the table. Ryan, over to you in just terms of, do you think the consensus process can change? Can we still upgrade Bitcoin with some of these new players at the table?
Yeah, I think so. I would be surprised if any of the issuers, the BlackRocks of the world, because they do have people, that are very technically sound when it comes to Bitcoin and the roadmap and consensus and all those things. So I'd be very surprised if they came in and tried to block anything. I do think it is very important for the incumbents to do their homework and to support the ecosystem and not to beat a dead horse here on the donations that we make, but like we rely on companies like Brink or like we work with CK and the team at the HRF who are really on the front lines of this. And that wasn't something that we had to do, but it's something we chose to do because we felt it was very important. And just like publishing the address of the Bitcoin ETFs, there's no reason any of the other issuers can't do that. We hope that at some point BlackRock does that as well. And so I think just trying to push things forward and
setting a good example. Setting a good example.
Setting a good example and feeling that responsibility and really living it, I think, is what really matters. That's my thoughts on how incumbents should continue to play a role, is they should point resources to the right people and live through the values of the Bitcoin community.
Rob, we're talking about the boogeyman here, the big idea that Larry Fink, the U.S. government, they'll block us from making consensus upgrades, perhaps. Do you think that the rules of the game have changed, the nature of the game has changed?
It's interesting. I tweeted out this morning, if the Bitcoin market cap the day Taproot activated was 1.2 trillion. We're currently at like 1.6 trillion. So we're only like a 30% increase. Some people are like, Bitcoin's so much bigger now, like it's so much harder. And like there may be more players, but the economic pie is in the rough ballpark of where we were the last time we upgraded a soft fork. And for me, I think that many of these players are going to be sub-brokering out custody arrangements with a staff accounting bulletin 121 being repealed and all these banks being able to call them in now. They don't have a team of protocol engineers like Rick has, right? And no one's going to trust them to spin up overnight their own, like, we're going to, I'm a major bank and I'm here to fix Bitcoin custody. Like, I think in the first few years of this all shaking out, they're going to work with your Anchorages, they're going to work with your Coinbases, which is going to ultimately accrete to, relying on those experts to be kind of informed and understanding how this all works. And so for me, I think that it may be a little bit overstated. Let's see what happens in a couple of years, but I think that's a great time to talk about now and activating, in that you have people who've been working on Bitcoin for over 10 years here, who've put a lot of thought and effort into understanding what are the marginal improvements we can do in a safe and controlled way. I'm optimistic in that, it's not like we're going to trust Larry Fink's going to come in and have his team figure out a new way that no one had ever figured out before on how to improve Bitcoin. Everyone's going to agree to. You need these.
That would be nice.
It'd be great. Like, I'm not. Maybe that's a challenge. Like, go figure it out. But
if
like,
he
I think,
scales Bitcoin, if he figures
right.
it out. Yeah,
Exactly
great.
right. It's. I mean, for me, I view it as optimistic in that they're going to be working within the existing ecosystem already to be able to kind of facilitate and execute all of this. And so that gives a lot of ability for people who've been here for a long time to kind of, help move the needle forward.
Well, I think the point is that consensus process is hard. It's complicated. Different stakeholders feel differently about it. So Rick, over to you, I guess, in terms of how do you think these new players can adapt? Do they come in with some sort of intent, or do they trust partners?
Well, I think in general they'll trust partners, but I don't think their investment thesis is that this is a static asset. Yes, they might utilize the digital gold concept, but like gold is a bar and it is static. It's an element. It's
so they like the idea that Bitcoin is a software.
But yes, but my point is, like, they're not investing in it because they think it's a static asset as such. They use that thesis as like a medium of exchange of the future, but they don't view it as necessarily a static thing. So the folks there, like, they are deep in the weeds, and they are very thoughtful, and they're very incentivized to do things that help increase the value of the asset that they're fiduciary owners of for their end clients. So they are obligated to do what they deem to be in the best interest of their shareholders, the end investors. So if something can be demonstrated to them, this improves the value of Bitcoin and grows the network, they're quasi-compelled to vote that way.
We skipped ahead to my last question a bit, and maybe we'll take some questions after this, but it was just ossification, right? This is what this conference is kind of rebelling against, this idea that Bitcoin will kind of stay locked and checked as it is. That's this perfect, cyber hornet vortex that we don't need to improve. Ryan, how do you think about ossification as it relates to your business in that context?
Yeah, I think, when you think about scaling Bitcoin over the long term, the people in this room are really the ones contributing to the technical scaling of Bitcoin. But I view, for better or worse, Larry Fink's an extremely influential person in traditional finance, one of the most influential thinkers out there. When he gets on CNBC and says that everything will be tokenized, or that investors all around the world are investing in Bitcoin as a flight to quality and a hedge against hyperinflation and systemic risk in the traditional financial ecosystem, that scales the capital side of Bitcoin, which our hope is that ultimately that funnels back into helping scale the roadmap. So I think it's absolutely critical to our business long term that Bitcoin is successful, and keeping it a static asset and fighting change and fighting growth and fighting the technical scaling of it would be counterintuitive to the growth of our business.
Rob, question is ossification. How do you feel about it? Do we need Bitcoin to keep upgrading in your view, or in the company's view? Is that?
I mean, it kind of goes full circle back to the start of the conversation where, like, as a small engineering team, I can't lay out, it's too much risk for me to assume that something's going to happen. So I have more than enough, I have years of work I can do that's just within the existing Bitcoin consensus, right? I'm optimistic though. And I think that for ossification, I just think personally, I'm opposed to in principle, because to me, it just doesn't structurally make sense that you have a software system and now you have this divine moment of now it's perfect. At this moment, Taproot had to be the last thing, and now nothing else ever happens again. And I think that's position softened a lot, and even people who are, maybe they would call it team slow and steady, that isn't their position, so I don't want to straw man it. I've made this point before. I just think that if you're able to increase the scale in which people are able to use their Bitcoin as programmable money by putting a couple extra bytes on chain, you can do all these really cool things, and really streamline operations for businesses, and being able to offer better security to end users. That's something we should all be striving and working towards, right? And I think it just kind of goes to, we activated time locks. Time locks are incredibly valuable. We needed that for Lightning. We added 2 different time locks for Lightning and SegWit to be able to enable the Lightning Network. So you almost never have this like counter positive of what happens if we never added SegWit, then we wouldn't have the Lightning Network, right? Like you could have made the same exact arguments you're making today about ossification back then, and you could have been like, well, it's perfect now, we don't want to change it. So it's something that I'm always mindful of. And I think, conferences like this and conversations that are being had, and I think the next step from Jeremy's talk earlier is getting people actually putting out real demos, touching and using this stuff, so it's less abstract and theoretical. I think that's incumbent on application devs in the ecosystem to start kind of championing it forward. If they want to see this change, they should be putting out some examples to make it less ephemeral and whiteboards and more real.
I guess if you want to add anything, Rick, the question is, what if Bitcoin doesn't change? What if it doesn't upgrade?
That's a failure mode. I mean, we're all here because this is sort of the dynamic future. I spent 3 decades in TradFi, and I can honestly say, yes, I, saw computers take things over, and some jobs went away, and trading floors shifted and grew and then shrunk again. But things really didn't change. There was no true transformation that happened. If we are static and done here with Bitcoin, we failed. Until my daughters are saying, hey, Dad, can you send me some Bitcoin? I said, I need to buy something. When that happens, then maybe we'll take a vacation or an ossification moment, but not until then.
Strong words. All right, we'll open up the floor for questions. I guess I got a mic. Oh, you got it? Okay.
So large custody clients are often very concerned about the rules for asset managers and things like that the SEC uses to govern the custody of securities. Bitcoin's a very different thing. We've seen with multi-sig, some large custody clients start kind of pushing back against omnibus accounts and start trying to say, can we see some on-chain interaction that reflects our custody agreements? But it's still relatively rare. As we're developing better custody technology like OpCTV and CheckSig from SAC and maybe OpCat and other things, how do we educate the family offices, the fund managers, all these others on how custodians can protect them against the custodian making bad decisions, and can protect them against the custodian getting hacked using technical means and not just, the SEC's custody rule?
I'll jump in there with this, so we could talk all day on that topic. So at Coinbase, we offer both segregated on-chain vaults for our clients that many clients avail themselves of, and hence they can share out their addresses. We also offer omnibus structures, both outside of our QC and now within our QC. So having an omnibus within the QC, like the silly whale alerts we get, I hate those, right? That's a feature, a defect of having very public addresses. Within an omnibus, you don't have that. So there is value to having an omnibus structure, legally separated, operationally commingled, LSOC for our SEC friends. We do that. There's value, but I see your point on Vault. So we offer both. Clients self-select, and we're not here to tell them how to behave. We're here to provide solutions. Some of them, especially those that trade with higher frequency or larger size that would rather not have the whale alerts go out, the omnibus structure solves the safe harbor RIA rules and lets them do that. Others just trade into Vault. So, we're able to enable both.
Just briefly to add to that, the way we executed like our business relationship with a customer is you have an insurance policy from Lloyd's of London, and on that is your name and your information as well as your vault. So you can take that vault metadata, you can load that into Bitcoin Core. You can even check it yourself. I've gotten on multiple calls with customers to kind of like walk through, here's how your test transaction worked. I can walk through it step by step based on their level of interest and curiosity or care to attention. And I can actually show like, no, this is why you can diagram this out. This is exactly how it works. You can use your own software to look at the transaction history to generate deposit addresses, which the nature of our vault is a distribution of risk. So as of today, we don't have an omnibus product. There's things that we're working on that would probably fall closer into that bucket. But each customer, since the risk is distributed, they each have their own bespoke vault. And I'm able to walk through with them and explain, this is how your rules work, and you can use your own software to look at that, do all your deposit addresses. And it's still in a way where we are required to participate in the vault for the length of the insurance contract. When the insurance contract expires, though, it goes back to just your keys. Right. And so that's something that we natively settle on chain with our smart contracts. And I explain to them, like, this is how, if we cease to exist or you don't want to do business with us anymore, at the end of your time lock, which is using a calendar date time, right, because it's dated to an insurance contract, we're able to actually layer that in there. And this is how you would go and remove the funds yourself. Right. So being able to explain that for the more technical users who are interested in learning all those mechanics, this is, I guess, the beauty of being a startup. I just hop on the call with them and walk through the script stack on mempool space.
Questions? Custody.
Yes. So, sorry, some custodians are Bitcoin only, others are like they do multiple coins. And what you sometimes see when custodians have multiple coins is that they want some infrastructure, some device that does all the coins. But it means that they can take advantage of some of the more sophisticated features in each specific coin. So like a system that works for both Bitcoin and Ethereum can't use Taproot's multi-sig capabilities, or maybe it could. And so would that make a company less interested in future soft forks to Bitcoin because they can't take advantage of them? Or are they saying, well, we don't take advantage of them now, but maybe we do in the future, so we do actually care about this?
I mean, my example earlier, if a client cares and they call me, I care. So, as adoption grows, we will lean into these things. We support 400 and some odd assets on our custodial platform. We sometimes delist them. We have a whole process for this. We add as we can. So there are all rules around that. As our clients demand it, we add assets. There are some tens of millions of assets. Some are tokens, some are commodities, some are securities, some are stable coins. Hopefully we'll get clarification on which one fits where from a legal regulatory perspective, but we sort of are inclined to have to support everything. I do agree that going super deep and super specialized generates a lot of value. Protocol specialists dig in, they find great things, they surface them, and we adopt them. So we do look to adopt things that sort of help the community and help our clients.
We can do one more. This gentleman over here.
I found it really interesting you mentioning the dusting attacks, the possibility for like forked coins, as well as the mention of, okay, let's say Larry Fink decides to block some kind of consensus change that we might want to make. Do you think that those things point to any kind of fundamental incompatibility between the permissionless nature of Bitcoin and the current regulatory environment? And if so, do you see ways that regulatory environment could evolve to support these things?
Yeah, I'm happy to take a stab at it. I think what we're seeing in DC, that our team, we have a few people that spend a lot of time in DC, and what we're seeing, what we're really excited about is that whether it's the SEC or the CFTC or another regulatory agency or even legislators, they really are turning a corner when it comes to learning about and understanding this technology. And I think what that means is that we will have regulations that are permissionless friendly and significantly more than they have been under the Gensler and Biden era administrations. And so I think that this technology pushes the bounds of what we've done before, but I think that will push the bounds of what we've done before from a regulatory and legislative perspective. And I'm optimistic that through the interactions that we have with DC, that the regulators and the lawmakers aren't going to stifle that permissionlessness of what this technology brings and are actually going to embrace it to a certain extent. At least I'm hopeful of that.
And also add that, you know, I met with a congressman recently who was sort of complaining about, oh, I have 400 Bitcoin in Mt. Gox and now I just have 6. And like, but they have skin in the game. And so I think they're more inclined to see things succeed than you might think. But I think it's an excellent question between the battle between permissionlessness and bureaucracy. But I think that'll play out quite interestingly. But I'm hopeful.
Sweet. I think thanks for your time. This has been the custody panel.
Awesome. Thank you all. You can leave your mics on the chairs. Okay, so thank you everyone for joining us for OpNext. It's the morning sessions. We will continue in about an hour and a half. Lunch is obviously in the back. You can smell it. Feel free to jump in there. There's one direction for the lines right on this side. There's drinks, water, coffee over there.
Movement. The cool thing about it is like behind the virality, there is like this ethical standpoint on everything. And I think a lot of people who purchase BitAxes, I would assume, don't care too much about that. But that's almost a good thing because they just like having it on their desk. I think it's cool. I'd challenge that assumption if you will, but that's how I kind of take it.
Yeah. People obviously haven't talked to everyone who's in it, but
Yeah.
I think we get all sorts.
Okay.
I really think we get all sorts. There's sort of the people that might realize that this centralization is a problem and want to do something about it.
Yeah.
I get lots of comments on Twitter about people who are well into that. But I think there's people who, want to play the lottery. They just have heard about this Bitcoin mining thing. I think there's a lot of people who's like, their kids like brought one over and like set it up and were like, check this out. So it's, in a way, I think orange pilling some people, their first introduction. Mm-hmm. I heard from a bunch of people. They're like, oh yeah, like I'm way into gaming and I like to build PCs and I mod them and overclock them and stuff. And I think it's just a natural for the tinkerers and people interested in hardware. I know that personally, that's when I really got into Bitcoin, was when I realized like, oh, there's something I can do with hardware, because just not really into like financial markets or any of that sort of stuff. Like freedom money is good, but when I realized there's like some electrical engineering I could do with this, it's like hands-on.
Yeah,
really.
That's how I got really into mining too. Was you put out a little home miner box in 21. You're like a Home Depot version of the white box, is what he called it.
The upstream data black box.
Yeah. And you made a YouTube video and I was like, that's sick. And then I went to Home Depot and built it with some buddies. Took 2 tries. The first one was laughable, but we got it done and it's sick. That really helped push me over the edge into more mining. And then now we're here.
So that's a good point. Like back in like 2021, like the options we had were to take an industrial built machine
it's so bad
and put it in our living space. And so now you had to figure out really creative solutions to like mitigate the noise, mitigate the heat, so that you didn't get divorced and and wind up living on your own. And like nowadays we have the BitAxe and it's just like, you don't have to deal with any noise. You don't have to deal with any heat, but you can still learn everything about how Bitcoin mining works. And I think that's what's so cool about the BitAxe project is that it's, you don't have to like get all the battle scars that we got, like trying to put industrial machines in our living space.
And the mission still moves forward no matter what reason people run it, which is pretty cool.
Which is like the Amber thing you guys are working on?
The Ember one.
Ember.
Yeah, Ember
Can you
one.
guys tell us about that?
So yeah, it's Ember one was the first fully funded project of the 256 Foundation.
Okay.
It's a standardized hash board. and we'll have it finished no later than April 30th. We'll have a validated design. So similar to the BitAxe project, we're designing it and open sourcing the design. So we're not doing manufacturing. We're not doing customer support. We're not doing sales, marketing, any of that. We're just putting the
Bitmain
design.
doesn't do customer support either, so it's okay.
It's fine. Industry standard.
Yeah, so we just put that out there. And
Are your instructions in English?
yeah, they'll be
already
awesome. Yeah.
They'll be in
having
English.
instructions?
Do
Yeah.
you have error codes for all your devices?
But yeah, I mean, you fill us in on the technical details.
Yeah. So the hashboards, for those who don't know, are sort of the key component in an industrial miner. They're circuit boards that'll have an array of chips on it. They usually are like 3 of them in a miner. They'll be about 1,000 watts each. So even 1,000 watts is like, if you had just 1/3 of a big miner, is kind of a big ask for a home miner.
Yeah.
Both keeping it cool and powering it. So we're going to bring that down. It's going to be a 100-watt hashboard. So it'll be physically smaller, 1/10 the power, and we're standardizing the form factor with the idea that the first one is going to be powered by sort of reverse engineered Bitmain ASICs, but you could put whatever ASICs you want on there. You know, a designer could put whatever ASICs they want on there, as long as it kind of conforms to this form factor, 100 watts. We have a wide input voltage of 12 to 24 volts. Normally hashboards are like 12-ish. Yeah. This will be more universal in that there's a lot of different options you can use to power it. And then the data will be just a USB connection.
Yeah.
Whereas now there's Westminer has a ribbon cable. Antminers have a different ribbon cable. We're using a universal serial bus, if you will, that you could just connect to a specialized control board. You could connect to your laptop. You could connect to a PC. So it's very approachable if you want to develop on it, if you want to integrate it into a system. That's the Ember One idea is you could take and run one of these in your own in your own enclosure.
Yeah.
You could put 5 of them in there, make a 500-watt miner, which would be a decent space heater, or maybe you want to come up with a system to power it via solar panels. I was actually talking with someone who's working with solar panel microinverters. And this is potentially a good pairing for like a 300-400 watt solar panel.
Yeah.
You could have one of these in there to make use of excess generation, like right at the panel. Throwing out an idea if anyone's interested in working on this. But we have a wide input voltage to help deal with that.
I think an underappreciated trend I see in the BitAxe movement. So you've got this like the hardcore, the eco type person who's like privacy, open source, yada yada. But I see an emergence of almost what I would call like designer BitAxes, like people flexing like we got this cool enclosure. I've got these like fun like 3D printed stuff. I'll put like my decals. I've seen Ordinals collections do like custom BitAxe runs.
Yes.
And like give them to people.
Yes.
So like this is interesting like evolution I've seen, which is kind of cool. What are your thoughts on this? I don't know. Did you anticipate this kind of thing happening?
I did not anticipate this kind of thing happening, but I'm all for it. Right. It is open source. If you are into ordinals, that's your own problem, but you can do this.
It is a problem.
There was an ordinal group that worked with one of the existing BitAxe manufacturers, and they wanted to have their ordinal JPEGs on the board, and they ordered 1,000 of them. They were like, "Let's go!" and they gave them out to all their homies. But they only mine Bitcoin, so in the end, it's still a win. But yeah, it's permissionless. You can do whatever you want with it. There's an open source license that you need to follow, but other than that, you can do what you want. Our friend Ronan Miner set one up on the coffee bar up here.
Yeah.
But it's a water cooled BitAxe. It's really sweet. It uses like little like fish tank components and tubing from Home Depot, but it's super cool. And like, he didn't have to like talk to anyone to do that. Like
we got a
specs are
video
out
of
there.
it. We'll throw it on the YouTube channel for this one too.
Right on.
It looked very, very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, it's super neat. And so I love to see those kinds of things. I think all the projects that we're working on with the 256 Foundation is the same kind of thing. Like we could never ever in a million years guess all these cool applications that people are going to come up with. Right now, with the sort of, Bitmain monopoly over this, is they make their machines for one purpose, and that is grid connected mining in essentially a data center. Everyone else who's using it for anything else is hacking it with limited success. I think that's ridiculous. We got to open this up. People are going to come up with crazy stuff, build all new markets that we can't even imagine the likes of right now.
Yeah, I mean, even with all these like black box solutions that we've been tolerating, the closed and proprietary Bitmain miners and What's miners, people have still made incredible strides in innovation. Like Schnitzel heating his entire home, all the water in his home off of the miners. If you've ever seen Rev Hodl on Noster, like he's integrated Bitcoin mining into almost every process of his homestead. Or like if you're like Diverter, who's like the guy who wrote the seminal guide on mining at home, mining for the streets, and you don't want to exchange KYC information to get Bitcoin, you can just plug a miner in at your house and pay your electric bill and get Bitcoin for that. And people have come up with really creative solutions around these closed black boxes that we're dealing with. So once you open source everything, like imagine being able to change any parameter in the firmware, or like take the engineered CAD file for the board and like change the size of it to fit your water heater, or like whatever application you want to put these in. We're going to see innovation that we just can't even fathom sitting here today.
100%. I'm totally confident of that. We've seen it before in other industries. Like the personal computer revolution was just some dude screwing around, right? We had IBM making mainframes, and some other people were like, that's kind of weird. Like, how about we try computers that people can use at their houses?
Yeah, this has very Linux vibes to it.
I think that's a pretty big inspiration.
We got just, different ones, some energy investors. That's who come to us.
Matt, welcome back to Bitcoin Season 2, Matt.
Hey, Charlie. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so pretty big week for you guys. You Thesis has a bunch of companies under it, one of which is Fold, going public next week. But 10, 15 seconds, who are you? Where do you fit into Bitcoin?
Yeah, that's hard in 15. Hi. Well, originally I was the co-founder of Fold, which is a Bitcoin-backed debit card. They're getting ready to launch a Bitcoin-backed credit card. And they also happen to about to be listed on the NASDAQ. So quite excited for that to happen. But since then, I run a crypto venture studio. And when I say crypto, I run a Bitcoin venture studio. We focus on products that are bring utility to Bitcoin, economic, technical. So one of those is TBTC, which is a Bitcoin bridge. I imagine we'll talk a little bit about an alternative to, it's Wrapped. It's another version of Wrapped BTC. And then another is Mezzo, which is an upcoming Bitcoin sidechain that I think is going to be a big part of Bitcoin Season 2.
Yeah, and that's why I have you on here again. You kind of a recurring guest in the Bitcoin Season 2 podcast universe. But we're going to talk about like the landscape. I'm going to use the term wrapped Bitcoin, but I think we're still kind of figuring out like what the right term is. So for the CoinDesk listener, let's just start from the top with some basics. Like, what does it mean to finger quotes wrap Bitcoin, and why do people do this?
Yeah. So it's kind of a controversial term, right? Because, just like not every tissue is Kleenex.
Yeah.
But WBTC was the first popular wrapped Bitcoin product. And it's a custodial bridge. So what I mean is like you send your Bitcoin to a counterparty and they give you a receipt on Ethereum and now a bunch of other chains that let you use that receipt in DeFi and for whatever. You can sell it, you can borrow against it. The term's controversial, not only because it's kind of like the brand, but also people are like, oh, well, the way that I use Bitcoin's not wrapped. Y'all, wrapped is not a technical term. and if you're doing anything with Bitcoin that's interesting, if you're doing anything that you think should use covenants, or it is wrapped. We're all waiting. We're all waiting on OpCat, or we're all waiting on OpCTB. So most of the cool new stuff that we do with Bitcoin, either it's like a meta protocol, so it doesn't require a change on Bitcoin, or there are a few things that you can do, like what Lava does for loans. Very cool. But for the most part, if it's something new and it's in Bitcoin, there's wrapping somewhere, and people just kind of try to maybe hide where.
So, let's talk about the different types of wrapped Bitcoin. I'll maybe use this. I think one of the themes I'm trying to identify in Bitcoin Season 2 is you have this whole corporate treasury type of Bitcoin, which is on MicroStrategy or like a BlackRock ETF, but
that's one kind of wrapped Bitcoin.
Yeah, this might be a good question to come back to, but when I think about it, I'm thinking about Bitcoin we kind of use in the on-chain, cross-chain ecosystem. What are the different? You mentioned this thing called bridging. You mentioned different types of custodians. Can you elucidate a little bit what this looks like, or how different versions work?
Yeah. Well, let's go backward to go forward. So back in the day when Lightning wasn't what it is today, and it didn't work yet, and we didn't have all the soft forks on Bitcoin for it to work. The idea with Lightning was it's a layer 2, and what that meant at the time is we meant that it extended Bitcoin with similar, relaxed but similar trust assumptions, and that it would let you use your Bitcoin faster. And there were ideas that would let you do other things, that would let you do things that your Bitcoin couldn't do normally. But we weren't really sure what all those things were. Fast forward to today, we've decided everything is an L2 or nothing is an L2. This whole idea of this layers and bridging, it's all complicated. I think there's a whole generation of Bitcoiners who think that, for all intents and purposes, Coinbase is an L2. So I think the way to look at this is look, we have this asset that's Bitcoin. It's pristine. It's fantastic collateral. We have this network that's the Bitcoin network. And from one perspective, it is an incredible marvel of engineering. It doesn't go down. It works. Some of the brightest minds in the world try to hack it. Nothing. From another perspective, it's very difficult to work with in newer systems. Extending it is quite difficult. None of us want our nodes to be hard to run. But you would call it kind of legacy code, brilliant legacy code, the same way that maybe some code bases are on airplanes. Not something you should rip out and throw away, but also kind of difficult to work with. So that's the position we find ourselves in. So as a user, I think you have Bitcoin, and whether it's in an exchange, so that's custodial, whether it's on your ledger, which is self-custody, or whether it's on another chain, which is, somehow it's bridged or somehow it's wrapped. Hopefully your experience is just that you're using Bitcoin. And I think, unfortunately, people have to kind of learn a little bit more than that today, because not all these things are safe.
And we will get into, as the episode goes on, we'll probably get deeper into some of the specifics. But could you describe to me some of the trust assumptions people are making when they're using a couple of the predominant wrapped Bitcoin products? Yeah.
So WBTC, which was kind of the OG, was a BitGo product for a long time, and the assumption was you were trusting BitGo's custody. There's a multisig, but BitGo does custody all the keys to the multisig, so it's not economically disparate parties. Collusion is trivial. Then the Bitcoin legally was held by a trust in the U.S. So it turns out when you're a custodian, when you can count a number of custodians on one hand, the law really matters. And so the Bitcoin was held in the trust. So what does that mean? It means it's bankruptcy remote. So BitGo could go under, the trust would be fine. The Bitcoin would be legally unencumbered. But if someone found those key shares, the Bitcoin could be gone. And so late last year, BitGo actually made a change. So this is one of the things that we all have to understand about this. There's the model that we think we're getting into, and then there's, who can change the model? And so BitGo made a change. And originally, I think the idea was to, and I'm not them, so I can't speak for them, but I think the idea was to make it so that the U.S. couldn't unilaterally freeze this money, right? That's me steel manning what they did. Then what they did was pretty interesting. They took this 2 or 3 model and they said, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Justin Sun, but we think he would be a great key shareholder.
He's a wait over listener. He's the co-founder of the Tron DAO. One might say he is the Tron DAO. Yeah, he's crypto's favorite bad boy, you might say.
He's a controversial figure. And I mean, regardless of how you feel about Justin, he has been involved with stablecoins where he took over and then the treasury was raided. And so, I can't say he did this or he did that. I know that some of these changes eventually led to Coinbase, though, deciding to delist WBTC. And so that was salacious too. So there's all sorts of tea here, but yeah. So that's the idea. Is like ultimately though, there's a custodian or there's maybe two or three, and that's kind of the model that WBTC uses. Now, some of these other variants powering these chains do some things that are pretty different.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of shakeup in the past year. I mean, I had you on an episode I think last summer, kind of as some of the initial things are being moved and a lot of the repositioning. And it's been pretty interesting because I use our friends over at Bitcoin Layers, Giannis and Red, have a really good research product that show that if we're going to handwave here, there's over 300,000 or so accounted for Bitcoin wrapped across chain. That's like,
yeah, we think.
Yeah, we think.
they're doing their best to be sure. Yeah,
exactly. This is why I reference them, because it is a hard thing to track. But
yeah, it's really tough.
So that
I mean, it shouldn't be. It should be the easiest thing in the world, but the market has not made it easy.
Let's just get right into it. Why is it not easy, Matt? What are some of the hard things?
Well, let me talk about what we did in 2020, and then maybe use one of our products as sort of like a comparison to some of these other folks in the market. So we saw WBTC. We thought it was really cool. We wanted to see a more decentralized version. And so back in 2020, we launched something called TBTC. And TBTC, the first version, had a security model that was sort of like top notch, didn't scale as well. And then the second version, which launched a little bit later, is more scalable, slightly relaxed security model. But the key that you need to remember for both of these, and really for almost any bridge model you're going to hear about until there's a soft fork in Bitcoin, is this idea of an honest majority. So the requirement is this. You have a bunch of people who are not you, who are custodying your Bitcoin for you. Are they honest? And so when people say an honest majority, they mean this system is secure if you assume that the majority is honest. So like if you point at a random group of people, like, I don't know, on the subway or something, and you're like, okay, here's like 9 people. If 5 of them agree, they can have my $1 million in this suitcase, and you put the suitcase down, but you tell them all, I really don't want you to take my money, and I don't give you permission, but you have the power. The question is like, will they take it? And for some groups of people, they will. For some groups of people, they won't. The bigger you make that number, the more difficult it is for them to collude. But also, like, the people you choose from really matter, right? If you choose a bunch of people that are high rep and highly respected, you're probably going to feel a lot better. And if you choose a bunch of people that for whatever reason you don't like or that wish you ill, you're probably not going to feel good about your money. So that's the core honesty assumption. And even in BitGo and WBTC, you see that. Well, it was an honest majority. It was 1 of 1 for BitGo. So is that an honest majority? And then it was 2 of 3. It's BitGo, Justin Sun's BitGlobal, and then another part of BitGo. So that's like this core idea that we need to keep in mind. But then you start looking at some of these other products. So when we shipped TBTC, we said, well, if we're doing this on chain and we're doing it maximally decentralized, it should have proof of reserves built in. Should be doing that at all times, every day. It should be really obvious to people where the Bitcoin is going, and so that's how it works. We there's a page. It looks almost like a block explorer. There's tbtcscan.com.
Addresses. We know who the signers are.
You see the addresses. You know who the signers are.
Bitcoin, and this is what they're doing with it. Yeah, it's like pretty clear.
Yeah,
it's great. So why do the Bitcoin Layers people have trouble figuring out
how
much Bitcoin is wrapped?
So I think that's table stakes. And to be clear, that's something that WBTC did very well. Like, that's something they also thought was table. Anyone who's done professional custody work, I think, would agree that like proof of reserves in this day and age is table stakes. But the thing to remember about proof of reserves is even when it's implemented perfectly, proof of reserves is never proof of solvency. So if you see proof of reserves, the thing that was interesting about what BitGo did with WBTC is they proved their reserves and they had a trust. So you knew that there wasn't a loan against the reserves. But then you look at TBTC and the threshold network, they prove reserves. Now, if they were all some company, you could imagine some legal setup where there's liability and actually there's a loan against the Bitcoin. Now, because you can see that they're all independent entities, okay, you're pretty sure that there's not a liability. So now we get to the really interesting spot of some of these new systems where a lot of them are excited about Bitcoin season 2, just like you, you know, and I mean, just like me. And so there was a gold rush. And so we've seen all these systems grow very, very quickly. And a lot of them are using centralized custody, which is a trade-off. And if a user decides to do it, just like they decide to use an exchange, that's their right. But they made some exceptions around either they don't publish proof of reserves or, and this one's my favorite, they publish proof of reserves, but they actually do not require the underlying Bitcoin to be custodied. So I call this TVL mirroring. And it's a really fun, it was really, especially about a year ago, it was all the rage as this Bitcoin season 2 narrative started. And what people do is they say, hey, I want to launch a new product, a new Bitcoin product. I really want to show how big and important my product is. So I need to get a bunch of people to put their money at risk and show how they believe in me. But then the people with the money are like, I don't want to do that. Like, I do want to make money on you. And I do think that one day you might do something interesting, but not today. So here's what I'll do. I'll move the money to a wallet that I control, and you can tell everyone that you control it. And actually, it turns out, I don't want to call it an industry standard, but this became a very popular thing last year. So we're starting to see, like, if you're the Bitcoin Layers team, you're in a hard spot because now you're like, okay, people look like they've published proof of reserves, but a third party can move the funds without impacting the receipt token. So that's like if BitGo gave out WBTC and whenever it wanted, it's like, I'm going to move like 5,000 Bitcoin, but just like, don't worry about it. You can see it on chain, but it's still there. So that's what's kind of going on right now.
Well, the BitX movement, the cool thing about it is like behind the virality, there is like this ethical standpoint on everything. And I think a lot of people who purchase BitXs, I would assume, don't care too much about that. So that's almost a good thing because they just like having it on their desk. I think it's cool. I challenge that assumption if you will, but that's how I kind of take it.
Yeah. People obviously haven't talked to everyone who's in it, but I think we get all sorts.
Okay.
I really think we get all sorts. There's sort of the people that might realize that this centralization is a problem and want to do something about it.
Yeah.
I get lots of comments on Twitter about people who are well into that. But I think there's people who, want to play the lottery. They just have heard about this Bitcoin mining thing. I think there's a lot of people who's like, their kids like brought one over and like set it up and were like, check this out. So it's, in a way, I think orange pilling some people, their first introduction. Mm-hmm. I actually heard from a bunch of people. They're like, oh yeah, like I'm way into gaming and I like to build PCs and I mod them and overclock them and stuff. And I think it's just a natural for the tinkerers and people interested in hardware. I know that personally, that's when I really got into Bitcoin, was when I realized like, oh, there's something I can do with hardware. Because just not really into like financial markets or any of that sort of stuff. Like freedom money is good. But when I realized there's like some electrical engineering I could do with this, it's like hands-on.
Yeah.
Really.
That's how I got really into mining too, was you put out a little home miner box in 21. You're like a Home Depot version of the white box is what you called it?
The upstream data black box.
Yeah. And you made a YouTube video and I was like, that's sick. And then I went to Home Depot and built it with some buddies. Took 2 tries. The first one was laughable, but we got it done and it's sick. That really helped push me over the edge into more mining. And then now we're here.
So that's a good point. Like back in like 2021, like the options we had were to take an industrial built machine
so bad
and put it in our living space. And so now you had to figure out really creative solutions to like mitigate the noise, mitigate the heat, so that you didn't get divorced and and wind up living on your own. And like nowadays we have the BitX and it's just like, you don't have to deal with any noise. You don't have to deal with any heat, but you can still learn everything about how Bitcoin mining works. And I think that's what's so cool about the BitX project is that it's, you don't have to like get all the battle scars that we got, like trying to put industrial machines in our living space.
And the mission still moves forward no matter what reason people run it, which is pretty cool.
Which is like the Amber thing you guys are working on?
The Ember one.
Ember.
Yeah, Ember
Can you
one.
tell us about that?
So yeah, it's Ember one was the first fully funded project of the 256 Foundation.
Okay.
It's a standardized hashboard, and we'll have it finished no later than April 30th. We'll have a validated design. So similar to the BitAxe project, we're designing it and open sourcing the design. So we're not doing manufacturing. We're not doing customer support. We're not doing sales, marketing, any of that. We're just putting the design.
doesn't do customer support either, so it's okay.
It's fine.
Yeah. Industry standard.
Yeah, so we just put that out there. And
are your instructions in English?
Yeah, they'll be
already awesome. Yeah,
they'll be in English.
instructions. Do you have error codes for all your replies?
But yeah, I mean, you fill us in on the technical details.
Yeah, so the hashboards, for those who don't know, are sort of the key component in an industrial miner. They're circuit boards that'll have an array of chips on it. They usually are like 3 of them in a miner. They'll be about 1,000 watts each. So even 1,000 watts is like, if you had just 1/3 of a big miner, is kind of a big ask for a home miner.
Yeah.
Both keeping it cool and powering it. So we're going to bring that down. It's going to be a 100-watt hashboard. So it'll be physically smaller, 1/10 the power. And, you know, we're standardizing the form factor with the idea that the first one is going to be powered by sort of reverse engineered Bitmain ASICs, but you could put whatever ASICs you want on there. You know, a designer could put whatever ASICs they want on there, as long as it kind of conforms to this form factor, 100 watts. You know, we have a wide input voltage of 12 to 24 volts. Normally hashboards are like 12-ish. Yeah. This will be more universal in that there's a lot of different options you can use to power it. And then we'll also, the data will be just a USB connection.
Yeah.
Whereas now there's like, you know, Westminer has a ribbon cable. Antminers have a different ribbon cable. We're using a universal serial bus, if you will, that you could just connect to a specialized control board. You could connect to your laptop. You could connect to a PC. So it's very approachable if you want to develop on it, if you want to integrate it into a system. That's the Ember One idea is you could take and run one of these in your own in your own enclosure.
Yeah.
You could put 5 of them in there, make a 500-watt miner, which would be a decent space heater, or you know, maybe you want to come up with a system to power it via solar panels. I was actually talking with someone who's working with solar panel microinverters, and this is potentially a good pairing for like a 300-400 watt solar panel.
Yeah.
You know, you could have one of these in there to make use of excess generation, like right at the panel. Throwing out an idea if anyone's interested in working on this, but we have a wide input voltage to help deal with that.
I think an underappreciated trend I see in the BitAxe movement. So you've got this like the hardcore, the eco type person who's like privacy, open source, yada yada. But I see an emergence of almost what I would call like designer BitAxes, like people flexing like we got this cool enclosure. I've got these like fun like 3D printed stuff. I'll put like my decals. I've seen Ordinals collections do like custom BitAxe runs.
Yes.
And like give them to people.
Yes.
So like this is interesting like evolution I've seen, which is kind of cool. What are your thoughts on this? I don't know. Did you anticipate this kind of thing happening?
I did not anticipate this kind of thing happening, but I'm all for it. It is open source. If you are into Ordinals, that's your own problem, but you can do this.
It is a problem.
There was an Ordinal group that worked with one of the existing BitAxe manufacturers, and they wanted to have their Ordinal JPEGs on the board, and they ordered 1,000 of them. They were like, "Let's go!" and they gave them out to all their homies. But you know, they only mine Bitcoin, so you know, in the end, it's still a win. But yeah, it's permissionless. You can do whatever you want with it. There's an open source license that you need to follow, but other than that, you can do what you want. Our friend Ronan Miner set one up on the coffee bar up here.
Yeah.
But it's it's a water cooled bidaxe. It's really sweet. It uses like little like fish tank components and tubing from Home Depot, but it's super cool. And like, you know, he didn't have to like talk to anyone to do that. Like
We got a
specs are
video
out
of
there.
it. We'll throw it on the YouTube channel for this one too.
Oh, right on.
It looked very, very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, it's super neat. And so I love to see those kinds of things. I think all the projects that we're working on with the 256 Foundation is the same kind of thing. Like we could never, ever in a million years guess all these cool applications that people are going to come up with. Right now with the sort of, you know, Bitmain monopoly over this is they make their machines for one purpose, and that is grid connected mining in essentially a data center. Everyone else who's using them for anything else is hacking it with limited success. I think that's ridiculous. We got to open this up. People are going to come up with crazy stuff, build all new markets that we can't even imagine the likes of right now.
Yeah, I mean, even with all these like black box solutions that we've been tolerating, the closed and proprietary Bitmain miners and What's miners, people have still made incredible strides in innovation. Like like Schnitzel heating his entire home, all the water in his home off of the miners. If you've ever seen Rev Hodl on Noster, like he's integrated Bitcoin mining into almost every process of his homestead. Or like if you're like Diverter, who's like the guy who wrote the seminal guide on mining at home, mining for the streets, and you don't want to exchange KYC information to get Bitcoin, you can just plug a miner in at your house and pay your electric bill and get Bitcoin for that. And you know, people have come up with really creative solutions around these closed you know, black boxes that we're dealing with. So once you open source everything, like imagine being able to change any parameter in the firmware, or like take the engineered CAD file for the board and like change the size of it to fit your water heater, or like whatever application you want to put these in. Yeah, we're going to see innovation that we just can't even fathom sitting here today.
100%. I'm totally confident of that. We've seen it before in other industries. Like the personal computer revolution was just some dude screwing around, right? We had IBM making mainframes, and some other people were like, that's kind of weird. Like, how about we try computers that people can use at their houses?
Yeah, this has very Linux vibes to it.
I think that's a pretty big inspiration.
So I'm going to bring up Will Rees. Will, welcome to Bitcoin Season 2.
It's good to be here, Charlie.
So I actually think I've been using your app for like closing in on half a decade now. I mean, I'm look back at like my user history. It's like maybe sometimes multiple times a week for like closing on 4 years now. This is crazy. You've been building this for a long time.
We've been building, certainly. Sometimes moments like that, context is a little shocking to hear how long we've been at it. And like you said, you know, there's been all the eras have been so distinct from, you know, early Fold days. You know, Bitcoin was different, the community was different to now. It's been a wild ride.
We'll get into this. I'll talk you through the evolution. I'll have you give me the evolution of Fold, but you know, let's just like drop right into your life as the CEO of a company imminently going public. I believe it's on Wednesday. It's on the NASDAQ, right? And like, what does your week look like last week, and what does this coming week look like for you?
Well, I'd have to say the listing part is probably going to be the least intense part of the experience so far. The most has really been, you know, the last 9-12 months, which has been, you know, really, you know, setting a vision and finding the right people to make it happen and somehow end up on the other side and you're there. But the amount of work that went into it that was totally on top of just operating the business as we've had, you know, since we've done for over half a decade. This had added an entire new layer, new players, new challenges. And, you know, it's really been one of those times that, you know, I'm reminded, you know, in my role, it really changes deeply every 6 to 9 months in my experience, where what I need to do, what I'm putting my time into, who am I talking to, just completely changes. And so I'm going to have a little bit of a sigh of relief on Wednesday because it represents a monumental amount of work that the team's gone through.
Yeah, it's kind of like all the work happens before you get to go either ring the bell on Wednesday morning or just sit at your computer and watch it launch on Wednesday. So let's roll the clock back. You say Fold's been around for half a decade. I'm not exactly sure when, but like, let's talk through the evolution of Fold, because people forget how long half a decade is in crypto. Narratives last sometimes days, and you will have entire foundational assumptions of our entire industry change multiple times in a year. What does the idea and like Fold 1.0 look like back in the day?
Well, I think the first time that I met with my co-founder, Matt Luongo, we were working outside, not on Bitcoin, but we were kind of partners on a project at a large tech company. And in that stage, Matt had shown me what he had been building on the side, and essentially allowed people to exchange a gift card for Bitcoin. And it was this really clever way of allowing people who received a $10 Starbucks card from their grandmother over Christmas to flip that into Bitcoin. And while that was interesting to me, the most interesting thing was, hey, you can build in Bitcoin. You can, there's business models and demand and opportunity here that, I had always been interested in Bitcoin as a project and as a movement. But to have that, in my background being, as an entrepreneur and kind of product guy, it really changed. I mean, it absolutely changed my life in a huge way. And like you say, what you learn is you're not just here building trying to find product market fit and build value, deliver something. But at the same time, those fundamental assumptions of what you're working on itself are changing. And you'll see that Fold's kind of history and evolution reflects a lot of that underlying change that was going on. And so that first iteration was, hey, how can you turn a gift card into Bitcoin? From there, what we saw was, hey, there's actually a lot of people living on Bitcoin because they are miners or they're being paid in Bitcoin in the early days off of BitPay. Those people need to unlock that Bitcoin to go about their daily life. This is before even digital gold had fully totally cemented. And so it was a lot more open, the possibilities of where Bitcoin could be. And so we focused on, hey, let's use actually a gift card as a means of transferring Bitcoin and allowing you to go buy groceries, pay bills, all of those things. And that did well. We definitely had great uptick when price was up. When price was down, our numbers would just absolutely collapse. It wasn't a sustainable thing. And the group of people wasn't large enough. The amount of people who had Bitcoin and then had it with the intent to live on it was a very small segment of people. And so we looked at this and said, this is not solving the biggest problem in front of us. It's, making Bitcoin feel real as money that can be used is great. And a lot of people, some of their first interactions with Bitcoin, they still say to me this day, was using Fold allowed me to understand Bitcoin because I could actually use it in my life. Right. And from there, we not only ran up against some pretty significant user experience challenges. This is before Lightning. This is, waiting 10 minutes to buy a cup of coffee, paying a transaction fee, not being rewarded, debiting out of your Bitcoin to create a taxable event, not on credit, is just a fundamentally worse user experience than what's available out there. And so we did our best to work on that. We were very early to Lightning. We were the first to add rewards natively to Lightning as well, so that when you're spending on Lightning, you can earn Bitcoin. I think we solved most of those major challenges except the taxation part.
I mean, I think you did. I mean, I was the user. I used all those features and you did them very well. I don't want to shield the company too much, but I remember the early, I think it was 21, maybe early 22 of Fold. And I was like, this is a very good app, you have some intractable UX challenges about Bitcoin itself, or the friction of the existing regulatory landscape. But like, you guys delivered a really cool product, and I was like and I'm a huge fan of that. But that was Fold 1.0, and you're looking at the landscape and evolving like market, and you have to figure out what Fold, I'm going to say Fold 2.0 looks like. It's the same company, but like when did this like decision, or what were the like key decisions in this process? What were they, and when did you like make them?
Well, number one, it was, hey, if we're going to build something, we got to be solving a very big challenge, and we have to be sure about what the right challenge is. And we thought we had one idea of it. Hey, if you just make Bitcoin feel like money or swiping a credit card, you can get there. That's a big thing to do. But I'd say it was kind of a little bit out of order, because we looked at our audience and said, well, it's a pretty small group of people. The problem is not being easily able to spend Bitcoin at a retailer. The problem is not enough people have Bitcoin. And then you look at that issue, and there's a couple things there. There's an education bit, but there's also the fact of, we like to talk about Bitcoin is savings technology, Bitcoin is digital gold, and that's great for people who have savings and who are saving. And when you look at, 60% of Americans unable to come up with $1,000 in emergency savings, you actually quickly even see that the problem is not even people can't save in Bitcoin. It's that people have no capacity to save at all. There is nothing that they're producing that gets to be saved. And so we looked at that issue and said, if we could solve that, that's a huge problem. Number one, making savings and the ability to grow savings long term is an incredible thing to bring to people. But the second thing is, hey, we can use Bitcoin as a means. We believe Bitcoin is a savings technology in a way that can actually deliver on this promise. But we have this issue of people still don't have enough money for savings. And so what we did was say, hey, what if we created a way for people to passively build a position in Bitcoin, a savings in Bitcoin through what they do every day? Instead of airline miles, let's do Bitcoin. And it was really that click, which is something we had been observing in Starbucks locations, watching people use our product, watching people use the credit card. We're like, how do we make this better? It was right in front of us. Essentially, every POS system in the world could become essentially a Bitcoin miner generating Bitcoin for people every time they swipe a card. And that little click was much bigger audience, the right order of problems to solve. And we did an MVP, launched it at, I think it was the Bitcoin conference in San Francisco in 2019, and it just took off. And that was when you're like, okay, we found the right direction.
So, I don't know how much you want to focus on these, but I do want to kind of reflect on, me as a longtime, I would say, Fold Power user. I got to experience all of the features, the ones that really worked and some of the ones that didn't work. And I want to invite you to share some of the product's features that you have built over the years that didn't work. One of my favorite ones was actually kind of a really fun idea, was the metaverse AR thing that you guys did back in the day. It was actually kind of a cool idea, but it's also indicative of that little snapshot and window in like the crypto narrative. But I don't know, what are your reflections on like the iterating on these different product features?
So I think Fold has always done things differently in terms of bringing products to market. We've always really tried to create clever ways, engaging ways that get people thinking about Bitcoin every day in new ways that are more personal, that are more real. Because what we found is, number one, if you can give people Bitcoin, they start to care about it more. And second, if you can get people to think about Bitcoin for long periods of time, they start to, the process is much more accelerated from them to go to learning about it to actually, doing something about it. And so Fold, I think we launched one of the first types of these products is these features is like our daily wheel. You could come in and get a little bit of sats every single day. And this was, very successful to the product and getting people thinking about Bitcoin and Fold every single day, building a little bit, looking back in 2 years saying, oh my God, it's grown, X%. And it's, my spins are worth more than I was saving on that weekly basis in that time. And so we looked and really encouraged the team to think about interesting, creative ways to bring Bitcoin to the world. And we had one of our developers who, dabbled in AR and all of this stuff, kind of brought this and said, I have a prototype. And so we looked at it and said, hell yes, let's make Bitcoin feel real. Let's give it like an actual heft in the physical world, and launched it. And, it was definitely one that I think a lot of our core, some of our core audience really loved, but it didn't deliver on this kind of larger ability to bring in normies. And part of that process is you can't just create a gimmick to bring in someone to Bitcoin. Like, it really is a process that takes time and has to be done well. And so I think it was a great example of the creativity, fun that Fold likes to bring to Bitcoin, but also one that, hey, that didn't work. So we, sunsetted that and moved on to the next.
Hey, welcome back to the Mining Pod. We got our last show here at the Bitcoin Park. Thank you to Rod and the Bitcoin Park team for making this possible. Harry, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, gentlemen.
I think this is the first time we've had you on, but you might have come on in 2021. I can't remember.
I can't remember either.
Yeah.
So we're going to call it the first time.
That's surprising, because you're one of the most prolific voices of Bitcoin mining.
Well,
you've been talking about Bitcoin mining for years.
He's got bigger leagues, man.
Yeah.
He's got Peter McCormick. So
no.
Yeah.
It's been fun. It's been fun to build a business in the industry and continue building a business in the industry, but it's also super fun to talk about the industry.
It is.
Because deep down, I'm just a gossip.
Yeah. That's actually literally what I want to talk about today. Was I was thinking about titles for the show. I was like, heterodox opinions on Bitcoin investing or Bitcoin mining investing. You and I have talked a little bit about this on the phone here and there, but I want to talk for our investor audience about how we should come to valuations on Bitcoin mining companies, and then how we look at the current landscape of people making investments. And I'm not really sure where we'll end up with this. I'm also not sure what you can and cannot say. So we will have a fun ride.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to talk about the industry. I have lots of opinions. One or two of them might even end up being right. I think that I've been, this year in particular, I've been thinking about the historical treatment of the industry, because we're kind of just old enough now to be able to look over the longer arc.
Mm-hmm.
And I was, we were in New York. We had the great honor at CleanSpark of ringing the NASDAQ bell earlier this week.
Oh yeah, congrats on that.
Thank you. It was more emotional than I expected it to be.
Yeah.
Frankly, because I'm not great at taking any victory laps, because you're fighting difficulty and halvings, and there's no days off with that. So it was really nice to have the team together and get to kind of take a moment to reflect on where we've come from, but also take that same moment to refocus on where we're going, which is really exciting. But in some of the comments that we got to make afterwards, we brought a group of investors and bankers and analysts and those kinds of folks. We brought them together and just did like a little quick hour of programming for them.
Yeah.
And one of the topics that I made sure to frame for them is that industrial Bitcoin mining, as we know it, is kind of really only maybe 8 or 9 years old at the oldest. So I really view the point of demarcation as the moment the S9 was released.
Mm-hmm.
That was the first kind of commercial industrial grade mining, ASIC product that was able to take you from a garage to a warehouse, from a warehouse to a container.
Yeah.
And that transition of enabling scale, for me at least, was the starting gun, and that was 2016. And if you look at the chip foundry set that was powering those chips, the S9 was also the time that the leading edge foundry products, so chips are measured in nanometers, right? And the smaller the number, the more efficient the chip. So the time that Bitcoin mining ASICs reached parity with general computing nanometer size was the S9. So previously the nanometer size was catching up. So if you had an iPhone, they were running off of a nanometer node that was smaller than maybe the S1 or the S7 or whatever the generation was. But the S9 was equivalent.
Yeah.
And so for the first time, the chip hardware matched the general computing environment broadly. And that meant that there weren't going to be these seismic difficulty leaps that you had to fight against. You could actually start to do some forward-looking financial planning, make larger investments in a mining business, and be able to predict on a difficulty adjusted basis with some degree of certainty that you were going to get a useful life out of the rig that was not predictable during those higher nanometer sizes. So between the S9 and the S21 where we stand today, that arc of history sort of reached its maturity point for us as a sector. And we're going through what I believe is a really interesting, you ever read the analyst Ben Thompson? So he runs Stratechery, which is, one of the best technology strategy platforms out there, newsletters, podcasts, and whatever, just the competition. And
we stand no chance.
And I think you do.
Ben's pretty good.
But what he talks about this concept of aggregation and disaggregation, and that industries go through aggregation phases and then disaggregation phases.
Okay.
We in Bitcoin land understand this well because of decentralization, right? So we are Bitcoin is fundamentally a disaggregating technology, but the mining sector actually goes through a more traditional business strategy arc of aggregation and then disaggregation. So the aggregation arc, I think, probably peaked somewhere between 2021 and 2023, and will peak again. But that was when you got to this place where there were miners, not CleanSpark at the time, basically willing to buy hash rate at any price. There were indiscriminate buyers, $80 a terahash, $90 a terahash, north of $100 a terahash. And they were willing to wait 9 to 12 months from Bitmain to see delivery. And so if you didn't have $1 billion order, you basically couldn't get access to anything. You saw this price floor appreciation on the ASIC side that was like the ultimate moat, was this huge financial barrier. Now we're seeing a really unusual type of disaggregation behavior, and this is the thesis, or one thesis that I've arrived at for our industry, which may or may not be correct. You've got a real dispersion between the portfolio approach versus the mega site approach. At CleanSpark, we're strong believers in the portfolio approach, though the mega site also works. So we see other folks in the sector, building 400, 600,000 megawatt type of deployments at a single location. That comes with, allegedly some efficiencies. We haven't seen that borne out in the data, but it certainly does come with this level of sort of single site scale. But then you're also seeing a dispersion and a disaggregation of the business model. Bitcoin miners are taking their megawatt hours and they're diversifying revenue streams across them through AI HPC. We haven't done that, but I think there's certainly a huge trend of migration towards that. The $50 million pipe investment from SoftBank into Cypher,
really interesting one,
is the latest domino to fall there. I'm sure it's a really constructive deal and probably portends of more to come. And then you're seeing some interesting stuff on the vertical integration side, right? We're here at Bitcoin Park for the Nashville Energy and Mining Summit. You've got the proto team here. They're working on chips. You've got the Bitdeer folks. They're working on chips. You've got the deal that Bitfarms did with Stronghold. They're trying to vertically integrate into some of the direct energy generation piece of things. And so you're starting to see everybody, disaggregate across different components of the surface area. I think that, because we've talked about the valuation process. All of that complexity adds even more complexity in how do you value any of these things? What are they worth? We all know that not every exahash is created equal. Not every megawatt is created equal, and not every diversified revenue stream is created equal. So how do we put a price tag on any of these things? And so I think, for the investment community that's out there, it was hard enough trying to figure out what a Bitcoin miner is worth. Now you've got to figure out what are these other bolt-ons worth, or what, do they help you? Do they hurt you? If they help you, how much do they help you? If they hurt you, how much do they hurt you? And trying to stay data-driven and quantitative in a small industry has proven to be challenging.
So on that same sort of thesis, we just had the gridless guys in, and it's also a thing that pure play miners are going to have to deal with, like CleanSpark. Where you guys are competing against the global hash rate, and they're going to be able to probably compete against you guys on price point of mining at any scale, because they're in East Africa, they're finding cheap energy, they're doing like all that sort of stuff. So there's even like another layer there where you have like the global market. So yeah, just want to like bring up that one thought. But in general, I really want to talk about like the valuation on like different things that we've talked about not while recording. And that's like, if we talk about, we'll talk about the Bitfarms deal for a second. So Bitfarms just recently sold off their $100 million site, threw it over to Hive. And the question that first popped in my mind about that deal was, why would Hive purchase this asset if they know that they're trying to get like a better valuation on their company from Wall Street money, which is going to prioritize US or North American megawatts more than South American megawatts? And conversely, why didn't Bitfarms just hold on to something if they're trying to show that they can mine Bitcoin at such a large discount to the regular market? So when you're going through like these different decisions teams have, I'm curious from your standpoint running IR, like how do you kind of pitch it to people in the banking community with these decisions? Because you can kind of make an argument for both sides, you know?
Yeah, I think, at the end of the day, we're all running each mining company is running their own little optimization function within their walled garden. And they have limited visibility into what everybody else is doing. And they have even more limited visibility into how the investment community is evaluating those decisions, right? Yeah. So, it's complicated. The principles that we have put together is pretty dead simple, that we've built a business that sits on the intersection of 4 key concepts.
Yeah.
The first is energy. The second is Bitcoin. The third is operational excellence. And the fourth is capital stewardship.
Yeah.
What do those mean, right? Those are words. So energy is the thing that we procure at enormous scale on a positive sum basis in the communities where we procure it, that powers what we do.
Yep.
When we think about the cost structure of the business, as high a percentage should be energy expended as possible, because those energy dollars that get spent turn directly into Bitcoin revenue, and the relationship is incredibly tight. So, in an ideal world, we would spend 99.999% of our budget on energy because that produces revenue. Now, that's not a reality, and it's very hard to accomplish that. But if we hold that up as the ideal, trending towards that in that direction over time, it means that we have a more highly performant business. The second is Bitcoin. We work for Bitcoin. Our customer is Bitcoin. We're not signing up an HPC contract with a counterparty who wants to buy compute hours. We are selling our compute directly to the Bitcoin network, and we're paid on an algorithmic basis relative to those computations that get produced.
Yeah.
That means that what's good for Bitcoin ends up being good for us. That could mean things like the fee marketplace becoming more mature, dynamic, and interesting. That could mean things like development. And, while we don't participate in the development of the Bitcoin network as a company, we pay really close attention to what's happening there. We are Bitcoin native, and we're technology native because ultimately we're working for a technology customer, the Bitcoin network. And it also means that adoption is something that's critically important. It matters, the way that we frame that is global asset, local business. Yes, we're producing hash rate in rural Georgia, rural Tennessee, Wyoming, and elsewhere. But those local American businesses are settling transactions for wherever Eric is mining next, for Paraguay, for Argentina, for Switzerland. Pick your country where a Bitcoin transaction is happening. We indiscriminately include those transactions in blocks that end up getting produced right here in America. So we have this global touch point, even though we're building really a community business. The next one is operational excellence. And this is the one that probably gets me the most fired up to talk to with investors, which is that when you think about CleanSpark's mining operations, it's a CleanSpark site. It's CleanSpark racks. It's a CleanSpark power contract, CleanSpark employee who's touching that machine, making sure it's working properly. We think about vertical integration as what happens in between procuring the ASIC and the electron coming off of the power plant.
Yeah.
We don't spin the magnet, and we don't produce the chip, but everything in between we sure as hell do.
Yeah.
So, we take that view because that's a sphere of competence that we've spent a lot of time and effort refining, and Taylor is the gold standard in our organization for how and why we do that. Same with Brad, same with Scott. We have a deep bench of operators who bring this idea of continuous improvement and operational excellence to our mining businesses, and we're running 31 facilities at this point. So why do we have the best in class uptime? Because we really care. Because we really believe that that's what delivers returns. And that takes us to the fourth kind of quadrant in this concept, which is capital stewardship, which is when we send money to Bitmain to buy an ASIC, we need to generate positive ROI on that investment. When we build out a megawatt of infrastructure, that needs to perform and deliver a positive cash flow when the life cycle of utilization continues to happen. And we, it's interesting you mentioned the gridless guys, because I think they're building a phenomenal business. But if you talk to a traditional investor, they have this concept called cash on cash returns, which is, would you rather generate, and I'll use round and abstract numbers, would you rather generate 10 Bitcoin at a 50% gross margin, or would you rather generate 2 Bitcoin at a 90% gross margin? I'd rather generate the 10, because cash on cash returns is ultimately what matters to the investment community, what matters to us as operators. It's just the profitability on a gross basis that lets us be large and continue to get larger, rather than narrowing our scope, maybe having a higher margin, more agile business, but not being able to deliver the returns that ultimately scale is able to return. We talk about scale internally all the time. It really matters. It's going to matter more. And so being able to mine Bitcoin profitably at enormous scale is the game plan for us as a company.
I feel like this is your conversational, but I mean,
I got questions.
But I mean, at the outset, you mentioned hyper mega sites versus portfolio strategy. And I think a lot of things you say here in the context, like, what is different about executing operationally in a portfolio model versus a hyper scale model? Like, what does that look like?
So I want to talk about economies of scale, because I think that's a really nuanced thing in our sector that hasn't been unpacked fully before. So in my opinion, economies of scale accrue to the supply chain, not the operational footprint.
Okay.
So when we sign a 60,000 unit purchase order with Bitmain, like we did with a 100,000 unit option, those are not all going to one place. And the value of being able to be a purchaser of that size matters on the aggregate basis, not on where those machines actually end up going. They matter because we're able to purchase them at that size and then be able to build, buy, and deploy infrastructure broadly enough to support an order of that size. Same deal with the infrastructure piece. We're going to buy more transformers than we're going to ever use at one site. We're going to buy more immersion infrastructure than we're going to use at any single site. So we leverage our scale on the supply chain rather than trying to leverage scale in the operating model. And I think over time, the data proves out that we've been able to achieve superior results. So we have 31 facilities. Some of our peers have 2, 3, 4. When we look at a headcount per exahash, we're like less than half. And the reason that we're able to do that is because we invest in technology. We invest in the engineering and design work that has to come before the first shovel ever goes in the ground. And that's not a knock on the way they're doing it. We've just made a different set of trade-offs, which is we want to be able to have an incredible amount of telemetry, visibility, and operational flexibility with how we run our facilities from a centralized location in Henderson, Nevada. And yes, of course, we have boots on the ground on site. Those are some of the finest, hardest working people I've ever had the chance to meet or work alongside. But ultimately, when we think about what it took to get us to 39 exahash, what it's going to take to go from 39 to 50 exahash, we want to be able to do that in an incredibly efficient way on the deployment side, and then continue to be able to support that hash rate over the very long term in as light a touch way as possible, while still acknowledging the reality that there's a ton of labor that goes into making those sites run.
when you're using a public protocol that nobody owns, there's network effects at play. And part of the network effects is that, the more people that are using it, the more valuable the network becomes, and that's good. But the flip side, and where ossification comes in, is that as the network grows larger, it also sort of gets crushed underneath its own weight of the difficulty of coordinating changes. You can almost think of it as steering a ship, where there's hardly even a rudder. No one's controlling the rudder, but it's pretty easy to steer a tiny speedboat. But when you get up to like cruise ship or aircraft carrier level size ships, it's much, much more difficult to actually change the course, the direction of that. And that's simply, it's physics, right? It's mass. It's the total amount of energy required in order to effectively change the velocity of a thing. And so I think that network protocols, in a sense, have their own sort of velocity and mass and other physics attributes, except, this is in cyberspace rather than meat space.
Welcome back to Bitcoin Season 2. I'm Charlie Spears. Bitcoin Season 2 features new faces and new topics on the oldest and really only blockchain worth paying attention to, Bitcoin. But today, instead of a new face, we have one of the OGs, a Bitcoiner's Bitcoiner, Jameson Lopp, cypherpunk, Casa co-founder, angel investor, highly prolific writer. So I'm excited to have him on today. And we're going to talk about the SMTP-ification of Bitcoin. If you don't know what that is, I'll have him give some context and explain it. But before we go any further, welcome to Bitcoin Season 2, Jameson. Thanks for coming.
Glad to be here.
So I don't, we could try to do a little intro, but maybe for my particular audience, it might be helpful just to put this in context. You have a custom Taproot wizard. This is a pretty fun PFP and pretty notable in the space. What is your custom Taproot wizard? And in the context of that, maybe describe your background.
Right. Well, when the Taproot Wizards reached out and asked if I'd be interested in having one, I said that my only stipulation was that it not break my 100K laser ray eye promise that I made several years ago. And so they upheld that, and they basically incorporated some imagery that I had been using for many years, which is the Spells of Genesis Satoshi card. And to be clear, I've never owned a Spells of Genesis NFT or anything like that. I right-click and saved that card and actually modified it and used it as my Twitter banner for many, many years, just because I thought it was a cool imagery of basically Satoshi running blockchain spells and manipulating the ledger into existence. So short version of like all of this NFT stuff and my perspective on it is that I'm pretty neutral. I'm not like a JPEG trader. I'm not much of any type of trader really. But I also am not like morally opposed to using Bitcoin's blockchain for non-financial purposes. I am first and foremost a computer scientist. And so I've always seen Bitcoin as a new type of database that has some interesting properties that people can leverage for non-financial purposes. And when it comes to the whole spam debate, the answer to that is, of course, economics. And he who pays for the block space gets to use it as long as they're following the rest of the rules of the network. So yes, I technically own a few NFTs, most of which have been gifted to me. I think I've only ever purchased one NFT. That was probably back in 2018, 2019, but I purchased it because it's a OG meme from before NFTs were a thing. And the short version of that is that I own the seven-legged smiling spider, which is this meme from like the early 2000s. And it's kind of meta, actually, because in that meme, it was this email thread going back and forth between a guy who got an incorrect bill from his utility provider claiming that he owed them a bunch of money, and he just screwed around with them and said, I don't have any money, but I can pay you in this crudely MS Paint drawing of a spider. And so it was essentially he was trying to pay them with a really crappy NFT. So, you know, multiple layers of kind of humor and meme history there. And who knows if it'll ever be worth anything, but I just found it sufficiently amusing that I wanted to be able to say that I owned it.
So, you know, you framing yourselves as like you're pretty neutral about a lot of these topics. I think that even extends into the context of blockchains in general. You, I would say, are a Bitcoiner's Bitcoiner, but you are not Bitcoin only. Can you give, I think this may help provide some context for our discussion. Casa is Bitcoin and Ethereum. You yourself, I think, have said you own Bitcoin and Ethereum. Can you just kind of qualify this and discuss this a little bit?
Right. I mean, I've owned a number of different crypto assets over the years, and the short version of why that is the case, it's because I am a curious person. Like, why did I get interested in Bitcoin in the first place? I was curious. I wanted to learn more about it. And so over the years, when I've wanted to learn more about various assets that I thought were interesting enough to actually play around with, then I buy a little bit of it. And so, like I said, I'm not a trader or much of an investor. While I technically own a variety of different crypto assets, in terms of value, they're all negligible, you know, compared to my Bitcoin holdings. You know, Bitcoin is my savings, my long-term store of value. But I'm not against learning more about other things. And usually you get to a point where in order to learn more about it, you have to actually use it. So as a result, you know, I've collected a variety of different tokens over the years, and then, you know, sometimes I get rid of all of them all because I am no longer interested in it, or I think it's silly, or for whatever reason is not going to be worth holding on to. So it's I think the nature of permissionless space that you're going to see a plethora and diversity of different things out there, and that, yes, a lot of them are going to be crap. That is just sort of the nature of people creating things. Only a tiny fraction of these things are going to have longevity and eventually find product market fit, and so on and so forth. And I am not against experimentation. You know, we can obviously go down a really far rabbit hole of, like, you know, at what point does something become a sufficient competitor to Bitcoin that it's, you know, sketchy for you to be using it or supporting it or whatever. And like, I mostly fell into that camp during the scaling wars, you know, when there were multiple other things that were literally claiming to be Bitcoin. You know, I felt like, you know, that was actually an attack on Bitcoin. In general, I don't consider most other projects to be an attack on Bitcoin. It's just capitalism, people exploring their own incentives and desires to be able to offer things that are either just not possible to do on Bitcoin, or just so difficult to do that it's not worth jumping through all of the hoops when you can, you know, start over from scratch or start over on a different protocol or platform.
Yeah, I have a similar view. I like to say that the same open-mindedness and curiosity I had, which led me to Bitcoin many years ago, I still try to maintain, which means an openness to new concepts. And so I think that kind of constant discovery and curiosity is ultimately made me a better Bitcoiner. So let's take this to kind of the meat of what I want to talk about with you, which is this common topic or thread you've had over the, I think increasingly over the past year, which I think you summarize as the SMTP-ification of Bitcoin. I'm going to let you kind of intro this topic. What is this, and what's the high level message you have on this topic?
Yeah, so it's a more specific way of saying ossification and the potential negative ramifications of what can happen with ossification. So, there's been a lot of debate around ossification of Bitcoin and whether we should, seek to sort of preemptively ossify for the safety of the protocol and network, or should we continue trying to make improvements to it, even though we understand that ossification is basically inevitable. It's going to get more and more difficult to make changes to it. So what is ossification? It basically means slowing down of development and even the ability to make changes to a network protocol. The reason for this is it's really just around the dynamics of the fact that when you're using a public protocol that nobody owns, there's network effects at play. And part of the network effects is that, the more people that are using it, the more valuable the network becomes, and that's good. But the flip side, and where ossification comes in, is that as the network grows larger, it also sort of gets crushed underneath its own weight of the difficulty of coordinating changes across all of the people who are operating on the network becomes more and more difficult. You can almost think of it as steering a ship, where there's hardly even a rudder. No one's controlling the rudder, but it's pretty easy to steer a tiny speedboat. But when you get up to like cruise ship or aircraft carrier level size ships, it's much, much more difficult to actually change the course, the direction of that. And that's simply, it's physics, right? It's mass. It's the total amount of energy required in order to effectively change the velocity of a thing. And so I think that network protocols, in a sense, have their own sort of velocity and mass and other physics attributes, except, this is in cyberspace rather than meat space.
Bitcoin Season 2 is brought to you by Botanix. Botanix Labs is pioneering a new direction for DeFi with the first EVM L2 running on Bitcoin that's built to be forward secure, decentralized, and share gas fees generated by the network with users. See the future of DeFi at Botanix, botanixlabs.xyz. So you warn against ossification at this time, and you put it in context of like how email itself has become pretty much condensed to a couple handfuls of servers. I think a lot of people may not understand this today. Could you kind of explain this analogy a bit further?
Yeah, and we could talk about it for hours, and I have, because this is a like 40 to 50 year long history of what happened to SMTP, which is the email protocol, where essentially it was simultaneously a massive success, but also it's a failure, and not many people look at it from the sense of how it's failed, because most email users today are so far abstracted away from the actual protocol, they don't even realize that they're not using the protocol. So, in the early days, in the like late 70s, early 80s, when SMTP was a baby, pretty much everybody who was using it was running their own SMTP server. So think of it similar to running your own Bitcoin node. And it worked really well for a couple of decades, until the 90s, until AOL came around. And that really was the first wave of mainstream adoption of internet users. And it turned out that this created a whole bunch of new stressors and attacks and threats against email as a protocol. And the primary problem here was that email as a protocol was designed to be highly resilient and guarantee the delivery of messages. The idea behind it was that it was expected that if someone was trying to send you a message, you would want to receive it. And of course, as millions of people came on board through AOL and those early ISPs, so too also came the more malicious people who discovered that email was a new pipeline to effectively deliver mass amounts of advertisement extremely cheaply compared to traditional methods. So spam became a thing, and the email protocol had absolutely no spam protection mechanisms because it had simply never been a threat that anyone had worried about. So what happened from then on out over the next 10, 15 years is that a variety of anti-spam mechanisms were kind of bolted on top of the protocol. Rather than trying to solve spam at the protocol level, we started creating all of these centralized solutions, which was the easy and obvious way to try to mitigate spam, because a lot of the early attempts at doing it in a more decentralized fashion, where you would run like Bayesian filters and stuff on the client side, those all failed because trying to do spam filtering just based on content, and this ties into the Bitcoin spam debate as well. It's a whack-a-mole game. You're basically signing up for a never-ending cat and mouse back and forth type of thing. And so ultimately, after about a decade, the spam mechanisms that ended up being put into place were mostly centralized providers, various gatekeepers, blacklisting mechanisms, reputation mechanisms for IP addresses and domain names. And so now the cost of essentially onboarding yourself into the system of running your own sovereign SMTP server means that you also have all of these third parties that you need to engage in relationships with. And so this is kind of the meta protocol that has morphed out of SMTP and created this monster of a protocol that's not really well defined because it's more of a human meat space relationship protocol. And so suffice to say that this kept raising the costs of operating on the email network to the point that unless you're probably like a Fortune 500 company or some really huge organization where you can have a lot of dedicated people that are focused on all of the problems that come along with this, then you're probably just going to default to using one of the like big 10 providers, Apple, Google, Microsoft, so on, because they are the behemoths, they are the gatekeepers now. And, this is something that I learned a lot about because I spent the first decade of my career actually as a developer at an email marketing company. And I learned a lot about what really happens under the hood with email. And then even today, as the chief security officer at CASA and managing a lot of our infrastructure, we have to do similar stuff with our own email reputation and closely monitor it and make sure that we reach out to ISPs and blacklists and stuff if we ever accidentally get on them.
So you describe this scenario where a protocol becomes ossified and new ways of responding to a changing world that protocol lives in seem to have to be solved at the social, they have to be solved exogenously. And
well, they don't have to be, but it's the easy, convenient path.
Yeah, true. And what's interesting to me is, and maybe I'm more aware of this lately, but this seems to be an increasing voice in the Bitcoin camp. I hear many people even
Testing, testing. Okay. Okay, cool. Hello, everyone. My name is Jesus Nahara, aka SetDev, aka SetZeus, and I'm the owner and founder of SetDev, which is a Bitcoin and Bitcoin L2 contracting and security company. And we occasionally make our own products as well, one of which is BitScript, which I will be using today for the talk Introduction to Script. So quick, I'm curious to get like a gauge here because I assume this is a pretty technical crowd. Who here has written script at any point in their career? Okay, cool. So yeah, I want to make it clear this talk is definitely, the audience is more targeted towards either non-technical, semi-technical, or developers and programmers that are technical but are curious to learn more about how script actually works underneath the hood. And without any further ado, I'm going to get into it. Cool. Okay, so today's agenda, we're going to start with the very, very basics of script, such as why learn, how does it work, what exactly is it. We're then going to dive into some syntax, and then we are going to wrap up with some examples, which if you have your laptop, you're actually going to be able to follow along, as long as you have Chrome as well, because I realized a bug in Firefox earlier today. Cool, so why bother learning script? First off, well, context for the next opcode. We are at opnext after all. And so if you don't know what an opcode is, I highly doubt you have the context to understand what is the next opcode that should be activated. And so that is probably the #1 reason for giving this talk. I actually had the privilege of giving this talk in Boston for the very first opnext.dev conference. And I got feedback that it was really, really useful context for the rest of the talks. Because again, most of them are focused on presenting all the different options for the next opcodes, et cetera, et cetera. Me personally, I like keeping up with that dialogue and temperature check, usually the website that I have linked up here. And again, you guys can see this is where a lot of the veteran engineers, people who have been here for years, are sort of giving their opinion on what they believe should be activated. And yeah, so I mean, that is probably the #1 reason for giving this talk, so that you guys have context for all the talks that come after this, that come tomorrow, etc. And one more thing is I really want to make this much more of an educational talk than anything else. So everyone that's here to learn, if at any point I rush through something or something is unclear, please, please, please feel free to raise your hand. Go ahead and call on you and we can have a dialogue. At the end of the day, this is mainly for you. If you are one of the many senior or veteran engineers that are in the crowd, and I say something that is, not precise or even nonsensical, please also raise your hand and let me know, because again, we're always learning here. So, context for the next op, and why else should you bother learning script? Well, real simply, script is what moves Bitcoin around. And so when you send Bitcoin from one wallet to another, that isn't technically what's happening underneath the hood. And obviously we're here for a technical discussion. And so what really happens is you have a collection of UTXOs, or unspent transaction outputs that you want to spend. And when you spend them, what actually happens is you transfer the ownership through some from some cryptography from one or more public keys to another public key. And so UTXOs have a lock around them. And that lock, or those set of instructions, are typically called the script pub key. So if you go to mempool, or if you go to any of the other block explorers, you'll usually see script pub key. On the other side, the inputs provide the unlock script, or the instructions to unlock a specific UTXO. And so these sets of instructions are what we call script. One of them throws a lock around it. One of them unlocks that previous lock. Okay, and so before we get into the actual syntax, I want to review two high-level concepts that are really, really critical to understanding how this all works together. And again, hopefully everyone here has at least heard of inputs and outputs. But if you haven't, every transaction includes inputs, every transaction includes outputs. And what happens is with every input, it points to a previous UTXO, or an unspent transaction that was already mined. It fetches it, and then it fetches the lock script for it. And the input that you the input that you're submitting has an unlock script with it, right? So here we can see in the input, which is the top one, we have a transaction ID, because again, we need to point to the UTXO that was spent. So hey, on what transaction was this UTXO spent? We have the vout, which points to what specific UTXO in that transaction. So the transaction has, you know, hundreds of UTXOs. Which one are you actually trying to unlock? And then you provide the SIG script with, which again, for the concepts of this discussion, the SIG script is the unlock script, or basically what unlocks the lock from the output. On the bottom, as you can see, we fetch the output, and we can see the amount of Bitcoin. We can see the size, which size will make more sense after this talk. And then we can actually grab the pub key script, or AKA the cryptographic lock around that input, around that Bitcoin. And so what happens is we provide a SIG script, the unlock script. We grab the lock script, which is the script pub key, and we attempt to execute them in serialization. And if the protocol, if a node knows that, hey, this was actually unlocked correctly, then that is considered a valid Bitcoin transaction and is therefore propagated to the rest of the network. Okay, so in addition to inputs and outputs, there's one other concept that I think is really, really key background, and that is the concept of a signature, AKA a digital signature. It took me some time to really let this sink in, but I forgot exactly who said it, but you can basically think of Bitcoin as a linked list with digital signatures. They are that important to the entire protocol. And a digital signature, again, it's really, really simple to think of it in terms of its analog equivalent, right? So when you sign something, you are signing some message, and you specifically are signing that with, you know, a pen. And so, for example, that message can be many things. It can be a business contract between two people, or it can be a check, which with obviously the check, the message in the check is the amount, the bank account, the specific account number, when it expires, etc. And so in Bitcoin, you are also providing, when you provide a digital signature, you are signing a message, and that message is typically a specially formatted version of the transaction. And the pen itself is your private key. And so that's where the saying, not your keys, not your coins comes from. Because if someone actually has your private key, well, then that someone else can actually sign on your behalf, and the network can't tell that it wasn't actually you. Someone else has your private key. And the reason why digital signatures are, well, the reason why I want to introduce this before getting into the syntax is because not every, but almost all transactions, the final step before they're actually executed is to verify that the signature is correct. So we need to verify that, again, the message is this special format of a Bitcoin transaction, and that the private key matches the public key that this was signed with. And as you guys can, and you guys will see, this leads to one of the more common and most important opcodes. Okay, so now before I move on to the syntax, I'm curious if there are any questions so far about just inputs, outputs, and signatures. I don't believe so. No? Okay, cool. Whew. I guess my question there would be, if it doesn't have a signature, it's probably a non-standard transaction, right? Okay, and are those always broadcasted? Ah, okay. Okay, so now moving on to syntax. Okay, script, really simply, is an array of bytes expressed in a hexadecimal format. And so you guys are seeing there a really, really basic example of a script, which I'll come back to in a second. But you can think of a script as, well, sorry, every script has basically only two things at the very, very highest level. It either has data or it has an opcode. And so as we talked about, what's an example of data? Well, again, if you want to verify a signature, you need the signature and you need the public key. That counts as data. If you want to do some math operation on it, math or like numbers being pushed to the stack also counts as data. And on the other side, you have opcodes, which again, those are functions, command, operations, and the main topic of this conference, right? Which opcode are we going to activate? Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about how these scripts are actually interpreted and executed. There is, quote unquote, an engine, which is called the stack, which is just a very, very simple programming structure that follows a last in, first out life cycle. So you guys can see to the right that we have an empty box, and you can think of it as a box, and we're going to push items to that box. And in core, the stack and opcodes are primarily handled in a file called script/interpreter.cpp, if you guys actually want to see underneath the hood of this engine. And one thing to realize, and this trips up a lot of developers up when they're first getting into this, the stack is sort of dumb. It's really, really, really limited, and it cries and complains about everything. And so that being said, if you want to push data to the stack, you first actually have to tell it the exact size of the data that you're going to push. So back to this very first script I showed you guys, I split it up into two different parts. You can see 0x20 and then 0x31 blank, 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 blank. And so what's happening here is, you guys can see on the left side, we are saying, hey, stack, we're about to push 0x20 bytes to you. 0x20 in hexadecimal is equal to 32. So this actually translates to, hey, stack, we're about to push 32 bytes to the stack. Cool. So again, data and opcodes are pushed to the stack. They're consumed one at a time. Sometimes data is pushed back. Sometimes data is destroyed. But the most important detail to note here is, in order for a transaction to be considered valid in Bitcoin, at the end, the stack should have a single item in there, and that single item should be the number 1. As long as 1 is at the top of the stack. Okay, copy. Well, you need 1 all the way at the top in order to make it spendable. Okay, so there you go. So going on from that, what are the different opcode categories that we see? And so now we're getting into the actual opcodes themselves. And these are all the common categories of opcodes, which I'll show you guys some basics examples. But we have, starting with crypto, which does not mean crypto coins or anything like that. It stands for cryptography. So for example, verifying a signature, opchecksig, or hashing. So hash 160, hash 256, SHA 256, these are all opcodes that work within the scripting language. You have flow opcodes, which if you come from any other programming language, there's always conditional ways of flowing. So for example, if, else, and, or really, really basic functions. We of course have math opcodes, so adding, subtracting, maximum, minimum, something's equal, equivalency, those are all math codes. And then we have push opcodes, which again, as I mentioned, whenever you want to push data to the stack, you first need to tell it, hey, I'm about to push X amount of bytes to the stack. Last but not least, there are a set of functions or opcodes that are native to the stack structure. And I'll be showing some of them, but to give you an example, some of them is, op duplicate or op swap, op depth. And so here you guys can see just a few of the common opcodes in each category. So checksig, hash 160, hash 256, and you guys could actually see to the right of it the hexadecimal expression of these opcodes. So going back to the script examples that we're going to see, this is exactly how you can tell which opcode you are looking at. Okay, so that was a pretty high-level introduction to script. But now I'm going to show you guys some examples of how these actually work and how they're executed. And again, if you have your laptop, feel free to take it out now because we're going to be jumping into an IDE. And before I do, any questions at this point? Okay, cool. So again, if you have your laptop and if you have Chrome on your laptop, head to bitscript.app, which is again a tool that me and my team built out mainly for gaining our own understanding of script a little bit further. and you can click develop. We have a few advanced tools: script sandbox, transaction to serializer, a hashing calculator, data formatter, multi-sig generator. Today, we're obviously going to stick in the script sandbox. And so I'm going to show you guys some very, very simple scripts, and we're going to get increasingly more complicated. So let's start by just simply adding two numbers. So we're going to type in the number 1, enter. And as you guys can see, when I type in the number 1, this IDE actually prepended and showed us op push 1. Again, we're about to push the number 1 to the stack. The stack is dumb. We need to tell it, hey, man, we're about to push 1 byte worth of data. Let's say we add the number 2, enter. Again, the number 2 is also represented with 1 byte, so we are still telling it, hey, stack, we're about to push 1 byte worth of data to you. And to the right, you can actually see how the stack is being filled in that LIFO structure. And then last, let's go ahead and actually explore our first opcode. So we're going to go ahead and do op add. And you guys can see to the right, what's going to happen is we have both of these two datas. It's going to consume both of them, and it's going to push back 0x03, or the number 3, to the stack. And just continuing with this really simple example, let's go ahead and type in the number 3 as well. And obviously, all we're going to do right now, after we add, is we're going to add number 3. And now we're going to do one of the two equivalency opcodes. So there's actually op equal and op equal verify, and they do not do the same thing. So first, op equal. If two items are equal, it returns the number 1. If they are not equal, it returns the number 0. So in this first example, 3 and 3 are equal. It's returning the number 1. OK. Fairly simple. Any questions at this point? Cool. All right, so now let's get a little bit more complicated with it. We're going to start with the number 1 again. Except this time, we're going to add 1,000. And as you guys can see, this time around, we do not see op push 1, but we actually see op push 2. And that's because the number 1,000 cannot be represented by 1 byte, but it's actually represented by 2 bytes. And so now we see op push 1, the number 1. Now we're telling the stack, hey, we're about to push the number 1,000, which is 2 bytes worth of data. So we see op push 2. And now we see the number 1,000. And we're going to do the same thing. So op add. And again, we're obviously going to see the number 1,001. I want to, below that, add in the number 1,001 again. And now, instead of doing op equal, we're going to do op equal verify. And so I want to highlight the difference between op equal and op equal verify. Op equal, if they're equivalent, well, whether they're equivalent or not, it'll return something to the stack, either 1 or 0. Op equal verify, the keyword verify is actually seen in a few different opcodes, and it almost always means the same thing, which means that if they are equivalent, then consume the data and don't return anything back. If they are not equivalent, or if they are false, then the script actually stops interpreting, and it actually, like, the script stops right there. So as you guys can see, when I type in op equal verify, it's going to take in 1,001, 1,001, and it's not going to return anything this time. And yeah, whenever you see the word verify in any of the opcodes, it typically follows this same pattern. OK, so now we're going to get a little bit more complicated. Let's go ahead and clear it again. And so now what I want to do is let's have some fun by hashing something. So let's just type in the words opnext. And again, this is 6 bytes. So first we're going to be told, hey, stack, we're about to push 6 bytes to you. And now let's do one of the hashes. So let's do hash 256. OK, cool. So now we're going to take opnext in byte format. We're going to hash it using hash 256, and we're going to see a result to the right. You can actually hover over this to see more information on it. So I'm actually going to take this hex that it spit out, which I'm not sure if that's correct. Or I'm not sure if what I'm copying and pasting is correct. Okay, for some reason it's not letting me copy this. Okay, cool, here it is. So I'm gonna go ahead and take this hash. Obviously we know that it's equal, but if it weren't, and then we're gonna check that they are equal, but again, we fully expect this to work. And the reason why I wanted to highlight this specific example is because this is actually a really good example of how hash locks work. So for example, if you wanted to have a UTXO that is only unlocked if someone provides a specific password or a specific word, this is actually how that would be done. So you see opnext, we typed in the word opnext, we did hash 256, and then we checked it against an existing hash already, right? So pretend we brought in that hash from elsewhere and they were equal. And so this is actually a really primitive example of how a hash lock would work. And now last but not least, I want to show you guys exactly how, and again, we've gotten more and more complicated, but now I want to show you guys a transaction that's actually on mainnet. And I want to show you guys how we take the SIG script, the pub key script, we execute them sequentially, and how it's left at the end with a single number 1 in the stack. And so I'm going to go to the transaction deserializer. It's going to grab a quick example. And again, these are transactions that are on mainnet. Go back to my sandbox. We're going to grab this. This transaction is only 1 SIG script, so we're going to grab it. And I'm actually going to pause right here. And I'm curious to see how clever this audience is, who just by looking at the script here can tell what type of transaction this is. And obviously don't tell me that you saw it in the previous page, because I'm going to ask how you can tell. I've already answered a lot from you, so let's go with you back there. P2SH, it is not. How can you tell, Rob? Exactly. So
make sure to repeat the questions for the audience.
yeah, so once more, I was asking here, how can you tell, can anyone tell what kind of transaction this is just by looking at the script? And as Rob said, this is indeed a pay to public key hash transaction, and the clues are actually around lines 11, 12, and 13. So within those lines, we are seeing, hey, we're gonna hash 160 something, which if you guys know, hash 160 leads to a hash that is 20 bytes long. Then we're telling the script, then we're telling the stack, hey, we're gonna push 20 bytes to you. Line 13 is just some hash that is 20 bytes. And then again, I showed you guys op equal verify. We're gonna verify that that script, that hash actually matches a hash that we generate. And then last but not least, we're gonna do op check sig. And again, obviously pay to public key hash, it's in the word, key hash. The hash is done using hash 160. So Rob is fully correct. This is a pay to public key hash transaction. And again, if you know script, you could tell just by looking at the script here. So let's go every item line by line, walk through it, and then we're gonna let it execute on the right, and then we can go ahead and wrap it up. So from the script sig, we first have op push 71. So obviously we're gonna push 71 bytes worth of data. And just to give you guys a little answer there, that is a signature. Then we're gonna push op push 33, which is a public key. So we're gonna push 33 bytes to the stack. And then we're gonna execute op dupe. So obviously we're gonna duplicate that public key. Op hash, we're gonna hash that public key. Op push 20, and then the hash, we're gonna push some random hash that was found in the script pub key. We're gonna check that the public key that we just hashed is equal to the hash from the script pub key. We're gonna equal verify that they are the same. And if it's not, it's gonna stop executing. And then again, like I mentioned earlier in this talk, almost all transactions, the last opcode you're gonna see is op check sig, because again, we need a public key, we need a message, and we're gonna check that, we need to verify that the message is indeed correct and signed by this public key. So now if we go ahead and run this, I might need to forward a step. Okay, cool. We're gonna see we're pushing the signature. We're now preparing and we're gonna push the public key. We're now gonna duplicate that public key. We're now going to hash this public key using op hash 160, which is going to lead to a 20-byte hash. We're then going to push the 20-byte hash that was originally in the lock script or in the script public key. We're going to verify, hey, the key that we just provided and that we signed with, is it equal to the hash of the public key that was in the lock script? It is. And then finally, we're going to do op check sig to check that the public key and the signature that we provided are indeed valid. And with that, I think I'm going to wrap it up unless there are any questions from the audience at this point. Okay, 2 questions, yes. There is, I think someone else can answer that. I think it's 512 bytes, but I'm not sure about that. Do you know? For the stack? Yeah. 520 bytes. Okay, there we go.
In BitScript, some of the proposed opcodes to add to Bitcoin.
That is exactly what I'm working on, so that there is a playground for the upcoming opcodes. Yeah. In the sandbox. Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool.
From one last question from PodConf in the back.
Oh, I was just going to make the statement that I was incorrect earlier in saying that you can have multiple items on the stack. You can with legacy script, but in Taproot you cannot.
There we
go.
go.
So there's more gotchas.
Yep, distinctions there. Another question up front.
Okay, I'm just curious, have you implemented all of this like yourself in your own code, or are you like somehow hooking into like the C++ core code, something like that?
Yeah, so this we actually wrote internally, though we were inspired by Burak's example of this, which I forgot the name of it. Yeah, Script Wizard, which is also similar to this. I actually wanted to understand these concepts deeply myself. So this wasn't built using a library or anything. This was built from scratch, so I could better understand exactly how everything works underneath the hood. Okay, cool. And with that, thank you guys for your time.
Check. Check. Okay, up next, we have someone that I had the pleasure of working with when I was at Mara. Every call that we ever had with this guy, I would end up with blood coming out of my ears because it just found his way to dive into Bitcoin to layers that mere mortals can't understand. Portland Hodl is now going to do a presentation on how he thinks we can break Bitcoin. And I'm pretty sure he's lots of caveats. So if you want to get on and solve your Bitcoin real quick before he does it on stage here and breaks it, please do. But with that, I'll give it to Portland Hodl.
Okay, yeah, thank you. In all seriousness, this is more of like what is technically possible. The incentives aren't really compatible with this currently. And as such, like, understand that this entire talk is about a technical possibility, not that it can or will happen in reality, or that it would happen in reality. So yeah, the Mempool Anarchist Cookbook, Poison Blocks. Basically, how do you build one of these things? So as part of my demo, I guess I'd ask is like, what do you guys think is a reasonable time to validate a block in Bitcoin? 10 seconds? Okay. What do you think my block I'm going to cook up today is going to take? Yeah, sure, yeah. So yeah, right here, I have cooked up a little bit of a demo for you guys. On the right-hand side, I got a Bitcoin node at host ending in 90. And that's just a standard reg test node, no modifications. And this is on the left-hand side, my malicious pool. And I put in the performance counter, so it'll benchmark how long this block is going to take. And I have it set up so it's going to mine to an address. This block in pink that's cooked up based on a lot of these. Well, let's scroll down. There's a lot of preparation transactions to make this kind of thing happen. But nonetheless, the validation time should be pretty impressive in terms of just total time it takes. And you can stall out a node. And so this is our redeeming transaction that will redeem 22,000 inputs of sig checking. Let's get started. So, okay, it's going to do its thing. It saw a header on that side. And if you notice, it says connect two transactions. This block will move over here now, okay, because all the signatures were cached on our side in the mempool. This node has received it. It's now thinking, and it will be thinking for a very long time. So while I do my talk, yeah, we'll check up on it in a bit. So next is, okay, here we go. Kind of like, okay, TLDR, where did all this start? Merit, Slipstream, and emails from people. Some history of like how this has already been in Bitcoin for quite a while, actually since the very beginning, technically. Proof of concept, which I'm demoing right now. The cookbook of how you do this, slightly redacted so that people don't do this. Headers only mining and how this potentially could keep things going in the short term, but has its own caveats, and then ultimately solutions to the problem. So the first rule of DOS blocks is you do not talk about DOS blocks. This talk is not designed to let this go out and let's go out and do this. Instead, it's designed just like, hey, make your own decisions about like, do we need the great consensus cleanup? Is this even a problem? Share responsibly. And as a note, this was created without collaboration from any others, and this work is mine alone. As such, like I took resources from the internet, et cetera, to do this, but I didn't like directly collaborate with anybody to disclose this. Yeah, and I stated in 2024 opnext that nation state adoption be irresponsible without patching this issue. I still don't disagree with this completely, but it was a little bit overblown when I first kind of discovered it. So yeah, let's go into like kind of what happened. Miners can be bad, okay? But yeah, let's construct so miners can, as we're going to see, construct very difficult to validate blocks, and these cause nodes to stall. And well, that's the problem in many regards because first of all, like miners, they will be stuck spinning on work because they'll be validating the next chain tip. Two, the RPC actually dies during this process. And then, yeah, the Bitcoin current nodes will always accept the first block seen. So once this thing's in your node, it doesn't stop processing it. It will literally just continue to go, even if there is a faster to validate block that comes in during that time. So why would anybody even consider doing this? Miners could poison blocks essentially to disadvantage their competitors, right? Get a little bit of alone time on the network. If you knew very deliberately how to target other miners, you could do it just be a troll if you had enough money. Nation states as well potentially might use this as a tactic to, well, make Bitcoin hard to use for maybe a small little country in Central America. I doubt that would ever happen, but still. Next is like how you would do this. You'd probably want to run a pool to do this. Otherwise, it'd be pretty difficult to do on the current Bitcoin network because we do have a thing called is standard, which kind of blocks a lot of this stuff from happening. In my case, I did maximize for pure validation time to make it last as long as possible to validate the block, not for economic cost. But you'd want to buy, in my case, like about 150 blocks of setup transactions to make this possible. Hope nobody notices on the Bitcoin network because then they would get ready for what you're about to do. And then if all goes successfully, you get to redeem your prize of about 25 minutes on the network with a reasonable Xeon computer of spinning everybody else's wheels if you hit the right targets. So how did all this start? I created a service at Marathon Digital Holdings called Slipstream. What Slipstream was, it is a non-standard transaction submission service. Bitcoin has what's called is standard, what I said, just allows very safe transactions, none of this stuff to get through, and protects miners, protects nodes, but it is not consensus. Like it is part of consensus, but there's more you can do. And so what happens is like my initial kind of testing in Slipstream was like, can I make something go out of mempool's policy and break consensus? CPFP chains, size limitations, 4 megas, that kind of stuff. Non-mandatory flags, don't get DDoSed or forked. But when you do these things and you actually release the product, a core contributor who I'm not going to name will send you an email and tells you you very likely missed a few things, and rightly so. And what I mean by that is that there's two things. There's a quadratic hashing issue and the worst case validation time for blocks, which I'm demonstrating right now, that abuses the quadratic hashing issue along with tons of signature validation. So yeah, basically this is the kind of stuff you got to learn about to kind of modify a pool to accept non-standard transactions without breaking a ton of stuff. By the way, if I'm going towards 30 minutes, let me know. So here's the history of this. So basically in 2009, 2010, limits to the number of SIG-ops are introduced into Bitcoin, and also the block size is restricted to 1 megabyte. This is very important because each one of these inputs takes up a little bit of space, and this creates a quadratic problem algorithmically. So bigger blocks without limiting the size of the transaction below that block limit creates basically a bigger problem, and it's exponential. So 4 megabyte blocks with 4 megabyte transactions would be much worse than what we have today. And then the next piece is in 2013, Sergio Demon posted on Bitcoin Talk on January 30th about a 3-minute block that he had crafted that could stall out these nodes. And then next thing you know, the CVE comes out. And then 2015, F2 Pool inadvertently collecting a bunch of these kind of small dust transactions, redeems them in block 364292 with roughly 6,000 inputs. And it takes about 30, users on Reddit noticed it takes about 30 seconds to validate this block. And this was actual economic activity. They inadvertently kind of DOSed Bitcoin with the quadratic hash problem. This transaction was the full size of a block. Oh, I don't have that up anymore. Okay, so we're gonna forget that one. But yeah, basically that is an entire 1 megabyte of data in that transaction that did that. And then Scaling Bitcoin in 2015 had 2 talks dedicated to the topic of hey, what kind of algorithmic issues are in Bitcoin that need to be solved to scale Bitcoin? And yeah, the quadratic hash problem and worst case block time validation were discussed. And in 2019, Matt Carolla creates the GCC, Great Consensus Cleanup, which Antoine talked about earlier, that he's now kind of extending or reviving back to resolve this specific problem. So what exactly kind of are we even discussing in terms of this? So basically consensus is all the valid rules of Bitcoin transactions, anything that could be considered a Bitcoin transaction. Think matter on earth. It exists, right? This exists within the space of Bitcoin. Is standard. Those are your typical transactions you see every day. Your pay to public key hashes, your pay to taproot, even pay to public key by Satoshi. Those are extremely safe for the Bitcoin network. The currently easily mineable transactions are the transactions allowed by miners to get onto the blockchain that they have basically deliberately gone out around the rules of Bitcoin Core and said, we are going to take these in, whether it be for personal or monetary reasons, we'll do it. But it's still safe enough that they can justify not breaking their pool, ideally. So then the next part of consensus right now is you have these DOS transactions that I'm kind of demonstrating, which are these hard to validate transactions, blocks that contain them. Ideally, Great Consensus Cleanup would just axe this entire yellow spot, soft fork it out, it's done with. We'll never have to deal with it again. But that's a section you never want to interleave or cross over into the easy to do category, because then you have validation problems on the network. So basically where I'm kind of at with this is these things are allowed on Bitcoin, but they're kind of hard to do. And that's because of what's called policy, that is standard thing. Miners won't mine it if it's not standard. And because mining is relatively centralized between 12, 15, maybe 30 pools, whatever. But ultimately, they're acting as the guardians of the network and preventing this from happening. It's too difficult for anybody just to go up and make 150 blocks of setup transactions. The miners currently, if you talk to a Pubco miner, they don't want to be a part of any of this. There's no price you can really pay to say, hey, can we create a DOS block with you? But that is not going to stop a nation state actor from ever potentially attempting this. The good news is it's very easy to see. But yeah, none of this means it can't happen because consensus is king. Sorry about spelling error. So yeah, proof of concept. Let's build this thing. So first step is learn about things. So you can go on the internet and you can find a lot of the different portions of how these blocks are built, from forum posts, resources from developers, etc. Next, you got to write a little bit of code that works, because you got to execute it, and then some stuff happens and you end up with something like this. And then in this case, I got a nice result of this block took 25 minutes to validate on our other node. So that block completely made that node useless for 25 minutes. That should be the exact time we have today as well. So the next thing is what hardware are you running, Portland? What is this? Are you running it on some Raspberry Pi? No, because the situation gets much worse when you run it on a Raspberry Pi. This is on an Intel Xeon E5 2620, so it's no fresh CPU, but it's from 2016, reasonably fast. So yeah, it still takes quite a bit of time. A Raspberry Pi, I was at about 11 hours total to get this block to validate. It's just stuck. So that can maybe have an impact on certain services that run in Bitcoin Core. Like if you're running a mempool.space instance, that will crash out. Sparrow will not work during this time. The node is completely useless. Okay, so what do you need to do this? Like, how do you cook this thing? I've redacted a few things just for the sake of like not giving up the entire thing, but it's relatively easy. You can do all this in probably 2 or 3 days of just research plus coding. You need time, some virtual machines, KVMs ideally. So you can basically create like your attack node and your victim node, and then reg test Bitcoin Core 28.1, and then you need to modify another version of Bitcoin Core to accept these kind of transactions that have become non-standard, don't pass the regular flags, and put them in there. You need mempool instances just for visualization if you care about that. And then you got to write the code to create the setup and redemption transaction. So in my case, I used BDK as a wallet because I could just basically dump a little bit of Bitcoin in there, say spend these out points, and then I could redeem them later in a single, spend a bunch of hard to validate output scripts, and then I redeem these in a single transaction. So the next thing you need is you got to basically modify Bitcoin Core. And this was like why I said modified, because there are, I've taken this part out because I don't think everybody needs to know. But yeah, there are 2 lines you got to remove to be able to make some checks for mempool acceptance go away so that you can get these setup transactions to go into your mempool. And once that's going into your mempool, remember, it's consensus valid, it's just not standard. So it's discouraged, not forbidden. And then you got to set your max standard transaction weight to 4 million weight units for maximum effectiveness. Build with /configure, enable the benchmarks, and essentially you have all your ingredients and you're ready to cook. So like the other portion of this, like why like SIGOPS and these hard to validate transactions that you can create these blocks with, that should normally be considered limited because of the fact that we count the SIGOPS in a block, 20,000 for legacy scripts, 80,000 for witness-based data, but that doesn't count what pub keys have. So in script pub keys, which are kind of like the locks to Bitcoin, the SIGOPS are counted on the outputs. So even though the block I crafted does basically like 4 million SIGOPS, it doesn't actually count, the block says it has 0 SIGOPS because they're all on the outputs of the transaction. That was something Satoshi did. And this is my opinion, that it was kind of a pretty big mistake that he counted it at the time it was introduced into the blockchain and not at the time, basically it was forced to be redeemed. The cost of that validation was forced upon the nodes. So there are some ways you can use this to your advantage to kind of stop this behavior. So, okay, now we have the setup transactions that bypass or arbitrage this kind of like SIGOPS count to violate the block SIGOPS count, so I can get many more SIGOPS in this thing. To do the attack that I have, it takes roughly 157 blocks of setup. So 1 to 2 sats per VByte, you're 150, 300,000 US dollars. And for the sake of not giving up the entire cookbook, I kind of redacted that section as well. But you'll have a script that looks something like that a lot of times. So then you got to broadcast and mine up your setup transactions. At this point, if you're a miner, you would either do it very quickly if you had a lot of hash power, or you'd slowly, over a very long period of time, introduce these into the chain. So maybe like 1 or 2 a day for a lot more than that, actually. I take that back. But yeah, the main thing is these setup transactions, you just want to have like a lot of op check sigs and just burden the CPU with tons of signature checking, even if that signature is invalid, because that's the important component, is that even if the signatures in that transaction aren't good, like the talk before, it just evaluates it and says it's true or false. So it'll still do all the work, even though it's all bogus data. So you're just basically spamming with a bunch of fake signatures. And the Xeon server I'm running it on kind of hurts from this, but ultimately the real like hardware that would suffer is probably Raspberry Pis, because the ARM architecture on those does very poorly with signature validation. So next is like at the same time, there's a problem in Bitcoin called the quadratic hashing problem. This was solved with SegWit and Taproot. This is why we're using those legacy script pub keys. And what happens is that essentially for the number of inputs, you actually, for every signature you check, you're squaring the number of operations you got to do, because you got to check against the output index as well. So in essence, like the transaction I created has probably a maximum number of inputs, minus 22,000. I had some inefficiencies and just kind of timing it for this talk to be 25 minutes. You can actually get about 23,158 of these inputs. So the result I get can be slightly worse. Mempool.space was not able, mempool was not able to visualize this. And then the example today, 484 million SIGOPS were used. SegWit fixes this, and then, yeah, so to amplify the attack from being optimized out, I use a single byte in the script sig that forces it to recompute or rehash all that data. So I have a little kind of video I created of my first like run of this. I was very excited when this happened, just because I did it, not because it's good. So yeah, I like set up my little stopwatch, and yeah, I'm going to speed up to 60x in just a second. Get everything ready, check my mempool.space instances, my setup transactions. Here, oh, I should have taken that section out. Okay. So next thing you know, yeah, basically run the command, and then the important thing to notice is just in a second. Okay, I created too many blocks in this one. So I'm going to fast forward. Then we're going towards, okay, so yeah, blocks are mined. And so this is at right now, what speed are we? 60x. So every time that goes up on the second column, that's a whole minute passing by. But over here, the CPU of this machine completely tapped the entire time. It's literally just going through and just hashing to do these signature operations. And also probably validating some of the signatures as well. So we're about to stop. Boom. So yeah, right there, the block comes in, it mines, and then the other note I would make that I saw during this process that was not my favorite to see, but during this whole time, the RPC work queue to do anything was just filling up. Nothing was actually happening for that 25 minutes. And the queue was actually mempool.space, or mempool asking for requests for information about the mempool, et cetera. And yeah, the node is useless during this entire time. So 25 minutes there. So the really good news is Bitcoin was actually properly multi-threaded to handle this. And if like you're a miner, why not just put in an 80 core server? It's all done, right? You can validate these, the 4 cores divide by 20, it's like a minute and a half, you're good. The Raspberry Pis probably still suffer a little bit. And yeah, the other thing about disabling the RPC during this time, it has various effects towards like probably lightning channels and people like accepting payments or whatnot if you get this block to other people. Raspberry Pi 4, 11 hours. AWS T2 instances, which some smaller companies use, probably would be like pretty heavily impacted by this. And it's definitely not cheap to do this. The next thing about like why this is probably pretty difficult to pull off is standard. First of all, prevents you. But even if you like get this block built and you're ready to broadcast it, in my example, I basically submit it off to another node that I know I'm going to hit. But if you actually want to do damage to a miner, you're going to want to get all the way over here. But if you broadcast it to your set of nodes and you get this one's going to stall out for 11 hours because it's a Raspberry Pi, so nothing's going to happen. By then, all these will have moved on to the chain. This guy here will get the block like, hey, this one's done. Gets the block. It's going to, I'm already basically 100 blocks ahead of you now. So it's not, you'd have to be very targeted towards like hitting pools to make this happen. Yeah, and the other thing too is like some pools are fenced by Bitcoin nodes. So basically they have a ring around their template generators to kind of protect them from different things, keep transactions internal. You would have to hit like the entire fence to make this happen. That would be incredibly difficult to do. And at the end of the day, like the miners can be in agreement to orphan your block out. But I think this doesn't work well right now in Bitcoin because of the fact that the subsidy is high. So if you just happen to get this thing to stick in the chain, stall it out for 25, 30 minutes, right? It's stuck. And some miners built 3 blocks on top of it. Even if it's headers only, they've collected 9 Bitcoin. If it's one miner like Foundry, for example, they're not going to want to probably give that money back. Maybe they do, but at the same time, it's a harder sell. But if we're really actually in this situation, miners are headers only on top of this block because they can't validate it, they would only be able to mine Coinbase transactions. In long term, that would have a null impact because they wouldn't have any fees in those Coinbase transactions. They couldn't add any other transactions to their block without risk of it becoming invalid. So can headers mining only solve this kind of issue? Like, okay, whatever, we'll just mine on top of this. And Jameson Lopp here wrote an article about like, hey, this is probably what would happen. I thought pretty deeply about this, and this was kind of my conclusion that yes, the chain could absolutely continue headers only for a very long time. If you DOS a network for a block that takes a day, via and F2 could just run headers all day long and just build more blocks. But what would happen, I think the problem is, if the attacker was smart, they would create a block that would fail validation at the end of the check or close to it. And that way, they could essentially double spend funds because they would mine headers only. The Bitcoin node would invalidate that block because it's no good. And then any work that's been done since would kind of be orphaned away. Or if you have enough hash rate, maybe you could just create a DOS block and another block in parallel. I think you would have to hit 3 blocks in a row plus 1 block during that time to kind of double spend this. But yeah, you could basically create a dud chain that gets kind of built on top of with headers, and you kind of mine your own chain along the side after you release it. Yeah, and even the RPC for submit block is dead during this time. So even if your headers only mining, you would have to find another way to construct the block that you found or the header and get it off to the network without having to use submit block. Side chains potentially with commitments might be affected from this. And the other thing I kind of thought about as well is like, if you were headers only, you could probably use this to like maybe gain a little time if you're trying to recover funds from like a hack or whatnot. So basically you'd offer a service like, hey, I got all these prep transactions already done. I haven't redeemed them. I have a chance. I got like a bunch of hash rate. We could redeem it. And then we could stall the network out for a short period of time, maybe. And we might be able to like reorg the chain during that time for you. This is all probably impossible in reality, but these are just things that I thought about. Yeah, so basically what next I was thinking is most of these solutions to these problems with the great consensus cleanup, why they haven't happened, I think, in my own opinion, is that a lot of them can become confiscatory. And at which point do we say like, okay, it's okay to potentially lock out some pre-signed transaction from the days of Satoshi versus we got to stop this from happening. So the easiest way would be to start counting the SIGOPS in the outputs and seeing which one's greater, inputs or outputs. If either of them breaks the threshold, we don't do this. The block is null. Parallel block validation may be another solution. So if you get one block in, okay, and this one's taking enough time, your node may accept another block at that point to see if that one will validate faster to kind of get it unstuck and move forward. And if that one validates faster, that could be the first block. It's considered first block seen. The other thing as well, like a lot of this is the quadratic hashing problem. So if you could basically count the amount of data that your node has hashed to validate this block, maybe like 100 gigabytes of data hashed or 200 or something, you can go, hey, you're obviously just spamming. It's a consensus invalid block. Yeah. So, and then it comes down to the final thing is there are a couple resources if you want to like dive deeper into this. Johnson Lau, he basically is the first one to like say like, hey, we should use ratios of total megabytes hashed during the SIGOPS operation as a consensus rule to stop this from happening. Fabian, like how SegWit solved the quadratic SIG hash problem. This is important to actually understanding how all this happens because he goes into exactly the mechanisms that lead to this being possible. Rusty Russell explains that F2 pool block. Antoine, great consensus revival, validation cost metrics, and alternative to block size as an aggregate resource limit. Basically, both these proposals to kind of stop this from happening at Scaling Bitcoin 2015. Let's go check out my block. Is it done? Oh, no, it's not done. That means I finished my speech slightly early. How much time am I at? Wait, okay, no, we're about done. The RPC is now dying. It's officially, there's no more room in the queue. So it's coming, we're almost to the end.
Hey, I'll ask a question while we're waiting.
Sure.
For this thing to die.
It's coming back to life. It's dead right now.
While it's coming back to life, before it comes back to life, while it's still a little dead. question I have is you're mentioning earlier about the practicality of this and something interesting, needing to hit the fence of a popular service like a pool or something.
Yep.
But my impression is, naively maybe, that as soon as valid headers are verified, they're going to start mining on top of that no matter what. So wouldn't that sort of mitigate this fence blast needing to be done? I know we shouldn't be talking about how to destroy Bitcoin, but I'm just...
Yeah, so...
But isn't that kind of what mining pools do?
Some have services that run external to Bitcoin to find and receive headers and start mining on it immediately. Those would be unimpacted. This currently right here, if any one of the nodes in the fence were able to basically get a header and propagate it through that is higher, yes, that would be absolutely okay. But right now the RPCs and anything coming in, it's not working. So if your entire fence is on this, like let's say you have 4 nodes running in front of a single Bitcoin node generating templates, then every single node would not propagate new block data to the other Bitcoin node that was behind them.
Another question I had is you mentioned a few proposals on how to mitigate or eliminate this. What is your favorite? What is your blend of how to address this? I don't think you gave a personalized opinion on that.
It's because I don't technically have one yet. I don't know enough about this problem and how it specifically interacts with miners to say a solution. And I've always been in favor of like, just do not confisc funds at all cost. And there is no good solution to having somebody with a pre-signed that essentially existed well for any reason. Do we actually want that pre-signed regardless of how much damage it does to the Bitcoin network to go through? Probably not, but still it's confiscating funds. But at the end of the day, counting the total amount of data hashed seems incredibly reasonable as a way to soft fork this. And as, okay, yeah, that's good.
Given that this takes a setup of seemingly a large number of transactions,
yes,
is there code out there to sort of watch for this thing, or has the blockchain been scanned for transactions that appear to be setting up something like that?
The answer to that is I don't know of anything currently that is watching or acting as a watchtower for this. To detect these types of transactions would be incredibly easy. They are very obvious in terms of structure, and yes, basically non-standard. You could literally just look through the small group of non-standards and find that.
I did scan the chain. There is none existing as of now. I do not have infrastructure running to see if some are going to be created after Portland's talk. No, I just scanned the UTXO set and printed every single output that was non-standard. And then it's like a few hundreds. You can just read them. Yeah, and just to make it clear, my new proposal does not invalidate script functionalities. So the concerns about pre-signed transaction is much less so than it was before.
So bad news, I think my demo just stopped because my laptop went to sleep and lost connection. So maybe we're live again? No. Okay, so yeah, it's very unlikely to come back up.
So just one question about.
Oh wait, yeah, we're good. Okay, it's doing its thing. Okay, keep going.
So I have a question about the RPC queue dying out. So wouldn't that specifically be rather easy to solve by like not making block validation lock down the entire RPC interface?
That is a very deep question that I don't have the answer to up front. And I would say that in theory, yes, you'd basically ensure the RPC has access to certain functions during block validation, but at the same time, there we go. Our block is done. How many minutes was that? So at the end of your performance benchmarks, you'll get the final connect time of the block, which we got, 1,736 seconds on this guy. Shows up on mempool over there. And that's how you can be really annoying to the Bitcoin network. That was a Xeon 2620 V3. So this isn't like a slouch or anything like that. But yeah, so overall, getting this to even propagate, every single node you send out a block like this to goes through this exact same process. So for you to actually make this get to a miner or get through the network, I think would be insanely difficult. So even if you did all the setup, even the redemption still might be incredibly hard to do without prior knowledge. Maybe if you had something like Fiverr and were directly connected to all the miners, you could maybe submit something like this to be a troll. Yes, I believe all of them are currently. It's, yep. An example of like something else that is kind of annoying in Bitcoin right now, there's an opcode called opcode separator that can be used to potentially do other things. But again, it came back to like, why didn't we disable this? It literally has never been redeemed on main chain. It's because it technically could confisc funds from users who have locked up their scripts to a hash, like paid a script hash. And at that point, they might go to redeem it, and it's been soft forked out. But yeah, soft forks definitely solve this, like Antoine's great consensus cleanup.
Let's hear it for Portland.
It sounds like it's a yes, we could stop an asteroid from hitting the Earth. Yeah. Awesome. Fantastic. Up next before the break, we have Stephen Rusev second, who's going to talk about state of the art. Do we need CTV?
Thank you. Do something on the laptop, or will it just work? Oh. Yes. Cool. Hi. My name's Stephen Roos. I work on ARC at a company called Second. And the original design of ARC was based on the existence of CTV. But the ARC that we're building doesn't use CTV. And that sparked, of course, a lot of questions from people like, so do you actually need it then or not? Let's see if we can answer that question. This is not working. Yes. Okay. So yeah, this is who I am. I also created this website at some point, governance.info, because there was a lot of proposals out there. There was a lot of potential use cases out there. I kind of did some effort in bundling those into like a nice list of use cases and proposals and like crossover. So yeah, you can check that out. So a quick summary of ARC. Who knows what ARC is? Who understands how it works? Cool. Maybe after this talk you will. I did other talks about ARC that are quite broad, but this talk I want to focus on a specific point, which is the core of ARC, and you will hopefully understand it afterwards. But from a higher level, what is it? It's kind of a new layer 2 protocol, similar to Lightning. It's non-custodial, so users always have unilateral exit. As opposed to Lightning, it's not peer-to-peer, it's a client server, but the server never has custody over the funds, so the users always have a way to go on chain and claim their money back if the server becomes non-cooperative. It's based on shared UTXOs with larger groups than 2, so it's not based on channels. And you're basically exchanging small shares in a larger UTXO, and those shares, we call them virtual UTXOs or VTXOs, because they are UTXOs you could get on chain if you would use your unilateral exit. But as long as the protocol works fine, you never have to do that. Interestingly, it's quite interoperable with Lightning. So you can actually build channels inside your ARC. You can also make payments directly on the Lightning network from your ARC without needing to trust the server. And the main benefit is that there is no channel or liquidity management needed from the user side. So the server takes care of that in a trustless way. So the user experience and the developer experience for this protocol could be a big improvement over Lightning. So how does it work, right? I'm going to first explain the model that we're building, which is sometimes called CLARK, like covenantless ARC, which is the version without covenants. So this is what we call like an ARC tree, a VTXO tree. And you can think of everything above the line is like committed on the chain, and everything below the line is off chain, and hopefully we'll never have to broadcast this. So the way it works is you basically have people who own some money in this shared VTXO. They all have each 1 Bitcoin, just to make it easy. Alice, Bob, Carol, and Dave. And basically the root has all the Bitcoin, and then it has a large multisig with all the people below it, plus S, which is the server. And then you're going to break this down into like a tree shape, where eventually at the leaf, you just have one person getting their money back. But since their key is included in all of the multisigs above it, as long as they never sign an alternative spend path, they have a guarantee that they can actually get this money on chain if they need to. These are all like n of n, right? So 100% needs to sign. So as long as Alice, I don't have a laser, right? As long as Alice never signs any of the other transactions in a different way, she knows that she can always use these transactions, which are pre-signed, right? They have signatures already on them to get her money back. So this is what we will call a VTXO, right? So this bundle that Alice has, which is a set of pre-signed transactions that she can always broadcast if she wants to get her output on the chain, is what we will call a VTXO. So let's get out the part that we don't need. A cool little thing you can do in Arc to make a payment to someone else. Let's say Alice wants to pay Eve. She could just, another thing to mention. The way this works is because there is an expiry time on the VTXO, right? So at a certain height, this thing will be spendable by the server, and the user is responsible to make sure that they swap their VTXOs for new ones before this timeout, or spend it and send it to someone else. So how do you send them to someone else? You can actually just attach an additional transaction to this chain, right? So Alice can send to Eve, she can make a transaction, she uses the path there where she has to co-sign with the server. So she tells the server, hey, I want to send this money to Eve. Here's my signature. The server also signs it. And then there's an additional transaction that now she can give to Eve, which has the same structure as the previous one. So now actually Eve has a VTXO that she can always broadcast if she wants to. And Alice cannot take the money from her, because for Alice to do the unilateral exit, she would have to wait. And in that time, Eve has time to broadcast her transaction. There's a small caveat on the R core VTXO. As you can see, if Alice colludes with the server, she could actually try to double spend this. So then Eve has the choice whether to trust this model that the server will not collude with the previous owner of the VTXO, or what she can do is she can swap her R core VTXO for a new normal VTXO. And that's what we're going to look at today, how this swapping mechanism works. So let's say there's two users, Eve and Fred. They each have VTXO, and they want to swap them for a new VTXO. These are totally different trees, right? So they existed at different times in different points in time. And every so often, the server is going to coordinate a round and then create a new tree. And people from the previous trees can just participate in this route if they want to. Not everyone has to. If they want to swap some of their VTXOs for other ones. So there's 3 stages to a Clark round. In the first round, users are going to submit the inputs that they want to spend. So Eve and Fred are going to say, hey, I want to spend my VTXO. And then the server will create an unsigned VTXO tree. So it will create a new tree like this. You can see that all the signatures are blank. And it's going to basically create a new VTXO with a new expiry time for Eve and Fred. So obviously, the signatures are not there. So what the users will have to do, they will first have to co-sign all these multisigs in this tree so that the transactions become valid and become an actual valid unilateral exit. So the users will send their partial signatures, right? It will fill those 3 boxes there on the bottom. And then this becomes a valid UTXO tree. This only validates the exit paths from the root, but the root is still not valid because it still doesn't have a signature, so this the money still doesn't exist. So the server will eventually sign this input to actually create and validate and create a valid tree. But obviously, if the server does it now, he's just giving free money to Eve and Fred because the original money is also still valid. So what we want to do is we want the inputs to be invalidated first. So we want Eve and Fred to sign a transaction that actually gives their old money to the server, right? But Eve and Fred obviously also don't want to do this first because then they are giving all their money and they have no guarantee that they will actually get new money. So the core of Arc is actually making this swap atomic and trustless. And it's actually not really hard how to do that. What you can do is you can have an additional output on the new round and use that as an input for your forfeit transaction, right? And then Fred can safely sign this forfeit transaction because he knows that he's only giving his money away to the server if he has a guarantee, if this input exists. And if that input exists, he knows that he has his new VTXO, right? So it's safe for Fred to sign this input because it has this connector output, like we call it. It has this connector input that has a cryptographic guarantee that it's only valid if the new VTXO that Fred wants is on the chain. Now we have multiple inputs, right? In this example, we have 2, but we can have any number. So to optimize that, we can just create another chain of transactions or a tree of transactions to basically provide connectors for all the different inputs. So this is basically the core of ARC. So once this has happened, users sign their tree. Well, after the users have signed the VTXOT, the server then creates this signed tree, sends it to everyone. Users sign their connectors. And then in the last step, users sign their forfeit transactions using the connectors. So they will sign this. And then in the very last step, the user can sign the root transaction because now it's safe for the user, for the server to actually give the money to the users, because the server knows that if any of the users is trying to claim their money on both sides, they can actually confiscate one of the sides so that it doesn't get cheated out of their money. So we can sign this, and this is a successful Clark round. So there's a big problem here. I want to show this. So there's a big problem here because we do this whole process, and at some point, Eve can just decide to either drop out because the computer died, has no network connection, or because they are malicious. And if Eve decides to not sign their forfeit transaction, the whole process needs to start again. The server needs to cut out Eve from the set of people that want to make a transaction, and then they have to sign the whole tree again, they have to sign their forfeits again. And if an attacker could participate in this round with 100 different inputs, he can actually cause the round to have to restart 100 different times. And if people are on mobile phones, this can actually take minutes up to multiple hours to actually succeed. And this is a really big problem. So CTV partly solves this problem in the original design, like it was proposed by Burak, because in this example, when we would use covenants, we wouldn't have to sign the VTXO tree, right? So if we use covenants, we can actually immediately create this tree because the covenant actually commits to the next transaction. So we don't need the signatures on those trees anymore. The covenant guarantees that the only way to spend this money is to create the transactions below it, and then the server can just calculate the covenant and then guarantee that even Fred will have this money. So then the protocol becomes a 2-step protocol. We do the same thing with the connectors, but there's only 2 steps. First, the users submit their inputs, and then the users can immediately sign the forfeit transactions as soon as they receive the tree from the server. The users don't have to co-sign the tree anymore. The server can just create it and send it alongside with the connectors. So then after the users have signed their forfeit transactions, like this, the server can freely sign the input. But there's still a denial of service risk, right? Because what if the users don't sign their forfeit transactions? You still have to restart the rounds and re-sign your forfeit transactions. Luckily, this is only a single transaction per input and not log n of all the users. So it's significantly reduced in the amount of things users need to do and the amount of bandwidth we need to send around to all these users. But there's still a potential problem. So recently, my co-founder had an idea where we could actually cut out the last round of interaction as well. So in this case, the ARC round would become totally non-interactive, and we would only need a single thing. The user would just tell the server what they want to do, and at some point the server can just bundle all these requests that it's gotten and immediately make a round and send it to the users, and then all the other interactions can happen asynchronously afterwards. So how does this work? I called it ERC because it was invented by Eric, but we can definitely bike shed better names, something like NARC for non-interactive ARC or ARC v3 or whatever. So let's look into how this works. We're gonna first change the original ARC design by introducing again a multisig, but only on the very last hop before the VTXO. So this is always just one user with the server, right? And all the things above that still stay covenants. And then when the server actually receives the request from the user, so Alice and Fred want to do a swap, and the server can immediately create this tree, but it doesn't sign the last hops. So since it doesn't sign the last hops, when this transaction broadcasts, Alice, even Fred don't receive any money yet, right? So they still only have the money on this side. So it's actually safe for the server to immediately sign this and broadcast this. And then at a later point in time, even Fred can come online and actually do a process that is only between them and the server, so no interaction with other users, to actually claim the signature to unlock their new VTXO. Now, obviously, this needs to be atomic as well, but what we can do to do this is have them sign what we call a refund transaction, which is actually a transaction that takes both of the different versions of the VTXO, spends them both, and then gives one to the user and one to the server. And this is obviously fair, right? Because the user only has one Bitcoin and doesn't have two. So like in any case, if the user tries to exit this one instead of that one, the server can use this to make sure that the server can use this to make sure that the server doesn't have the money on both sides. And this is great because Eve can just come online, tell the server like, hey, I signed up for the round and it seems that you did it. How do I get my new VTXO? The server says, here's the refund transaction, and the user can just provide all the partial signatures for this. And then the server can give him the signature for this in return. Now, what if the server doesn't do this? Then the user will have to do a unilateral exit on the side, and then they still have their money, right? The user always has to do a unilateral exit if the server is not cooperative. So there's nothing different here. And by signing it, the user never loses anything. It never risks any money, because the worst thing that can happen is that the server uses this to activate the refund transaction, but it still gives an equal amount of money to Eve. So Fred does the same thing, and our round is done, and we only had like a single round of interaction. Now, it seems that this only works for one input and one output, right? We can easily optimize that and like make it work with multiple inputs. In a naive way, you would think, okay, we can just have multiple inputs on the refund transaction. This is kind of broken, because now if, let's say, there's several inputs and the user is acting maliciously and broadcasts one of its exits, now the server has to broadcast multiple of these trees in order to rectify the situation. So the user can actually cause a big cost on the server. But we can do a neat little trick again and introduce another intermediate transaction to basically break up the new output again, and then have one refund per input. And then it works with only the cost of one additional transaction. Cool. So this is ERG. It's fully asynchronous, right? So it's pretty cool. Users just sign up for rounds, and the server just decide at a certain moment that the round is done. There's no waiting for other people, and there's no potential denial of service issue. And for us at Second, we're heavily focusing on trying to make this work for mobile clients and actual wallets, for normal spending wallets. And mobile is really hard, especially iOS. Interactions and things that last more than 5 seconds are really hard to do in the background, right? And for Arc, like I said, your VTXOs have an expiry time. So at some point, you just need to come online, do this round thing to make sure you don't lose your money. And it would really suck if you would have to wake up the user to say, hey, look at your phone for like half an hour, otherwise you're going to lose your money. And that's what it might look like in the current situation on iOS. With Android, you have a little bit more flexibility to run stuff in the background. But we're not very optimistic on how this protocol will work on mobile. We're still working on it. It's our priority. But with this different protocol, it looks a lot more positive. So what other things do we get from CTV, right? This is for me like the biggest benefit from CTV for Arc, but there's some other ones. First of all, direct user to user in-round payments. Right now, you can only send, like I said, out of round, because the receiver needs to be online in the current situation with Clark to sign this like VTXO tree, and that's kind of unfortunate. So like when you can have pre-generated trees with CTV, the user can just say, I want to send and create a new VTXO for another user, and then it can just be created using the CTV construction. Like I said, you can do Lightning stuff from Arc. Sending is very trivial. Receiving is a lot more complicated. We're working on a version right now. It's not super optimal. It would be a lot nicer with CTV, because then the server can just create a simple HTLC in the VTXO tree and then give it to the user after the user gives them the pre-image. Right now, we have to do some weird stuff where the server creates it and then deletes the key and promises certain kinds of stuff, and it might not be very nice. Another thing that I'm personally quite excited about is like mass payouts. If your tree is pre-generated using covenants, the only thing you kind of need to create an entire tree like this is the pub keys of the user and the pub key of S, right? Like all the information here is just the pub keys of the user and the pub key of S. And where those 4 Bitcoin come from don't really matter. So the server usually provides this money, but someone else could actually provide this money. An exchange who wants to pay out their users to an ARC can just non-interactively create an ARC-compatible output that creates a bunch of VTXOs and just fund it. And then tell the users like, hey, your money's here. You wanted an ARC output. I created it for you. And that's kind of powerful. It could also be a mining pool. And it could also be like a decentralized mining pool, which existed in the past, but had some problems because to pay out small amounts to users, you would have to create a really high amount of outputs. But with this sort of construction, you would only have to make a single output and you could pay out a lot of smaller value payments. And the last thing, I think, that you can also do with CTV is do like reissuance, right? Like I said, your VTXO expires after a certain time. We're thinking about like 30 days, maybe a bit more because it's a bit nicer for the user. But if a user just doesn't show up within 30 days, in theory, the money is kind of accessible by the server. And like we at our company obviously don't want that. So what we're planning to do is just immediately create a new VTXO for the one that was not redeemed, and then the user kind of immediately has it again. This is kind of trusted, but the server can quite trivially prove that it always did this correctly and never actually confiscated money. And I kind of like that model where like you can continuously request the server to prove that it's been honest for like its entire operation, and that can give you some kind of trust into the server doing it in the future as well. But without CTV, it's not really possible because you cannot create a VTXO for someone else. That's kind of the root problem. So in the current scheme, it would be kind of weird, again, to do it with like creating it and then telling someone that you deleted the key. Yeah, with CTV, it would be possible. And the holy grail would obviously be that somehow the server can trustlessly reissue and use some kind of script path that actually allows them to take the money and reissue it immediately if it goes back to the same user. That's not possible with CTV, but it would definitely need CTV to eventually be possible. So, do we need CTV? I'm not going to say we need it, but I think I made some convincing points that it would be very nice for us to have. And yeah, that's kind of the point I wanted to make. Is there questions? The slides are available on ruse.io, and you can find our implementation, our documentation on the implementation, and some protocol documentation through second.tech, our company's website. Thank you. Sorry if I went too fast. We can definitely go back.
Just quick question. In terms of the Covenant implementation, most of it seems to be focusing around the transaction outputs, enforcing those. Are there any potential benefits and also like enforcing the transaction inputs, like the specific UTXOs like that?
Are you talking about just Covenant construction in general or something ARC related?
Well, just with respect to ARC, right? Like, are there any benefits or potential benefits in enforcing the actual inputs here? Because it seems that you could fund it from anywhere, right?
You mean at the top or in the middle?
At the top, in the middle, at the end.
Well, funding new things from anywhere just makes a different tree, right? Usually, I mean, I don't think what you're saying kind of makes much sense to do. You wouldn't enforce the input, like.
So basically, there's not much benefit into enforcing the inputs themselves.
I don't know what you mean with enforcing the inputs. Like the input obviously is there, the money comes from somewhere, and you want to enforce something on what happens with the money. Like something maybe useful is enforcing sibling inputs. That's what the BitVM trick is that I'm sure someone else will talk about and has been mentioned before. It's like if you have 2 inputs, you want to say I'm only valid if the other input's also here. That's something else that you can, in a very ugly way, do with CTV. Coming soon. But no, for us, it's not useful. We're basically just breaking up a bigger thing into smaller things. So it's always going to be one in, and then multiple outs. We're actually using 4 out. This is a binary tree because we're all used to that and they're easier to look at. But we're using 4 because it's just optimal. It's just smaller exit branches. But yeah, that's just a design optimization.
Exciting stuff. I'm really curious on roadmap in terms of what you think in terms of the mobile client being ready and any sort of predictions on, like, will this be ready for, end of year, October? Like, what you thinking?
We're thinking 2 weeks. No, that's a good question. We recently released our client on Signet with a little store and a little faucet, so you can withdraw some ARC money from the faucet, some VTXOs, but also some on-chain money from the faucet on Signet, and then you can make Lightning payments to like a little store through the ARC. So that's fun, but we're still like realizing that some things are not working really perfectly. So yeah, we're definitely not near mainnet, but we're getting through the phase to the phase where we want to start integrating with mobile clients, because our client is just a REST API and then a CLI based on that. So you can play around in your terminal. If you're a REST application, you can already use it. Our faucet is actually like built on top of the same thing. But yeah, so from here on, we're gonna start trying to partner with some mobile wallets that are willing to integrate it. We have some people that we're talking with that are quite excited about this. And then we're gonna have to learn from there. It's probably gonna work a lot faster on Android than on iOS. I don't know how far we're gonna get with iOS. We can do all kinds of things like breaking up the run process into like multiple small interactions, maybe having a special flag that says, hey, I'm iOS, be a little bit more lenient on me, and then you have less different options to participate, but if you drop out, you're not punished as much. Yeah. I'm not a mobile developer, so like I only hear horror stories about iOS, but I mean, they're confirmed by many other people's horror stories. So I'm definitely curious. I think we can provide some decent user experience, definitely on Android. I don't think it will be too bad. But for iOS, we're still yet to see. I mean, it will all depend a lot on how much users are there, right? If the runs are small, it's probably going to be fine. If there's no one actually being malicious, it's also probably going to be fine. But like this is Bitcoin, you kind of have to plan for the fact. Like you cannot say, oh yeah, sorry, it doesn't work because someone else is making a lot of transactions or someone else is being a bit annoying. So yeah, we want to make it as robust as possible. And let's see, maybe end of year, something like that. I mean, maybe sooner we can have something Signet on mobile where you can like try it out, but mainnet, yeah, I would shoot for end of year or something like that. Yeah, we're planning on going there. More questions?
Yeah, have you thought about just ignoring mobile for like a few years? Just build software that people can transact more money on desktop or servers?
No. I mean, if you have a server, use Lightning, I guess.
Lightning sucks, so like...
Lightning sucks. I mean, yeah. No, I mean, we want to focus on Lightning, on mobile, because we think like most users, like actual transactors, like end users are using Lightning, so are using mobile. So yeah, we want to give them like a Lightning experience on mobile that is for them seamless.
But that's not true. I mean, most money is not on mobile, right? Like the largest client that does Lightning did probably like 1.5 million transactions on Lightning. That's on Noster. And those are like super tiny transactions, right?
Yeah, and they're also custodial.
Yeah, sure, exactly, right? So why not let people say, for example, do payroll or do other kinds of transactions on desktop and leverage this? Because like this beautiful privacy right here.
Well, 2 parts. One part is maybe people are not using it on mobile because it sucks. We never know. We're definitely not like, we're going to focus a lot of our energy on making this work on mobile, but that does not discount that it will not also work on desktop. Like this is a REST API for now, so anyone building with REST can build this on desktop whenever they want. There's a CLI as well that anyone who can like wrap a CLI can use to build the application using the CLI. We're going to create other bindings, but we just don't want to like create them all at once and do all the work to like get them all right. We're going to probably pick one depending on who wants to integrate with us first, and then focus on those bindings and then extend to different bindings. But like definitely any desktop application that wants to use this can immediately like also use this or create their own bindings or just build in Rust or
Are you talking to the guys from Harbor?
Harbor?
Yeah.
No.
Future Pole.
Okay, I heard
Yeah,
that name.
they're working on making desktop clients for some of the swaps for privacy. And they, some of those, the issue is that there's no liquidity on Cashew, like to do anything of any meaningful economic value. So, this seems to fix some of those problems.
Yeah, I mean, the reason we focus on mobile is because we think it might not work, right? I think on desktop it will just work. So like, if we're making it try to work on mobile, we will probably be at a point that it already works on desktop. So they can just either use the REST API or like request bindings or do bindings themselves. It should just work for them. You talked about privacy. That's an interesting thing, actually. The private version of Arc also doesn't work without CTV. I didn't want to put it on my slides, but recent changes of US policy might have allowed me to do that. No, I mean, the private version doesn't work with CTV. We're not sure if the private version works with ERC, with the new design, because it kind of like intrinsically links the input and the output. So it's kind of like, how are we making this private? We're going to do some thinking of that. Something I still wanted to say, we're planning to formalize this in the next week or two. It's still very new, like this, we only thought about this 2 or 3 weeks ago. We've been like talking with some people to see if it would work or not, but it seems to work. So like, we're gonna probably write this out, see what the actual benefits are, what the drawbacks might be related to, for example, privacy. There's also something where it's hard to build our core chains on the new output because you suddenly could end up in 2 states, either the normal one or the refund one. But it seems that with checksec from stack, you could actually use the same L2 trick and have rebindable signatures, so you can build on both chains at the same time. So that could solve that problem. And at some point, once the input is expired, you can basically drop the whole refund construction, and then you can just do a normal stuff like that. But yeah, to answer your question, I think desktop will just work as soon as we're trying to make mobile work better, because we're not in the business to try and build an app, try and build a wallet. We want to build the infrastructure, the SDK, and the tools for people to use this to build wallets.
I noticed you talked about P2 Pool. Have you looked at the work that Jungly has done to reboot P2 Pool? In particular, he's bringing in some ideas from Braid Pool that would allow miners to trade shares before the Coinbase reward is awarded. And I was looking at the graph in particular, and it struck me that it's just ARC in reverse. So instead of having liquidity funneled into the inputs of the transactions, you have mining pool shares as inputs, and you can trade these things virtually, and you have liquidity emitted as outputs of the transactions. It seems like some surprising parallels. So if you haven't talked to him, definitely you guys should get together.
Okay. These are like then transactions in the pool chain, right? Not on the Bitcoin chain. Yeah. Okay.
Right. If you're mining mining pool share, you're committed to a Coinbase output. So you can kind of treat that Coinbase output as a VTXO of sorts. It doesn't have an appropriate difficulty level, but you're entitled to some share of the mining pool reward.
I think someone talked to me about this also yesterday. What was the name of the person I should talk with?
Jungly. Let's talk more.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, I definitely think it's a valuable exercise to try and revive things like Bitcoin Pool, just to like make decentralized mining a little bit better. Cool. Yeah, thanks. I don't know if there's a...
I would love to do another question, but we have to stay on schedule and go to a break. Thank you so much, Steven. Let's hear it for Steven.
today I'm going to talk about practical and economical considerations for BTVM bridges. I am Ekrem, one of the co-creators of Citria, which is a ZK rollup on Bitcoin. So let's start with what is BitVM. I'm sure a lot of you know about this, but briefly, BitVM is a huge Bitcoin script that can verify a ZK proof. It's so huge that it's 1 gigabyte, so it cannot fit in a single transaction. So what we do is like we split it into chunks, and then the prover commits to the every intermediate step, basically signs it. So later, by just observing on-chain data, you can run the ZK verifier by yourself. And then if you run it from the start, if the proof is correct, you won't be able to disprove it. If the proof is incorrect, you will see a chunk that is not executing correctly. And that chunk script, like basically all the scripts in this verifier, is put in a taproot address. So it's like a leaves of a big Merkle tree. And then in a single transaction, you can basically disprove it. Yeah, so the BitVM code is done. We finished like with a BitVM alliance, like around 5-6 companies worked on this, and it's done. So here are some numbers. Putting a proof on chain, it takes 2 megabytes. Disproving it, it depends on the chunk, but the maximum of these chunks are 4 megabytes. So it will be really hard to use this on chain, right? But yeah, we can do it, and it's practical now. So here's a block from testnet 4. We put it like small. These orange blocks are assert transactions. We don't need to do the assert transaction in a single transaction. So as you can see, it's like half of the block. It's 2 megabytes. And this pink square is a disprove transaction. Actually, this is the smallest disprove transaction we have. In the real world, like it will be the whole block basically. So yeah, BitVM bridges. So there are some things that BitVM bridges only work with constant denominators. In our case, we use 10 BTC. We cannot use a lower amount because there are some limitations. If we could have 100 BTC, it would make our job a lot easier, but it's becoming impractical in that case. It's first in, first out. First deposit goes to first withdrawal, and the second deposit goes to second withdrawal. And the funds stay in an N of N multisig, meaning that if at least one of these signers are honest, none of them can steal. So yeah, here's the first deposit. Second deposit comes on top of it. And first withdrawal goes out from the first deposit. So there are 5 actors: signers, operators, watchtowers, challengers, and user. So signers, they form this N of N multisig. They sign a bunch of pre-signed transactions at the time of deposit, and they basically delete their keys. So this is the key deletion covenant. Operators are, at the time of withdrawal, they front cover withdrawals, and they get reimbursed after like 2 weeks by doing this like BitVM game. Watchtowers are basically challengers, but it's a permission set that can challenge a malicious operator. I will get into that. Challengers can be anybody. They just provide some liquidity first to challenge the operator, and if they win, they get their money back. And users are who do deposit and withdrawals. So this, like Alice deposits 1, Alice deposits 10 BTC, and then it goes to Bob. We cannot do this because to do this, these N of N signers would need to sign this withdrawal, but they deleted their keys. So yeah, we cannot do this without opcat. Instead, we get pre-signatures for every operator with some preconditions, and then one of the operators pays the withdrawal with a small fee, and then they get reimbursed, basically. So yeah, deposit happens, some off-chain, side-chain computations. The withdrawer burns 10 BTC in the sidechain, and then one of the operators pays it, they request a payout, and there's two paths. If there's a challenge, they assert. If there's no challenge, they basically get it. And if the proof is incorrect, we want to be able to disprove the operator. So this is the transaction graph. I mean, yeah, BitVM diagram is becoming a meme, so I will try to intuitively describe this. I will not go into that diagram. So this is a kickoff transaction. Operator sends this kickoff transaction to start the reimbursement process. Basically, whenever operator is sending the kickoff transaction, they say, oh, I paid the first withdrawal. Now I need to get the first deposits 10 BTC. Give me that. So the intuitive way to think about this is like each UTXO represents, each output represents a state, whether it's spent or unspent. So we will name these UTXOs. The second output is the finalizer connector. If it's spent, that means this kickoff is done. This operator was right, and now it can get the reimbursement. The first output is the challenge connector. And we give a bunch of like spending conditions to these outputs to enforce this BitVM bridge logic. So the first output can only be spent by giving 1 BTC to the operator. So this 1 BTC is basically compensating operators' assert transaction cost. Remember that those like orange 2 megabyte transactions? This 1 BTC is for that. And there's another spending rule that after 1 week, if the challenger connector is not spent, the operator can spend it with the finalizer connector. So this translates into that if there's no challenge for 1 week, operator can finalize its kickoff. Yeah, and that's this one. But if there's a challenge, the first output is spent. Now we're in this like this state, so the finalizer connector cannot be spent because it can only be spent with the challenge connector. So let's add more output connectors. So the third one is reimburse connector. It's the input of the reimburse transaction. We don't add that much spending rules for that, but it's important. The fifth one is the assert connector. So it means the operator can spend this by putting the BitVM proof on chain. It's the orange transaction. But if there's no proof in 4 weeks, then anybody can send the assert timeout transaction, which basically punishes operator. But we need a way to punish the operator. So what we do is like every operator puts up some collateral. And this assert connector can be spent with the collateral, basically punishing the operator. There was a challenge, you didn't put a proof, and then the operator gets punished. And there's this disprove connector, which includes all the chunks of the BitVM ZK verifier. And if the proof is incorrect, anybody can send that disprove transaction. And that 2 BTC compensates the 4 megabyte transaction. But if no one can disprove it in 5 weeks, the operator will send the disprove timeout transaction and basically spend the finalizer connector. So yeah, for an honest operator, there are 2 scenarios. If there's no challenge, operator sends this challenge timeout transaction and the kickoff is finalized. If there's challenge, operator proves something and then asserts it, and no one will be able to disprove it. And after 5 weeks, operator will send the disprove timeout transaction and the kickoff is finalized. If the operator is malicious, we want to make sure that this operator won't be able to generate a correct proof, meaning that we will either send the assert timeout and punish the operator, or send the disprove transaction and punish the operator. So that's the general idea. And we have several problems. One is Bitcoin Light Client, and the other one is efficient collateral use. So what's Bitcoin Light Client problem? So in the BitVM proof, the operator needs to prove that it paid the withdrawal because operators were front covering the withdrawals. To be able to prove that, we need to know where is Bitcoin, which block in Bitcoin has enough confirmation, right? So permission solutions doesn't work. For example, Superblock's approach, it doesn't work, or they mostly rely on economic incentives, or there are some permission solutions, but one with around 30% of the hash rate can basically steal it. So we went with the permissioned approach. So the remaining outputs in the kickoffs are separated for watchtowers. So every watchtower can spend its own output by signing a longest chain proof. This longest chain proof proves that there is a valid Bitcoin header chain with the total work this much. And the good thing is, these longest chain proofs are only 144 bytes. They're small. And it becomes practical this way. So the bridge proof needs to verify all the acknowledged watchtower challenges, and operator has to come up with a longer chain. So if operator was trying to lie about Bitcoin and trying to prove something about an invalid Bitcoin block, watchtowers will provide a proof that has the canonical chain's total work, and the operator won't be able to come up with a header chain that has a larger block, because like the Bitcoin consensus, it's like the heaviest chain, right? So that's basically our Bitcoin Light Client. So what's the efficient collateral use? So those two Bitcoin collaterals, we ideally want this so that operators puts up once and they can use it every time. And yeah, why we use two Bitcoin? It's because we don't know when it will be used. Like 2 years later, maybe fees will go high and 2 BTC won't be enough to pay the disproved transaction. I did some analysis and looked up for every time period of Bitcoin. And if we set it like 7 days, in the history of Bitcoin, you would be able to send a disproved transaction only by paying 0.3 Bitcoin. So 2 Bitcoin is like a good threshold, I would say. But yeah, Bitcoin fees are unpredictable. So to efficiently use this 2 BTC collateral, we introduce round transaction. You can think of this round transaction as like bullets. So every round transaction, you have like 3 bullets. Each you can use to create kickoffs. So if operator paid 2 withdrawals after this round transaction, operator can start 2 kickoff transactions in parallel. And if the operator doesn't want to use the third kickoff connector, it can basically spend it. So the thing is, the operator needs to make sure that every kickoff is finalized before sending the next transaction. So before reloading, the operator needs to make sure every kickoff is finalized, basically. And then operator sends this ready to reimburse transaction. So if a kickoff is not finalized and the operator sends this ready to reimburse transaction, then the operator gets punished. So that's why we wait 1 week after sending the ready to reimburse transaction. And as you can see here, the next round transaction has some additional outputs, which we call them reimburse connectors. And those will go to the reimburse transaction. So operator, only after sending the next round transaction, can get the reimbursements. And after getting the reimbursements, operator can use those funds to front cover the withdrawals of this next transaction, next round, basically. So we looked at wrap BTC and how much withdrawal going to be happen in our rollup. So above the 0 line are basically withdrawals. I gapped them between 1 week periods. And sadly, for example, the top was for a week of period, there was total of 22,000 Bitcoin burns in wrap BTC. So in our case, this translates into our bridge should be able to handle 2,000 withdrawals. And also, the total supply, total mint of wrap BTC is around 400 Bitcoin, meaning that if we were to be a wrap BTC, our bridge should be able to handle 4,000 withdrawals. So what we do is like we add a bunch of kickoff connectors for every round transaction. For example, with this round transaction, operator can handle 500 withdrawals in parallel with a single 2BTC collateral. And we do this for every round, and let's say we have 300 rounds. But there's a problem. So if each kickoff has 100 outputs, because let's say for each watchtower we have an output, but in Bitcoin, the dust limit is 330 sats for a taproot address. So to be able to send this kickoff transaction, the input must be 100 times 330 sats. And if we have 1,000 outputs for in each round, and we have 300 rounds, the required input collateral is not 2 BTC, it's 100 BTC. And if we have 10 operators, it's 1,000 BTC. So this is too much. Like I cannot go to an operator and say, hey, can you like put some 100 BTC for me? They will say no. So yeah, this is what it looks like. Operator starts with 100 BTC, and it gets to the 2 BTC after 300 rounds. So basically, this 100 BTC is just to compensate the future rounds dust amounts. So how we can solve this? We solve it with non-standard transactions. Here's a transaction. I mine this with Mara's slipstream. This creates 4 outputs, each having 0 sats. And yeah, with this, we can start with 2 Bitcoin collateral. But the issue is, how are we going to spend this 0 sat UTXOs? Because there's no additional input to pay the fees. And the solution is ephemeral anchors. Ephemeral dust. Okay, sorry. I don't know which one is correct. They use it. Okay, yeah. Oh, I see. No, this is just anybody can spend it. The output, we don't care about the outputs. We only need to make sure that these two can only be spent with each other. So yeah, this is like in the mempool space, this looks non-standard, but after Bitcoin Core version 29, this will be a valid standard transaction. It looks weird, but it basically spans 2 outputs to nowhere. So yeah, all these outputs will be 0 sats, except the 2 Bitcoin operators collateral. So this is now much more collateral efficient. So let's get to the opctv. Yeah, with opctv, we want to get rid of the signers. So instead of users sending the deposits to n of n multisig, they would be sending their deposits to an address that has a bunch of opctv templates. But yeah, CTV doesn't commit to these sibling inputs. So there's this trick that found by Jeremy Rubin, which uses legacy outputs. So CTV commits to script 6, but SegWit, after SegWit, none of these uses script 6, only legacy outputs. So pay to script hash would need to use script 6. And if we use SigHash all anyone can pay, we can add the CTV input. So we cannot use SigHash all because that would create a hash cycle. But we can do this. There's this catch that we can only enforce that input A can only be spent with input B, but we cannot do vice versa. So input B can be spent regardless. So yeah, in this case, we make this finalizer connector opctv, and we make this challenge connector pay-to-script hash, so that after 1 week, when operator is sending challenge timeout, it needs to make sure that the challenge connector is included. And this is enforced by CTV. And we need to do this for disprove timeout transaction as well. But we have to use taproot in the disprove connector because we store all the BitVM scripts in a taproot. So the solution is this adapter transaction trick. So first, we will convert a taproot output to a pay-to-script hash output, and then we will do the trick. And yeah, this is how it looks like. This proof connector can be converted to a pay-to-script hash connector, and then it can be used to spend the finalizer connector. So in Developing Bitcoin, I posted the full graph. Check it out. And lastly, op checksig from stack. There are a lot of use cases that combine checksig from stack with CTV, but only with checksig from stack, we can reduce the assert transaction size by 10x. So from 2 megabyte, it will be 200 kilobyte. Because in the assert transactions, we use Winternitz checksig, and they are using a lot of hashes. But this one, we can use Schnorr. And that was it. Thank you for listening. Any questions? It's coming.
Thanks for your talk. It's nice to see that concretely how these opcodes can make things better for you. I felt some pain when I saw P2SH, legacy P2SH coming back. What do you need to kill that?
Can you repeat the question?
What do you need to get rid of the P2SH legacy ward?
So after CTV, if TX hash is like CTV upgraded to TX hash, then we can get rid of the pay-to-script hash. I know it's ugly, like using pay-to-script hash, those tricks, it's ugly, but it kind of works.
But TX hash sort of fixes that for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
What are some common sense ways of reducing that disproved transaction size down to make it standard relayable? Like other consensus things that you can think of.
I don't want to like reduce its size. Like, are you?
I do.
I do. I also do. But like, the most important thing is the size of assert transactions, because that's what's limiting the withdrawal throughput. Because operator needs to be able to defend itself when there's challenge. But we only need to use disprove transaction only once per operator, because after you disprove it, you just break the chain of round transaction, and that's it. That's the beauty of it. Like, we will only use it with the number of operators.
So it's very infrequently going to be used? Is that the argument?
It will never be used.
Never be used?
Yeah,
Okay.
like-
They'll go talk to mempool or something. And yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Oh, another hand or two, I think. There are no, no dumb questions.
All right. I heard there's only dumb questions. And maybe it was just asked and I didn't even understand it, but you're mentioning earlier about ephemeral dust or ephemeral anchors being able to reduce the total, I guess you'd call it a deposit. So instead of it being like 1,000, the example is like, now we're going like, hey, your collateral per operator can be much lower. Was this sort of addressed? What's making it still your number being pretty seemingly being 2 Bitcoin per operator?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a reason it has to even be that high?
Oh, 2 Bitcoins.
2 Bitcoin for collateral per operator. That's what you're.
Yeah,
in the
that's
example.
for compensating the disprove transaction, which is 4 megabyte. That 100 Bitcoin was coming up from the like cumulative dust outputs.
So what? Okay, so you want to overstake the collateral in case like fees go up, so you can publish that disprover transactions. is sort of the idea.
So like if the fees go too high and a block reward is above 2 Bitcoin for 1 week, that's a security issue because now it's not incentivized to send a disproved transaction. You can rather choose transactions from mempool.
Is there ever a case, and maybe I don't understand, is there ever a case where you're over collateralized and then the disprover transaction has a ton of excess, and where does that excess go? Or is that not a valid question?
To the miners.
Okay, so the excess would just go to the miners? Okay.
Let's give it up for Akram. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now transitioning to 2 quick panels to wrap up the day. The first panel we've got, I call it the Bitcoin Review 2 panel with Rob, Rindell, Jonathan, and NVK. Will's prepping some very serious background images to help contextualize the conversation. But I think Rob may be in the hallway. Nope, there he is.
Background. And so we're going to throw that up there. It just hit another all-time low.
It's going down forever, Laura.
Okay, take it away.
It's not low enough. Can you compress the time?
We have to go lower.
Put all time. All time.
Lower your time preference.
Yes, there you go. Now we're starting to talk.
Yeah, so I guess where do we want to take this? Hardware wallets. I usually travel around with a whole bag of hardware wallets if anyone see me, but I don't have a bit key on me, unfortunately, today.
I do.
I think somebody does.
Excellent. I got here, you can just hold these.
Oh, look at that. Oh, it's on. I'm going to take your money.
Yeah, I guess really just to jump it off, I think just talking about, it's funny talking about ETH just as a jump off point. The biggest topic of conversation over the past few months in TradFi and in insurance too has been the Bybit hack, and just talking about Ethereum smart contracts and how they fundamentally differ from Bitcoin and how money gets spent. And I think it just goes to a primitive of security first in Bitcoin and not doing all the fancy shiny things and making sure you can look at your transaction, like knowing what you're doing before you're just sending money off into the ether.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, if you've been in Bitcoin for long enough, you remember the days where you lost a lot of Bitcoin to like paper wallets, non-BIP32 wallets, and there were no hardware wallets, and you had to just trust the transaction that was on screen. Sorry, on the screen of the computer, and there was a lot of money being sent to the wrong place. So hardware wallets happen, and we can verify those transactions on screen, except for ETH, because their contracts are ginormous hash that you pay to.
Yeah.
And how you can't read that.
I actually did a side by side. You first have to, if you're doing a more advanced smart contract, the first thing you have to do is enable blind signing. This is using the ledger. So you have to ultimately say, I'm not going to verify transaction details. You're just going to give me a hash and you're going to sign it. And then if you're in a multi-sig, it's like your key, the key that's on the ledger, and then the other two, the multi-sig contract. And then you hit accept, risk, and send on the that's on the ledger screen. It literally says accept, risk, and send, and that's how the Bybit hack happened, because they just blind signed a hash and they said, well, it looks good on my screen, and then no one in parallel constructed the hash to make sure, like, where am I sending this money to?
And it's not even address poisoning.
No,
Like,
it's not.
just like complete just spy.
Yeah, it's wild, because you'd think after 5 years, this is like using the safe protocol on ETH. Like they could have built more tooling to do this. They just chose not to. And I think it goes to like Bitcoin minded engineering, where like very grug brain, like, no, how much money am I sending to what addresses, accept or deny?
Well, but there's also not that many complex transaction types that most Bitcoin users are doing. We just sat through a talk with a crazy graph of transactions for BitVM. People are talking about CTV things. Like more sophisticated spend paths for Bitcoin are coming. This is a problem that we're going to have to solve in Bitcoin.
Bitcoin's perfect. There is no problem.
Yeah, right. It's all legacy script all the time. But you know, if you're actually signing like some giant mini script abomination, like you're not going to be scrolling through hundreds of whatever, you know, your script is doing on a screen. Like you're going to need something like whitelisted transaction templates that you load into your hardware wallet or something.
I mean, it is time we have whitelisted scripts.
Yeah.
And like white scripted scripts.org or something like that.
It's actually how Bitcoin originally worked, right? You had like a set templates of these kind of transaction types could be used. I thought that was like in the earlier, like in the Satoshi era, where they were like, you couldn't send any arbitrary script. It had to
I
be
mean,
a certain format.
B2SH is really fun if you really want to make your own.
Well, that's what you mean. When you put the script behind a hash, now you don't know what it is. You're just putting a hash on chain. Yeah, I guess maybe even just talking about a little bit, like Jonathan, bringing you into the conversation, like with the Bitkey and the design philosophy of like how you think about designing a product and helping people keep their Bitcoin safe.
Yeah, one of the things we like sort of anchor our ethos on is thinking about safety as like inclusive of security, but broader to include things like usability and foot guns and sort of anything that you can make a mistake and lose your Bitcoin is like something we try to design around. And so OPSEC tends to be a pretty easy way to screw yourself. And so just trying to make that as easy for users as possible. And then one other thing I was going to jump in when you're talking about the screens, one of the things we're looking at is sort of in preparation for all of these super complex types of transactions is this idea of bringing your own screen. And so if we can provide a sort of a trusted compute environment that shows you the details of your transactions that is attestable, you could bring any screen, any sort of hardware device or you know, Tails hardened setup and look at the attestations of what's being signed. And then you get a full screen experience and can really dive in.
Would that be a version of like signing, like you send over a payload and the Bitkey signs it, so then you have like a chain? Because I know like if you use the cold card, like you export addresses or you export information, the cold card will co-sign it, saying like, hey, it actually came from this data. And any time I see unsigned data that I have to trust and use,
yeah, it's detached signatures. That was born because I was exporting transactions and a safe list of addresses, right?
Right.
And I was like, okay, but I just brought that to my computer. My computer probably just changed all those addresses.
Right.
So like, how do you check that the addresses that you brought over are safe?
Or the ones that you think that they are.
Exactly, right? A great way to lose money is to trust the addresses you're sending to.
Ask Bybit.
I mean,
it's a valid transaction.
If you just don't send Bitcoin, then you can't lose it.
It works. Satoshi knows that.
Yeah, it's funny. The first wallet I built only had a received wallet. It was like the optimal.
I mean, it is non-consent. I mean, you know, Bitcoin is the only payment system that's non-consensual receive.
Yeah.
Really, there is nothing you can do to prevent somebody from sending you money. Should we show a QR now?
And so I guess like going to the future and thinking about new ways of kind of evolving the security in the ecosystem. I mean, right now you're talking about like more advanced crazy mini script stuff. I think it even gets more complex than that, right? If you're adding in new opcodes, covenants, like the moment now you have a CTV hash, like what are you committing to, right? You almost have to like bring extra data to the transaction and be like, so you're not just blind signing a hash. You don't want to reintroduce that problem.
I mean, you could sign something and then you show a QR, right, on the screen of the device. And then you have sort of like a mapping of some type of script that, you know, like it's safe. So you say, yes, that was what this thing is trying to sign. And then maybe you show some addresses or something. You know, like there is data there that you can work with. You just have to find a way of like shortening.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also easy to just have users get kind of screen blindness, where it's like you're scrolling through the same thing and you're like, I've checked 300 hex digits. Like, is this the right one? And so you have to make it like meaningful and comprehensible for people.
And I really wanted to map like things to words because we already have a full word set in the device, right? So no more lists, please. Same list. But you could map, I mean, to 2, 3, 4 words. It doesn't have to be the full, like, you don't need that much entropy for something like that. But it's just really to prevent mistakes, right? Or to prevent address poisoning or something like that. Totally. You know, you go like, hey, you know, these 2 words match those 2 words on Sparrow, you know, you're good to go.
Yeah. I mean, talking about like breaking like arbitrary strings and text to words, Matt Corallo just released a code base to be able to take, I think it's BIP 353 for DNS mapping, and it actually maps into the PSBT. And so like at the end of the day, I just view hardware wallet as a thing that just consumes output descriptors and PSBTs, right? It's looking at what wallet am I a part of and what am I validating, and like you're proposing a transaction, so a partially signed Bitcoin transaction PSBT, and it's using a PSBT input field. There's a bunch of unused space in those PSBTs, and the idea is that you can anchor to a DNS record, and so instead of sending to a random string of characters, it could be NVK at
But it needs to
nvk.com.
support DNSSEC, right? I mean,
believe-
half of the GTLDs or shitcoin
Just
domains out
do
there.
not.
Wait, wasn't XYZ rugged on something like that? It's DNS is a shitcoin. We need to move past it. It's a Bitcoin review. It really is.
Yeah, this is really turning.
Yeah, I mean, like there is I think just like a general need for, you know, you have blessed or approved templates that you load in with some authorization data, and like whether that's specific descriptors or miniscript templates or yeah, I mean, Cat is gonna make this better because it'll force everybody to. But you know, it could be addresses that you whitelist. I mean, I think it's like really interesting, especially if you start talking about either like vaulting use cases or other things where you have different cardinality of multi-sigs on different spend paths that might come with different time blocks, and understanding like exactly which of these things you're on and that you're not being tricked into like signing the wrong path.
When are we going to just even tone this down and just have signed PSBTs? You know,
Yeah.
that will help a lot.
Yeah, that actually probably would help a lot.
Yeah, one of the cool things about sort of that we can do on BitKey is because it's a collaborative custody setup and the server cosigns the transactions, we can set up policies on.
Yeah, it's a policy signer.
It's a policy signer, and so while it's not covenants, you get covenant-like features, and so it's been a really interesting place to see like what sort of features resonate with customers, and so things like delayed signing, you know. Wait 48 hours before co-signing, daily spend limits, address whitelisting.
Yeah, I mean, like I think velocity control is a pretty good.
It's the main
case.
one.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, we have this feature that's been coming for a while, and you know, we just can't ship just because we're so busy with other shit. But it's essentially like you make the hardware wallet have an extra key that is not user accessible, right? And or at least not on runtime, or you know, we're still deciding a few things, but the point is the device can
space.
Yes, exactly. The device can co-sign with you.
Yeah.
So when you're traveling with this device, say you create a 2 out of 3, one stays behind on your plate somewhere backup, and you have one on the device, and then the device itself has a key, right? That is set, and you set velocity, you set whatever you want. The cool thing too is that aside from controlling that, it's plausibly deniable. So it actually doesn't appear on user space, except when you give it a PSBT that has a key that's in that extra key in there. And then the device go, oh, I recognize that PSBT. Would you like to sign it?
It's like port knocking.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think that sounds pretty cool. Like, I know with BitKey, you can say, here's my daily spend limit. I want to spend $1,000 a day. You go out with just your phone, and like the phone and the server will sign, and it enforces a policy there. You could do other policies, like you could say, if I'm sending to a specific address, then it's a higher limit, or you could do like social spend ability or things like it. The thing that I like about policy signers generally is that I think we can experiment with some of these different covenant or covenant-like designs without actually needing to go upgrade the network, and then like see what people build and if we like it. And
Yeah,
I think
I was gonna say, yeah, the policy signer is kind of sort of the general primitive that we
Yeah.
use. So like our inheritance system is based on, it can go to this key set, you can skip your limits and go to this key set only if, you've waited a certain amount of time or whatever. And so everything can kind of be distilled down to a policy.
It's vaulty, but
Yeah,
for
I think that
inheritance.
the hard part is doing these things in a way that like it's vendor agnostic, right? Like that's really the key. It's like how do you do this in a way where like it could be any hardware signer, it could be any software wallet on the computer, because like creating things that are sort of like closed off in a specific environment is like sort of easy. like having it work with every other
not that easy.
Bitcoin sign. Yeah, it's just because you designed it. It was easy.
It's not that easy.
It's easy.
Remote attestation in the cloud sucks.
Yeah.
But yes, the point is we need to find ways to have vendor agnostic solutions in Bitcoin, right? So, you know, you can have an HSM that's co-signing your transactions with any signer, right? So you're not stuck with a vendor. I think that's the sort of like the challenge that's so pressing. And you know, people are working on it, but it's hard.
It's definitely hard. I mean, to bring it a little bit back about like learning from user features, like on our side, we fundamentally are a co-signer, right? And I think that's kind of like a way.
I thought you guys were a mini script advocacy
I
organization.
thought you guys were an insurance company.
Right, insurance company. It's like a mullet. You know, we're an insurance company in the front and
mini script in the back.
In the back. Yeah.
You know, part of being a startup is focus, right?
Of course,
you need to focus.
This is turning into an investor
That's
meeting.
right.
Yeah, so like it's interesting though because you get certain emergences, right? So for us, when we are able to materially identify that risk has been lowered, we can offer lower insurance premiums, and part of that is like people are hyper majority of our customers are opting in for what we call the HODL discount. So like, don't co-sign anything for the entire year. This is my deep cold storage, right?
I would never sign it. Please, 10 years.
Well, yeah, well,
lower
wait
my
till the end.
policy.
Right, exactly, right. So for today, we're using 1 year time locks because that's just the nature of a 1 year insurance contract. But turning into like ultimately the hardware wallet, you're just trying to make it more accessible and democratizing the HSM, right? That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to give this asymmetric power of cryptography in a way that you can safely kind of leverage and extend it. And I think something like the travel wallet like idea is something that allows people to be able to, you could see the PSBTs, you can see, oh, I last signed one at block height 1 million, and now it's block height 1,010,000. Okay, I'll sign the next one because you're enforcing that velocity logic within the device, and it keeps it like safe.
It's like the ephemeral grandmother doesn't exist. Like, you know, it's like Bitcoiners get very stuck on this two sort of sides of the curve. It's just like, you know, you have the crypto anarchist, you know, which is well served now. We have amazing solutions for you. And then on this other side, you have the grandma, but like grandma's not going to use Bitcoin to buy coffee. Like really, she's going to use Amex. You know, like, and then you have this huge amount of people in the middle that want features. They don't want like the easiest thing in the planet. They want to be able to just function, right? Like when you open your online banking, you have like a checking account, you have a savings account, you have pay bills, you have transfer, you have all this crap, and it's all useful and all exports to you, you know, like a CSV for your accountant and stuff. And, you know, people need that. You know, the people who have the least amount of money need Venmo. Everybody else that has some money to do things, they actually want more. And I've been sort of like really trying to key in on this thing. It's like, you know, I want our industry to just really build things for people that want to do more.
I mean,
yeah, I was just thinking, you know, we were talking a minute ago about like policy signers. I really like policy signers. I put out some research this week about having a way to migrate over to like post covenant upgraded spend paths if you did a policy signer. It just occurred to me while we were talking that we have a nice portable format for moving partially signed Bitcoin transactions between like wallets and policy signers, and you can do that in like a device and software independent way. It's serializable. You can write it to disk. You can send it over the wire. It's like really nice format. Something that we don't have, because I think there haven't been that many widely deployed policy signers. Like I think the BitKey one is actually one of the most widely used policy signers in Bitcoin right now, is we don't have a portable or standardized way of expressing policy. Yeah. Like all that policy in every policy signer is expressed as like application code.
It's broken.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, like your Bitcoin just
vendor fields.
Your Bitcoin just
vendor specific
well,
fields
that's
on the
descriptors. But this is like with the descriptor, right?
You're making a new, level.
There should be a descriptor level policy for. That's a really good point. That we don't have any encoding of whitelists, velocity logic, how those two interplay with each other.
And it's interesting, right? Because like you need a combination of transaction data. You usually need some off-chain data because like if you're doing velocity control, you need to know like what else you've spent. So you need some other transactional data. And then you need some mechanism for actually like encoding the policy. So in other parts of like the software ecosystem, there are declarative policy languages. So, you know, interesting project for somebody looking for something to do in open source Bitcoin. It might be interesting to figure out if there's like a good portable policy language built on like OPA or something that we could build that would make it so that you could like express your policy, vend it around with your PSPT, and then like load it into
Well,
different hardware and software policy signers.
The policy should really be the descriptor. Because, you know, it's like I just
Yeah,
said, so you said once.
but like descriptors are like stateless, right?
The descriptor but that's the thing. The policy is stateless.
Yeah, that's true.
You know
The
what I
policy
mean?
is stateless.
Yeah,
Some
so
of
you
them.
set the policy
Yeah,
once.
some
of them.
Sure, I mean,
Yeah.
but is this on?
Well, one of the
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, I've been hacked.
so we do a lot of work on the policy stuff, and
Yeah.
there's some really cool things we ran into. But just to like, why we're so into policy signers is if you have two keys and the policy signer's a third, you can take your two keys, separate them, never bring them together, and then always sign in policy with the cosigner. And so from like a personal OPSEC a position, you just don't ever bring your two keys together, and you're always under policy. And if you ever want to escape the policy, you go and get your keys. But the big downside about policy signers is the privacy loss.
Privacy, yeah.
And so one of the cool things we're working on is making policy signers private. And so that's a
How does that work?
so there's a couple of steps to it. So there's the first one is blind signing. And so being able to sign a transaction without knowing the contents of that. And that's been around for a while. eCash uses that. But in order to make sure the policy is enforced, you have to provide a ZK proof of like, hey, even though you can't see what's in here, it is beholden to the policy that you've previously set up. And so the server can say, okay, well, the ZK proof is valid, so I'm going to blind sign.
Is that like in my wallet, I generate like a Stark or something that says this transaction would still be within my daily spend limit, and then I send like a blinded PSBT and the proof up to the server. Server validates the ZKP and then says, "Cool, I'll sign this." Something
Yeah,
like that.
exactly.
Okay.
And then there's one more step that's a little tricky, which is even though it can blind sign, the way blind signing works is the signer doesn't see the transaction when they sign it, but they can recognize their signature down the road. And that's sort of by design based on the eCash use case where they wanted to vend the coins privately and not be able to see who they're signing for. But when someone tries to redeem the coin, they can say, oh, this is my signature. This is a real coin.
So that would be for eCash.
Well, so what you can do though is you can actually do this thing we're calling chain code delegation, where the signer, the policy, the server never sees the chain code of your wallet. And so what they can do is they provide a signature, and then after it's been signed, you then tweak the signature so that you get a child key, and the signature stays valid, but the server is never aware of the actual signature it produced. And so if you go and look on the blockchain later, you can't even find the things you signed for. And so that's how we can kind of get full privacy and policy signing together.
That sounds almost like a adapter signature adapter kind of thing. Like you tweak the signature and then you untweak it or something. That's cool.
You guys asleep yet?
This is just the whole audience is asleep.
Yeah, it's,
you can't see it on camera, but everyone's asleep.
How many of you listen?
I don't know
to
why
Bitcoin
Charlie
Review?
did this after lunch.
Do we want to? Yeah, we have plenty. How much time do we have, Charlie?
Yeah, we normally need 3 hours.
We have 5 minutes. Yeah, let's do some questions.
I mean, it's for real.
Thank you. So I recently moved some ordinals around using my ledger. And then I get this scary, almost like it's exactly the same thing as the Bybit ledger. It's like unknown, what's the term? Unknown outputs something. Click here only if you are willing to. Yeah, it's a super scary, even like multi-page disclaimer I have to click through and then just blindly sign something and hope my ordinals do the thing I want them to do.
Wild.
Do we have any way, like what's the plan there? Do we have to just go for the Ethereum solution and just say fuck it, let's go? Or yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, so what would be great in something like an ordinals use case is, you know, the wallet that did that transaction construction, like if you're using Xverse or whatever, it knows the identity of the inputs to this transaction. It knows that you're sending your dick butt or whatever, right? So, you know, I could imagine now you'd have to get, you know, Ledger to support this, and, you know, you want to standardize this so that you can use like the software wallet of your choice, the hardware signer of your choice. But you can imagine You know, like adding in a PSBT, there's like some proprietary data fields that are unused. They're meant to be used by software or wallet vendors for like application specific information. You could imagine them saying like, you are sending your X to this address, or you are authorizing a swap, or you are listing your ordinal or something. Like there's some higher level semantic meaning of these transactions that it would be great if you could like carry that over to the
You
signer.
should be able to break it down too, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, ideally, you can break down that whole chain and sort of say, hey, you know, does this little hash match your weird thing?
Well,
Does this other
well,
little hash
and
match
like,
that?
you know, some software does this already. So like, you know, like Xverse Wallet will show you like, these are the things that you're sending, these are the things that you're receiving. I think what we don't have is we don't have good interoperability to like get that information onto a ledger and then display it in a meaningful way. Yeah.
Yeah.
YOLO.
You also could just write your own ledger firmware too, right? You could write, I know some people have done that. I know like the async guys did that for Lightning. Like they wrote their own ledger app within the ledger device and they coded up their custom logic to visualize all that stuff.
I mean, also like you're only sending 546 sats. Like, you know? That's a ordinals joke.
The question is, what does it look like to send to a
Jeremy,
CDV?
have we
Jeremy, where are you?
To the principal's office, Jeremy Rubin. What does it look like to send to?
It's like,
to understand.
if you're sending to a CTV commitment, right? Like what does that commit to? I think is the actual question. Like, is this going to unroll to the right tree, or is this like sending it all to James? Which could be massive.
So the way that I have worked on it in the past is that you would have like a program that's like a piece of like WebAssembly that you would know what it was compiled from somehow. Like maybe you have your build system compile and sign it. And then you have the arguments that you want to send to, which would be like the list of customers. And then you just put that in, and then it gives you the CTV hash out. And that would be the thing that you would sign. And if it's a piece of WebAssembly, then that's easy to like be like, okay, this is like the signed, attested piece of WebAssembly that generates the address for us. That's like maybe one way you would distribute that piece of software.
And then use like dependency pinning and like other just, you know, hey, this is the hash of the software that I'm using.
Essentially YOLO. But yes, thank you.
Well, so like, I guess as an example, I had like a core RPC. You could just call it again as many times as you want. It's deterministic. So you can just recompute it from the data. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, if you had like native like CTV compiling support, you could just write a very small program that would do like construct a hash tree and do like the music tweaking or whatever you wanted. That wouldn't be difficult to do like on device. You could write a very basic program.
How basic? Like how much like memory do you need for that?
You don't need. It depends on like how you, if you need to put like 1 million users, then you need 1 million like, you know, addresses and amounts. But like
that the hardware just crap there. But
yeah, but if you,
like 10, 20,
yeah, you wouldn't need that much because you can generate like 1 hash at a time, and then
Okay.
you just need to like queue them, take out a couple, put them at the back of the queue, take out a couple, put them in the back of the queue, and you can build a balanced tree that way. So it's relatively like small.
Bitcoin's perfect. So
Hey, so we use hardware wallets for Bitcoin all the time, and most hardware wallets are specific for Bitcoin. But actually, a lot of what we secure with our hardware wallet is actually stablecoins. And I know a lot of other people use their hardware wallets for stablecoins as well. How do you get a good hardware wallet that really supports all of the Bitcoin stuff that we want to do, CTV and all these other things, multi-sig, but also be able to sign a USDT transaction on Tron or something?
Not gonna happen.
Not possible?
Nope.
In my
No,
opinion,
really,
that's
like,
not an answer.
so like
shouldn't be an
when you're
answer, but-
designing, like it's because they are very like they're completely diametric sort of like kinds of technologies, right? So for USDT is essentially Ethereum, right? So
or Tron or Solana or
oh,
whatever,
Ethereum.
yeah.
It's like some version of that crap running many or just one server. You go, too bad the image is gone. But I know I get the need, right? But we can't do it because see, when you're building a good wallet, a good hardware wallet, it's based on the actual Bitcoin technology itself, right? So for example, Cold Card only knows how to talk PSBTs. PSBTs are partially signed Bitcoin transactions, and the Bitcoin there is very important. So it's like it's to the nature of how Bitcoin works is how that the device reads that file in order to understand how to sign it, right? You can't do that with Ethereum, right? There is no PSBT for Ethereum, so you'd have to use a shitcoin hardware wallet for that, because what they do is they essentially generalize everything, right? So that they can sign everything, to varying degrees of shittiness. But like, it's a hard problem. I mean, like my heart goes out to them. They're making a lot of money on this, but it is just like if you're going to support multiple types of technology, you have to create essentially a general purpose type computer, right? And that's how those systems work.
Well, you basically have to build a Bitcoin wallet and an Ethereum wallet, and then you just put them in the same enclosure.
Exactly. And it doesn't fit. So like Ledger, for example, right? There's only so many apps you can have in that device as well, right? And then you run into problems where, you're building all this other crap and you need 50,000 people to build all this other crap and maintain it, right? And now you're opening yourself for security issues because, you have a bunch of other code that needs to exist in a secure environment. It's a very hard problem.
How real is stable coins on Taproot assets?
Where's Ryan?
Yeah.
There he is.
It's very real.
Very
Ryan.
real.
It's very real.
There we go.
Do you have a T-shirt that says and confirms that? But that you can't put that in a hardware wallet either, right?
Because it's Taproot asset.
Oh, you can.
Yeah, no, sure. Yeah.
You can
But
settle
it'll be
the
on an app,
USDT
right? Like,
to on chain, right? So it could be a UTXO.
that's great. So there you go. Problem resolved.
USDT on Lightning.
Bitcoin's perfect.
Taproot assets.
Man, somebody's gonna do like a USDT Taproot asset ordinal wallet and make a killing.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Terrible.
The brain really goes to the gutter
Yeah.
on this one.
All right, I have a quick comment and then a question. And the comment is, we're talking about whether you can verify like a CTV in a hardware wallet. If you can verify sending to a Taproot address, you can verify sending to CTV. Taproot addresses are more complex to verify than a CTV tree of transactions. So the degree of complexity inside of that tree can vary in either one. And so a Taproot asset with its sparse tree can be very hard to verify, and a CTV with a deep tree can be hard to verify, but it's hashing kind of similarly for either one.
But at least we have UTXOs.
I mean, in both
Ethereum
cases-
doesn't have UTXOs.
Right. CTV and Taproot assets are fundamentally more verifiable than Ethereum.
Exactly, right.
Agreed.
So that's really part of that sort of like our base, the stuff that we have the base to work with is already much better in that sense. We make a lot of trade-offs in Bitcoin versus the shitcoins, right? You don't have accounts, but we do gain a lot of this sort of like very grug brain way of looking at transactions, right? Like it's like, this is my coin, it's going to this other coin, right? Like it's a nice primitive.
And then totally new topic. Have any of you guys looked at the Tropic Square open source secure element? How's it looking?
You go first.
I was okay. There is not a single secure element on the market that does SecP in hardware.
Correct.
And I was really hoping that
It was
they
their
were going
only
to.
job.
They had
It was one job.
And I'm thrilled that there's more open hardware. I wish they had done the thing that we all really wanted.
It's like it's interesting hardware. Like super props to them for actually trying to
Hardware is
do
hard.
that.
Like
It really is. Making chips is not an easy thing. Especially making secure chips is like essentially like 100% chance you're gonna get owned. It's just like how fast, right? So they need a few versions in the market to sort of prove that. It's missing SecP. I mean, come on, guys. That one job, right?
Yeah,
right.
all of the elliptic curve happens in the MCU because the secure elements themselves can't do
It
operation.
supports P256.
Well, I mean, but here's the thing,
The
though.
bad
like,
one.
There is something beautiful about doing all the Bitcoin computation with reproducible code on the MCU, right? Like, if your threat model does not include like some crazy side channel stuff during runtime, right? Like, you're pretty safe knowing that when it's at rest, really where it's a lot of the issues happen, you know, it's safe. I mean,
just use an air gap laptop.
What?
Just use an air gap laptop.
Exactly, right? Because what could happen?
Yeah.
Ask
if you're not,
Luke.
If you're not worried about side channels, like it's fine.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the CIA said on the story. I mean, they have a building nearby. You should go ask.
On that note, I gotta wrap it up. Rob, Rindle, MPK, Jonathan. We gave them
Yes, pick up your trash. Okay, we also have a few more things back. There's some cookies, a few more drinks, some stuff left from lunch. I'm gonna hand it off to Gort, who's with us at Blockspace, to take over the panel. Gort, if you can intro everyone.
Yep. Hi, I'm Gort. I'm a fellow podcaster with Blockspace. That's pretty much all I do. And today we're talking about Don't Break Bitcoin. So if you want to introduce yourself, Alex, we can start with you. Go down the list. Tell us maybe a little bit about what you're doing.
Yep, Alex B at Arc Labs. We're building another implementation of Arc, and yeah, hopefully we can make this one a little spicy to kick off wrap up the day. Yeah.
Mike Schmidt, Executive Director at Brink. Our mission is to fund the open source engineers that are working on the Bitcoin software and protocol, and we have a particular focus on maintenance and security. And I'm also a contributor at Bitcoin Optech as well.
Awesome. I'm Matt from Atomic Finance. We allow for people to get access to derivatives directly on Bitcoin, native Bitcoin. Yeah.
I'm Shazan, founder of Lava. We're building the most secure way to borrow against Bitcoin using DLCs.
Okay, awesome. Okay, maybe we can start with just maybe defining what you think it means to break Bitcoin. I don't know who wants to take that one, but the panel is called Don't Break Bitcoin. What does that mean to any of you? Alex, give us something spicy.
What does it mean to break Bitcoin? I think it's been pretty unanimous when those conversations are being had that it targets the social layer, and how exactly it goes about it, I think is kind of an evolving question. We've seen, I think, perhaps attempts in the past to do so. I lived through the block size wars and whatnot, and like, was that an attempt to break Bitcoin, or was that sort of like just two groups of people sort of having disagreements over the future of Bitcoin? I think that that's still up in the air, but clearly the friction at the social layer caused probably what is the closest to some sort of existential threat that's ever happened to Bitcoin. At least it manifests in a hard fork, which is quite the precedent. But so I guess this is kind of like the layer and like the social groups and I mean the evolving sort of size of the industry makes it so that the sort of cohesive ideology around Bitcoin is getting increasingly less strong. I think there are different parties with different interests, some that might seem even sort of like opposed to the mere concept of Bitcoin as sound money, and so like censorship resistance. So that I think those are the things that we should look out for.
I'll take maybe the software engineering angle on this one. Bitcoin can break, or at least the Bitcoin software can break in a variety of ways. For example, on Mac OS, if they change the way that software runs on their operating system, Bitcoin can break for some people in some ways. You could have a sophisticated attacker on the peer-to-peer network that tries to take down the network itself. We had Antoine on earlier who was talking about consensus cleanup, and miners can mine millions of blocks in 40 days or some such thing. It could be because there's an engineer that just quite doesn't know about how that piece of the code works anymore, or that the bad guys found the bugs before we did. So that's like sort of the engineering, how we think about things.
Also could be if someone decides to switch the DB and somehow it turns to be a big problem.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I feel like from a software perspective, it's like with Bitcoin, Bitcoin likely breaks if we don't update anything, but it also breaks if we update the wrong thing. So how do we update the right thing? Simple, but very hard. So I feel like when we're thinking about like Bitcoin itself, like there's just, it's, you know, how do we break Bitcoin? Well, we'll break it if the social layer is too difficult to get consensus on, but we'll also break it if it's too easy. So where's the in between? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, honestly, I think that Bitcoin's inception was like nearly perfect. I think a lot of things have been de-risked already so far. There's no one talking about any like relevant competitors to Bitcoin anymore. Like no one legitimately says ETH is ultrasound money. I don't think anyone in this room, or there are some people maybe in this room that would say that like a couple years ago. No one says this anymore. I think there are some like things that will constantly need to be done to maintain Bitcoin, like what you're working on, and for people to be building apps on top of Bitcoin to make it useful, and maybe even some more deeper like consensus changes. But honestly, I think in terms of like the risk of Bitcoin, I think now is probably like one of the most de-risked times for Bitcoin that I've think from like an adoption perspective, a technical perspective.
Yeah. Okay. Again, to spice this up a bit, I think like we have one perspective, which is the code can break, right? And this is kind of what you alluded to. You work with a lot of the core devs. You work with a lot of the open source devs. Let's talk about some of the proposed changes or opcodes going forward. In your mind, is there anything that breaks Bitcoin from an opcode perspective? And you can sort of define that how you want, right? Like maybe the actual protocol continues functioning, but is there anything that changes Bitcoin fundamentally to the point where you find it broken? I don't know who wants to take that one. Alex usually has some hot takes about this on Twitter, so I figured he'd want to
Well,
come in here.
start
But go ahead,
by-
Shazan.
I mean, I'm not like Matt Corallo, so I don't necessarily like. I'm not gonna say I agree with him on everything, but his point would just be like the MEV stuff, right? Or MEV, Mevel, and basically the idea there is if there's a lot of trading happening on Bitcoin and it becomes the cost to become a profitable miner increases, there's centralization in mining that hurts Bitcoin's censorship resistance. First, not saying I agree with it, but that is, I don't know if like many people here think about that problem. I've at least talked to Matt about it, so I can argue.
I mean, I'll take yeah, I mean, I actually think that Bitcoin is extremely robust, and I've been kind of like rather vocal about the fact that even some of the most powerful opcodes, such as opcat, I don't believe have much potential to, I mean, strictly speaking from the MEV perspective, I have very strong opinions about the fact that it's very unlikely to generate any kind of meaningful MEV on Bitcoin. I believe that there's no sort of decent applications that can be built with opcat on-chain that would result in any sort of market traction. So generally speaking, from the perspective of potential opcodes and whatnot, obviously there's going to be, I mean, I think the risk is in sort of like the implementation details and the mistakes that we might make. But strictly from an opcode point of view, and again, perhaps I should preface that by saying that I'm not a developer, but I have, at least from the MEV perspective, spent quite a bit of time, even before it was a conversation in Bitcoin, looking at the incentives of these sort of systems and dynamics. And I don't see how it translates or is applicable to layer one. So I think the risk is more so perhaps, yes, in sort of like the, and I hate to use that word, but like unforeseen consequences of certain implementation details or decisions. But from that, so yeah, from that perspective, I think, again, I'll double down and think that the risk of introducing or proposing changes is much more so from sort of how we prioritize those changes, how we agree and we come to sort of like this rough consensus. And there certainly seems to be indications at time that or maybe perhaps even concerns that the impatience of one group that doesn't really align with the ideas of others could lead to another scenario where we have perhaps an unfortunate fork situation where then I think the landscape of, you know, stakeholders and actors that were, I think, like there was a way back then in 2017 to sort of like contain that group of people and kind of like perhaps steer in the right direction. But at the moment, like the ecosystem is so vast and the industry is so vast that I think this is where we got to like take very precautious steps to make sure that everyone's in alignment. When I say everyone, I don't mean every single users and whatever.
Please don't use the word alignment.
What's that? Alignment.
We all have PTSD from Ethereum. Go ahead.
I guess like on the MEV front, like I agree. Well, I think it's interesting on the MEV front because we already had MEV on Bitcoin. We had it with runes. And I agree that adding, you know, opcat is not going to necessarily add MEV to Bitcoin that we haven't already seen. But I think like one of the questions around like breaking Bitcoin has to come down to, you know, what are the things that we value as Bitcoiners? And, you know, one of those things is, I guess, self-custody, for example. So if self-custody is too hard for the majority of people in the world, and it all ends up in the majority of it being in ETFs and in custody, then have we failed? Is Bitcoin broken if the majority of it is custodied? And is that, you know, is prioritizing it changes that make self-custody easier? Is that unbreaking Bitcoin? I don't know, just food for thought.
I don't think this would break Bitcoin per se, but I think we should be appreciative that we're in a position now to be able to make positive decisions. So, you know, in the past, bad things have happened, and in the future, bad things could happen, like quantum, and you're forced to make a negative decision. We're in a position to make a positive choice now, whether that's inaction or this opcode or that opcode. And I think we should make sure that there's no casualties when we do this effort, right? And so I think that the community tearing itself apart about which opcode or the activation method or something like that, I don't know if that kills Bitcoin, but I think that's something that's on my mind about something to be guarded about.
Yeah, just going off that for a second, like we're going to use you as a liaison between us and some members of core and like a lot of people who are, you know, writing, you know, the open source code. And I'm curious, like, what do you think from your perspective, or maybe you can speak for the people that you interface with, like what is their view on what's currently going on? Obviously, there's been some, you know, arguments that core has too much power, we need to fire core, and you know, a lot of these are coming from the Twitter, you know, loud voices on Twitter. And I'm curious, like, what do you see from the people that you interface with, like in terms of, you know, are we breaking Bitcoin?
Yeah, I'll be very careful to say that I can state my observations of individual contributors to the Bitcoin Core project, but I in no way can speak for them. I think there's probably a little bit of energy that I've seen from folks in this room that you know, Bitcoin Core, can we even do a soft fork in the future is like something, and then we have Antoine here who's proposing a soft fork, you know, at this very conference, right? So maybe that's not the case. Is Bitcoin Core not involved with the protocol? Are they not ambitious enough with changes? But then you have somebody like AJ who's doing bullish, and you have the Blockstream guys working on simplicity. One of our engineers, Fabian, is working on cross-input signature aggregation. So those are fairly ambitious consensus-related research items. So maybe that's not exactly the case of why they're not as interested as this community may want them to be. And you know, I think we should be aware that that work is being done. That maybe there is criticism that you can levy towards the core devs, but it's not that they're not doing good work. It's not that they're not involved with these changes. It's not that there can't be a soft fork, right? So I think let's target the criticism where maybe it makes more sense.
Yeah.
Nor is it that they're not. I mean, there's a lot of things that go unnoticed in terms of the contributions of core to potential solutions, you know, that will help sort of like larger scope potential new layers or whatever that is. Like, you know, an easy example that we discussed, I think, at BitDevs last night, like things like anchor outputs, right? Where like if someone sees an anchor output change, like merge into Bitcoin Core or things like that, they won't realize necessarily like that this has potentially massive implications for things like, for example, Arc and what we're building and Lightning and whatnot. Like those are the things that enable those new systems to
They should
eventually
read the AppTech newsletter then.
yeah, exactly. It's precisely. Or I mean, I have to shout it out because like Adam Jonas in MIT last weekend did a splendid presentation on some of the, I think, underappreciated aspects of the Bitcoin Core team's work. So check that out if you haven't.
Yeah. Okay, I want to ask, I'm going to start with Alex again here because I think that you're now working on ARC. And if we go back a little bit, this was one of the arguments around the block size wars was that if, you know, we were willing to scale indiscriminately through increasing the block size or, you know, just, you know, throwing hardware at the problem, that perhaps we wouldn't be willing to really work on the hard engineering problems. And not to make this like too contentious of a question, but do you feel that we have pushed the boundaries with what we have now? And all of you guys building applications top Bitcoin can obviously chime in, but yeah, I think Alex, you have again been quite spicy about this on Twitter, so I'm gonna toss it to you first.
I mean, I absolutely think there's an argument to make in terms of perhaps exploring how far we can push the limits of what we actually already have with the protocol. You know, there are teams that are working on stuff like BitVM. We're obviously doing stuff on Arc at the moment. You know, we shared, if you were in the Telegram chat, we shared a mainnet wallet that's available today. It's a bit of a hack, but it works. And I think those things are important because it gives us an opportunity to see, you know, how far we can take this. And I think it would be wise, perhaps, to, I think there's just no clear vision right now, sort of like shared story that we can all sort of get behind and push forward. I'll be the first to say like CTV, or I mean, we'll take any opcodes. Like some of the people that I work with are probably the ones that have the most experience building with actual like advanced script and covenants, being that they come from Liquid. Obviously, like there was a small user base there, but nonetheless, like they have some experience building with this, and they're the first one to say that they'll take more opcodes if they can have it. But the fact is that, like, I think we got to realize that we all are sitting in our own little individual and perhaps group bubbles, and we need to have be able to create this momentum and this excitement that we might have individually across again an ecosystem that's as wide as ever. So like, I don't see the impediment to start taking decisions right now about potential soft forks when perhaps 6 months from now, as we have, you know, systems like perhaps BitVM, Arc and whatnot that are on main chain and potentially gaining market tractions, I think that we'll be in a much better place to make decisions about those change, whether those solutions fail or they succeed. So that's kind of like my position on this.
Yeah. Anyone else?
I was just gonna add on, like, I think in terms of like exploration, like something that I always find surprising is when I'm talking to someone, you know, what are the capabilities of Bitcoin? You know, so if I'm talking to an altcoiner, for example, they're like, oh, you know, you can't do anything with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is just a pet rock. You can't do anything with it. And I think that people don't realize that you can do a lot more with Bitcoin script. that Bitcoin has a lot more capabilities inside of it. Obviously, I think DLCs are a good example. Like, they're always surprised when I tell them, hey, you can do bets, you can do futures contracts, you do options contracts, you can do Bitcoin-backed loans, like today, using Bitcoin with proper oracles. Like, these things exist that you can experiment with. And the other thing that I think that is interesting that I've been hearing more about is people looking at ways to emulate different opcodes, right? So, you know, if people are saying, hey, well, I wish you could do this with Bitcoin, or I wish you could do that. Well, you know, what if you go and emulate it and you see if it actually makes sense to build an application that uses that, and we can actually, you know, build applications on top of that. Then we can find out, hey, is there actually demand from users for that type of thing? So that's been really interesting.
So for me, I'm all in on, all my focus is on Bitcoin-backed loans. And for that use case, I think, like, of course, CTV or check stick from stack or some of these other covenants would certainly help, but not really, because really for DLCs, they're quite secure. For the Bitcoin-backed loans case, they're as expressive as we need. And the only constraint to DLCs is like signature generation, which for Lava is like super fast. So it doesn't even really speed things up. Like, it's like so marginal that it won't really help us. But I think for Matt's use case, where that's more like trading focused, it could be certainly more useful. For us, it's just like, I don't think too much about covenant changes because it's not very applicable to Lava and our Bitcoin-backed loans use case. But for your trading use case, it could be certainly helpful.
Yeah, I think things like CTV, like it's actually a crazy improvement for something like CTV in terms of, you know, if you're trying to enter a futures contract or options contract, instead of it taking half a minute or 2 minutes to enter a contract, you can do it in 3 seconds. Or even things like TX hash, where suddenly you can have derivatives on Bitcoin L1 that are transferable. Things like this become really interesting, and I don't think increase the scope that much for, you know, what might break Bitcoin per se.
We're not building anything on Bitcoin or with opcodes, but I would just add in that there is this high degree of creativity in the room and folks working on Bitcoin. I mean, in the last few years, you have some pretty interesting, maybe Rube Goldberg type inventions that actually work, right? So sometimes that constraint is a creativity focusing mechanism as well. So applaud you all for building those kinds of things.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so then maybe the last question I would ask, and hopefully get a response from all of you, is like, in your vision, what happens if we do nothing? Who does that benefit? Who does that hurt? I mean, what are the big risks to doing nothing? And again, like you mentioned before, that could be breaking Bitcoin in and of itself. So curious, you know, whoever wants to hop in here first.
I think Bitcoin is absolutely fine if we do nothing. It's going to suck for a lot of people. But unfortunately, Bitcoin is an economic system that can benefit, and actually, as I mean, probably I'm not here to make any friends. So like, it benefits the one that have the most capital available. And so surely we all hope that it can make a more sort of, perhaps some hope that it can make a more egalitarian societal structure. But at the end of the day, the consensus of Bitcoin is defended by those that have most at stake. And it's not saying that it's a proof of stake system, but in terms of potential contentious fork, it absolutely is the case that if if it doesn't matter if you put 1 billion people that are all running their own node and have, you know, a pittance in terms of Bitcoin, they're not going to stand a chance in terms of consensus against like the economic majority. And I don't believe that the current situation or the future situation, even if we don't change Bitcoin at all, and I'm speaking strictly in terms of like what fees are, you know, what is the fee of self-custodying and whatnot, I don't believe that it's an impediment for anyone that has large capitals of money available. It's going to create a system where, sure, it's going to be probably more permission for a large set of users on the planet, but it still remains a global network that is going to make the creation of financial structures much more permissionless than it's ever been. And for that reason, I really reject the premise that the analogy to gold, where all of gold was sort of consolidated into large banks, and therefore that's why it was centralized, and therefore that's why, you know, fiat came to be. The cost of storing Bitcoin does not necessarily increase with the amount of like Bitcoin that you have. Sure, there's some precautions, more precautions to take when you're dealing with billions of dollars than when you're dealing with $100, but there's a complete asymmetry there that never existed with gold, and therefore is going to lead to, yes, powerful and large entities not having to rely on centralized system to store their own money. And I think perhaps, and I think, I know it's a strong opinion, but perhaps those people are enough to create some sort of checks and balance on the existence of like state-like entities in the fiat paradigm that sort of oppress people.
I think if we literally do nothing to the protocol, I think,
Yeah, I did not mean literally nothing. Yeah, we need to we need to take care of it so that it doesn't
Maintaining
break.
versus
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
upgrading is a better way to frame this.
I'm being pedantic on, I guess, to the question, but yeah,
You're
there
being
will-
diplomatic.
well, I think there, until the last few years, I think there were people that were like, we can't, don't change the code and don't change the protocol. But I think that that's sort of been, I don't know, debunked, right? When we have a broken protocol that could be fixed, you have a timestamp that will overflow, and then who knows about quantum, if that's real or not, but that there will be needing to be some action on some of those anyway.
I agree that quantum is a non-zero risk, and I don't think most people know how to assess it. But I also think that, like, over the last couple of years, like, we've had lots of improvements in in mempool, and I think that's important to continue maintaining Bitcoin. But and I do agree with Alex in saying that Bitcoin will be okay if we don't have improvements for self-custody, if we don't get CTV, if we don't get any type of vaults. It will be okay, but it will not be great, I think would be my opinion. Yeah.
So I think that, like Lava, we deal with a lot of like more, I think self-custody users at the very least. I think I think a lot of people, we talk a lot about scaling, but honestly, I think the cost of a transaction today is like $1, maybe $2. And I think these customers would be okay paying $100 network fees. With that said, I think the protocol is certainly going to change over the next decade, next 2 decades. And I think it's going to be fine. I think we're going to figure out things like quantum, covenants, great consensus cleanup, also just the core maintenance that we have to do. Yeah, I feel good about it. But I think even if the average network fee to use Bitcoin was $100, I think it would still be fine.
Yeah, I mean, just quickly, like, to make the point that I truly believe that in a long enough timeline, we will all get, I think most people in this room generally, or if you're looking at the current proposals, I think there's a very strong odd that we all get the changes that we want into Bitcoin. If we're speaking about covenant, if we're speaking about like cleaning up consensus, I'm very, very optimistic that all of that will play out and will give us all of the ability to build powerful self-custody that makes it available to the billions of people. I think we just disagree collectively on the timeline. So we have some work to do there and exactly what method we're going to use. But I'm extremely, extremely bullish on the potential for the protocol to improve, not only from a feature scalability point of view, but also security point of view, whether it's vaults and all that stuff.
It's quite an inspiring ending. Appreciate that. Do we do audience questions or now? I actually don't know. Okay. Are there any audience questions?
Hi, it's not necessarily focused at anyone, but I just had a general question on DLCs. How do you guys sort of reconcile the shift that DLCs bring, kind of moving from this custodial model into a little bit more of a Oracle-dependent system? Can you speak to like centralization effects and things like that? And second question, why do you think people will be fine paying $100 for Bitcoin fees? Because like then we're kind of getting back to like old world remittances, right? Thank you.
Okay, do you want me to start?
Yeah, you can do it.
Okay. I mean, this could be a whole like DLC panel, honestly, and I can talk to you later. TLDR, DLCs are just a way to do effectively like smart contracts on Bitcoin. I think simplifying smart contracts, essentially just conditional payments. And two of the like main primitives that Ethereum uses to do smart contracts is Oracle-based payments and atomic swaps. Bitcoin's already had atomic swap functionality. DLCs enable Oracle-based functionality, and I think they're actually like a much more superior way to do smart contracts than even how they're done in Ethereum. So in Ethereum, if you have an Oracle-based smart contract, like there's like this Oracle, maybe like Chainlink that's attesting to the price every block, which is one, not scalable. Two, it's not really private. They know exactly which contracts are using their data. And three, it's like unreliable because if your price doesn't get into the block, there could be a lot of issues. There's also this whole thing that gets introduced called like Oracle MEV, which has its own type of problems. Whereas in DLCs, Oracle's just release a signature. They don't have to attest to it on chain. Oracles are also fully private, so they don't know any of the contracts that are using their data. And in the context of DLC, for something like using Lava for loans, you could have each contract having its own set of oracles, so you can kind of choose your system that way. If you think about it, you're kind of taking trust from a custodian and kind of putting the trust of like liquidation onto an oracle, but these oracles are private and you can kind of choose, which is I think a much better model. And these oracles could be geographically distributed. You could have a quorum of them. So I think it's much stronger security. And if you even think about what a smart contract is, you're basically saying that you could either go borrow against your Bitcoin on a custodial system. A custodial lending system has an engine, like a liquidation engine that is an oracle effectively, right? Here you get more optionality, maybe more privacy. And also I think you get better security because when you lock your funds, let's say in like a trading contract or a DLC contract, it's locked on chain in this DLC where you know all the output conditions. So you're not subject to the same risk of a custodial system. I think custodians are actually much harder to secure. We've seen that basically almost every custodian has been hacked to date. Whereas I think DLCs are extremely secure technology. And then the $100 question, it's just like I talked to a bunch of users. I don't think that it's like what I want for the world is like we want $100 network fees, but I think if we did have that, which is absolutely not what I'm saying we should have, is that if we did have that, I think Bitcoin would still be okay. And
Yeah, I
think a
don't
lot of
think it's
self-hosted-
like
I
that.
would use $100.
It's like not every user is going to be willing to pay that fee. Certainly not for remittance, but a user that's putting together a $1 million loan on Bitcoin is probably not going to scoff too much at $100 fee. Is that the point? Whether or not that's fair, I think is a bit of a different, or moral is a bit of a different question. But we've seen from even more speculative use case on Ethereum, another situation where if the opportunity is there, people are going to throw money at the transaction. Doesn't matter what the cost is, because it's a positive EV for them, right?
And like I said, I think the fees, we should try to make them as low as possible on the network. So I'm not advocating for $100 network fees.
We're going to do 2 more questions just as we're wrapping up here, guys.
So I learned about Bitcoin in 2017, and like back then I thought I know what Bitcoin is. I can give a short answer like Bitcoin is this and Bitcoin is that. And the longer I'm in the industry, especially these days when like more companies and people join, and I feel like I'm getting confused. So like what Bitcoin is, sometimes even for me. So I'm curious to hear your opinions. Like for some people, Bitcoin is like it's digital gold. For like MicroStrategy, for example, Bitcoin is more of like a capital asset. So for Bitcoin devs, I hear Bitcoin is a payment technology, which is censorship resistant payment technology. So I'm just curious to hear your like short answer. What Bitcoin is to you? What's like your North Star? I kind of want to feel if there's like consensus about this North Star idea of what Bitcoin is in the community, or if there's there's no consensus around this. Thank you.
I guess we could go around and say, for me, Bitcoin is nation state resistant savings asset.
For me, I guess it's just an abstraction on energy. You would expect for humanity to have a energy-based money in the long term, and that's kind of what Bitcoin is. And the fact that it's programmable is a plus.
I'll go with my own, which is it's a inflation-resistant, seizure-resistant, censorship-resistant, programmable digital asset.
I mean, I think it's an evolving answer, right? There's this sort of like saying that like Bitcoin is what it does, right? And so at the moment, it's a pretty great sort of speculative store of value. It's a great sort of like neutral form of money that is indeed censorship resistance. I think we can make it many other things, but we've got work to do. I don't think that, I mean, certainly the fact that Bitcoin was built with a specific purpose in mind, I think is what creates sort of like this discrepancy between people's expectation and the reality of what the code is capable of like producing at the moment. So the fact that Satoshi wrote peer-to-peer electronic money in the white paper, it doesn't mean that this was baked in from day one. It means that probably we can all sort of aspire to reach that potential, but it's very clear to anyone that watches like the code and the original implementation and what Bitcoin is today, that like unless we do a solid amount of work, it cannot be peer-to-peer electronic money for everyone. So I think we'll have to sort of like, you know, and this is why it's confusing, is it indeed is evolving depending on your venture point and whatnot and what you prefer and why you're in it. But I think hopefully like with enough solid work from the people in this room, we can kind of like satisfy everyone on preference for what Bitcoin, well, maybe not everyone, but enough of us.
Gord's a podcaster, so we don't really care about his opinion. Yeah, it's
all of those combined.
Here's our last question for the panel.
So a lot of the issues that were discussed up on stage were technical issues with Bitcoin. And some of the statements were like, Bitcoin is censorship resistant money. What about mining centralization in Bitcoin? Is that an equal to technical issues, or upgrades is a problem for Bitcoin?
If mining is continuing to centralize, then the censorship resistant property diminishes, of course. Yeah.
I have a bit of a, obviously I have a controversial take on this, but mining centralization is the least of my concern. I mean, it is a concern to a certain respect, but like I don't lose sleep over it. Maybe I'm not close enough to it, but I think it plays in the realm of sort of macroeconomics and game theory that very few people can claim to have sufficient input to be able to form sort of like a strong opinion on it. My fundamental sort of like base case for it, it's sort of like it's a two-player game, and I think the world is sort of put together so that there's always sort of like a yin and a yang, and like evil and good. And as long as we have China and the United States fighting it out over Bitcoin, the game theory of mining is probably safe. It's kind of like AI. I don't think that any sort of like nation in the world, unless we turn into a very dystopian sort of global ruling order, which then maybe Bitcoin is the least of our concern. As long as there's this duality in the world, then I feel like there's not going to be, because it's such a resource-based sort of protocol that it seems unlikely to me that there's a winner that takes over and just gains like permanent control over everything. Yeah, you had a quick follow-up there? Yeah, but maybe in the end, like we get into a world where the geopolitics of Bitcoin are such that if Taiwan refuses to sell its chip, we let China nuke them or something.
That's
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I agree. I mean, it's not, like I said, it's probably the most complex thing in all of Bitcoin, the game theory around mining. It's a social, it operates at the social layer, at the economic layer, at the technical layer. And so I don't think that, I mean, looking at the scoreboard of hashing distribution and saying like that we should sort of start panicking is any sort of reasonable conversation.
Honestly, I feel like there could be a whole panel about
Yeah.
this concern. Yeah.
Thank you, Gwart, Shazan, Matt, Mike, Alex. As the Greeks did in days of old, we debate ideas sober, and then over drinks later. So at 6:30 at Barrel and Bushel, it's a stone's throw, I believe, to our north. At 6:30, we have dinner and drinks, courtesy of our sponsor, Taproot Wizards. Thank you all for coming. I would say this is a very successful day one. I'm gonna hand it to Will for any other admin stuff.
We'll see you guys there. Doors open tomorrow at 8:30 for coffee, bagels, etc. You can join the Telegram chat. There's about 80 people in there at the moment, which means we're missing about 70 people. So if you are on Telegram, jump on in there. We're all talking about the conversations from the day. And then there's also like information, logistics. You guys are free to hang out for a little bit. And then again, 6:30 at Barrel and Bushel. Thank you to Taproot Wizards.